Starting.
All right, we are going to get the meeting started. Can council members please come to the dais as soon as possible?
Did you just stay here all day?
I went home. I actually had to go work. Make sure my ringer's off. Hello. All right, I'm going to call the meeting to order. Welcome Santa Monica to the May 23rd, 2023 meeting of the Santa Monica City Council. We want to remind everyone, please turn off the ringers on your phone so we don't have the meeting disrupted by them. I'm going to ask Councilmember Brock to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
If everyone could stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. We'll have the roll call now.
Councilmember Swift.
Here.
Councilmember Carter.
Here?
Councilmember Brock.
Here.
Councilmember Drexler.
Here.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Here.
And Mayor Davis.
Here. Oh, okay, my mic is on. All right. We have a quorum, and so we will proceed. We will start with item number 1, Ms. Anderson-Warren.
Item number 1 is public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And it looks like you have about 7 speakers.
That's what I see. We'll go through this and see if that's right. So for those of you who've not been here before, I will call several names. We will ask you to line up to the wall to your left, so you will be in position to speak when it's your turn. And unless you, well, actually on this item, there's no donation of time, so everyone will have 2 minutes to speak. So the first 4 speakers are Angelica, Cynthia Anderson, Jerry Rubin, and Alejandro. We don't have simultaneous translation for the entire meeting, but we do have translation available for people who don't speak
Yeah,
English.
we do have a translator.
All right, Angelica?
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Angélica, soy vendedora de fruta de Santa Mónica.
So, yeah, my name is Angelica. I am a fruit vendor from Santa Monica. Good afternoon.
Y vengo aquí de nuevo a pedir, a decirles que estoy en oposición a la 4ª enmienda que están pidiendo los personas del esforzamiento del código,
So I'm here in order to attend to the 4th Amendment enforcement,
donde dice que los recursos de la ciudad quieren que se utilicen solamente en la seguridad.
so that states that the resources of the city would be available or be handled only by security forces.
Pido por favor que nos tomen en cuenta las necesidades de los vendedores.
So I'm asking kindly to take into account the vendors that are doing this job.
Pido que por favor los personas del esforzamiento del código tengan una plática con nosotros para
So I'm asking them kindly if the enforcement of this of the code enforcement, if we can have if we can meet with them and talk about this,
para que puedan trabajar ellos con nosotros y nosotros con ellos.
so that we can work together. They can work with us and I can work with them.
Hemos intentado por todas las formas y no hemos conseguido un diálogo.
We tried everything possible, but we have not been able to reach a dialogue.
Y el acoso sigue.
And so the harassment is still on, right?
So, estoy aquí para pedir que por favor nos escuchen y nos ayuden para dialogar uno con otro y trabajar juntos.
So I'm here in order that please we can get this resolved by talking together so we can resolve this matter.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cynthia Anderson.
Thank you. So I'm speaking on public comment but I'm also speaking on letter.
I-5, which is the proposal for more
So those are two
funds.
separate things. You'll speak on public comment now and then on,
Told me I could combine my time.
No, you
That's what
can't.
I was
No.
told by the
No.
clerk.
no, you can speak on, right now is unagendized items, and then I also have you on the list
All right,
for
well, I'll
agenda item
give half
2.
my presentation now. On the consent calendar today is a proposal to allocate additional,
Well, no, this is public comment on non-agendized items. So the consent calendar comments
right.
will come later. They will
All
come
right.
after this.
Sure, so I'm going to talk directly about the fact that the vendors have been asking for over a month for a public hearing on the proposed changes to the vending regs. It was very difficult for them to be able to write public comment, and so after lobbying and showing up at 2 demonstrations, Anuj one time came down and talked to them. That was wonderful, but that was not a formal public hearing so that they could give input on the regulations, which is sort of a due process and fair process. So that's one issue I'm raising today. The other issue is the proposed lottery system. The vendors have articulated many reasons why they're opposed to the lottery. The difficulty of buying fruit for 1 or 2 days when they need to buy it usually for a week to get a discount. And there are numerous issues. Some folks have no literacy on a computer and can't use a computer in either language, et cetera, to put their names into the lottery. So I'm hoping that you'll have this public hearing so that the vendors themselves can speak to their direct experience about their concern about the proposed lottery system. And finally, I'd like to add that the vendors would really like to have a task force developed within the city to look at space below the pier where they can legally sell in a stationary way. That was happening before the Joint Enforcement Task Force, Law Enforcement Task Force was assembled to clear all those vendors away from the pier area. And I understand the public safety concerns, but there has to be a way to make this work for them, that they really need that additional space. And then I'll continue when I get my other 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Jerry Rubin?
Thank you very, very much. Jerry Rubin, Santa Monica. Mayor Davis, Mayor Pro Tem Negretti, council members, city manager, city attorney, city staff, and fellow Santa Monicans. I would like to cordially invite everyone to our 12th annual Tree Hugging Day event. And we always do it on one of the solstices. And this year we will do it on the summer solstice on Wednesday, June 21st, tentatively scheduled for 6 p.m. for 1 hour, naturally in the Palisades Park, because we have 2 trees to hug this year. One, the Children's Tree of Life, and right nearby, the Tree of Gratitude, which the city has honorably helped plant in memory of my wife, Marissa. And we've had many Tree Hugging Day events also at the Miramar Hotel, at the landmark Morton Bay Fig Tree, and we thank them for hosting it. And it's a way to have a kind of a hands-on approach to educating people about the need to care and nurture and protect and plant more trees and the importance of trees on our precious planet. So you're all cordially invited, and I thank you all very, very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Alejandro, and then before you begin, sir, we're going to call a few more names. Dulce Sanchez, Jonathan Foster, and Jorge Cruz.
Hola, mi nombre es Alejandro, soy vendedor ambulante aquí en Santa Mónica.
Hello, my name is Alejandro, and I'm a vendor here at the Santa Monica place.
Me gustaría que los recursos no se los den a la policía,
I would like that the resources will not be given to the police.
mejor a los vendedores que puedan tener un organizador
It would be much better to be handled by the vendors so that we can have an organized manner.
que organice a los vendedores.
That they in turn organizes the vendors.
Otra cosa, no quiero la lotería,
Another thing, I am not in favor of having the lottery system.
no rotación
No rotation,
y no más acoso de la policía.
no more harassment from the police.
Y quisiera que si se puede dar un espacio para poder
And I would like to have a place, a space, if possible,
para descargar nuestras cosas.
in order to unload our things.
Así no tengamos ningún problema
That way we will not have any problems in doing it
con la etiquetera
with the ticketing
y
system
con la policía.
and with the police.
Muchas gracias muchas gracias por escuchar y espero lo puedan tomar en cuenta. Gracias.
Thank you very much for hearing me, and I hope that you would help.
Thank you, sir. Dulce Sanchez.
Hola, buenas tardes. Gracias por su tiempo.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Solamente yo vengo aquí a pedirles que por favor los recursos que le quieren dar a la policía no hagan gastos en balde. Mejor esos recursos que quieren hacer se los pueden dar a un organizador.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just requesting that the resources were not given to the police, but rather given to an organizer such as us.
Pedimos que se lo den a un organizador para poder manejar a los vendedores ambulantes.
So
Y
I'm asking that that will be handled by an organizer who in turn will be able to work with the offenders.
y haya más organizador, más organiza los vendedores, perdón, más organización para los vendedores.
And that will, in that way then there will be a better organization or more organization through the vendors.
Y también pedimos que no queremos la lotería, no queremos dotación.
We also don't want the lottery system or the rotation system.
Y pedimos una audiencia grande para todos los vendedores ambulantes.
We would like
Queremos-
to have a overall audience with you or with the representative, with all our vendors.
Queremos ser escuchados porque realmente merecemos ser escuchados.
We want to be heard because we feel that we deserve to be heard.
Y también pido que abran más espacios para los vendedores ambulantes, porque no es justo.
Yes, I'm also asking for we should have more spaces for the sellers.
Y también pido que no les quiten sus carritos eléctricos a los vendedores.
I'm also asking that please do not remove the electric carts from the vendors.
Porque eso es nuestro alimento, eso es nuestro sostén para seguir adelante.
That is our sustainability in order for us to continue to go forward.
Y otra vez vuelvo a lo mismo.
And the
Pedimos
same thing, I'm repeating the same
y
thing.
les hacemos que nos escuchen para que nos den una audiencia y escuchen nuestras opiniones como vendedores ambulantes.
And so I'm requesting that you would have a hearing for us sellers, and also that we would be heard if you can do that.
Y ya la verdad ya no quiero tampoco ser hostigada de la policía porque realmente es mucha hostigación conmigo. y
So
es
I don't
lo
want to
que
be
pido.
again dealing with the police because it's quite a bit of harassment. I don't want to do that anymore.
Y con la ciudad viene siendo lo mismo.
So the city has been doing that consistently.
Bueno, muchas gracias por su tiempo.
Well, thank you very much for allowing me this time.
Thank you so much. Jonathan Foster, and then we have an addition. So Adriana, if you can line up behind Mr. Cruz there and be ready to go. All right, Mr. Foster.
Hi, good morning, or good afternoon, evening, Jonathan Foster. And I was again wanting to speak about the position you have on abortion. You know, I'd still like to see you promote manhood. And it's really kind of funny how there's a word called a bearded darnel. It talks about how the bearded darnel grows up with the wheat. In the Bible, it says the wheat shall grow up with the tares. So the women have a right to choose, but it seems like maybe men are forcing things. Maybe the girl wants a baby. Why are they making babies and then they can't take care of them? And they're going to go ahead and have the kid, but then they don't want a kid and then they can go kill it. This is what I don't support. I don't support. And I know people, we heard of some story, some girl dumped a fetus in a park. I heard the story. And I wondered, is this abuse? Men abusing women? And is really abortion allowing men to abuse women? Abortion is allowing men to knock up a girl, He didn't take responsibility for his sperm, and now he's got a kid and they're going to kill it, right? And you all say, yeah, we should be able to, South Carolina passed a bill stopping abortion at 6 weeks. And I'm like, well, before they got that far, why didn't they take care of this in the bedroom? And I wondered, well, is it men abusing women, or does the woman just really want to have intercourse? It's very upsetting. And I'd like to know the answer, because I think men are abusing women. That's what I think. I don't have the reports and everything, but I think it's disgusting. And I think that we, should have, it talked in Exodus, says Moses, he asked them, the Levites, to go through the camp and kill.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Mr. Cruz.
No. Good afternoon. My name is Jorge Cruz. I've been a Santa Monica vendor over 20 years. And now I don't agree with some things that you want to change. 3 years ago, you guys provided us permits when other laws, and now you want to become and bring new laws to the street vendor program that is affecting everyone. And it's not just affecting the vendors, it's affecting the family of the vendors. So in my opinion, I believe instead of you guys spending money like on security guards and all that you be spending on the pier, I believe you guys could work on opening more spaces for street vendors, because you guys are giving a lot of permits to a lot of vendors, new vendors, and it's getting really packed down there. And the police and code enforcement is harassing a lot. Why? Because it's too much vendors and a small space of sale. So I believe you guys could do something about it, like open new spaces, and like other new laws that you want to change. You should take like opinions of the vendors, because we're down there working. We're down there taking the effort. We're down there like working on the sun. So, you should we want a big meeting with you guys, so you could like take our opinions in person. You can feel what we're trying to tell to you guys, and that's about it. Like I don't agree with the authority. I don't agree with you guys removing the electric cars, the harassment of the police. It's like we got permit, and why we should be paying more tickets? Why we should be harassed by the police if we got our permits now? But the thing that there's no spaces, we're on bad times right now. There's no money, so everything's expensive. So it's hard for us on there and throwing our food to the trash, because we sell fruit, and if it's not sold by the day, it goes wrong. So it doesn't make sense. We're just losing instead of adding. So that's my opinion. Like if you could think of on us too, we people like trying to just work it.
Thank you, sir. Okay, it looks like we have 2 more speakers. The list continues to grow. So we'll have Adriana, and then after her, Harvey Etter.
Muy buenas tardes, miembros del Consejo de Santa Mónica. Mi nombre es Adriana, soy vendedor de Los Ángeles.
Good afternoon to the council member. My name is Adriana, and I'm here from Los Angeles.
Vendedor de Santa Mónica, perdón.
Excuse me, Santa Monica, a seller from Santa Monica.
En ese momento me dirijo a ustedes con todo respeto.
I'm addressing you respectfully.
No estoy de acuerdo con la lotería.
I'm not in agreement with the lottery system.
No estoy de acuerdo con la rotación.
I'm not in agreement with the rotation system.
Me gustaría que ustedes reconsideraran y
I would like for you to reconsider it.
Y sobre todo, no estoy de acuerdo en cómo se aprobó la enmienda a la ley de California.
And above all, I'm not in agreement with the amendment that has been approved through California.
Que nos brindó la oportunidad de vender.
That would give us the opportunity to sell.
Con las reglas necesarias de los permisos.
With the pertinent agreements or the permits.
Muchos de mis compañeros no se nos tomó en cuenta.
Many of our co-workers have not been taken into account.
Una de ellas soy yo.
One of them is me.
Cuando ustedes pasaron, hicieron esa enmienda a esa ley en agosto pasado.
Yeah, when you made that law, that amendment, ¿qué pasó?
En agosto pasado que hicieron
that was in last August that law became that amendment became a law.
Nos gustaría que nos consideraran.
We would like for you to consider us.
Y tampoco estoy de acuerdo en que ustedes brinden fondos, recursos a la policía, ya que hemos sido una entidad muy marginada.
So I am not in an agreement either that what you've done. ¿Qué dicen con la policía?
Que no estoy de acuerdo con que ellos brinden fondos a la policía, ya que hemos sido una
That you would be.
comunidad muy marginada.
That you are working or with an agreement with the police in regard to this matter, because I am a member of the community and that have been set aside.
Y esto abriría totalmente la puerta a abuso hacia nosotros. Esto abriría la puerta a abuso a nosotros.
In that regards, then this, what I just said, it would open doors for us.
Me gustaría una audiencia pública
I would like a public hearing
con todos los compañeros
with all my workers,
que no fuimos tomados en cuenta en esa ocasión,
that at that time it has not been taken into account,
para llegar a un acuerdo y poder trabajar
in order to reach an agreement so we can work.
seguros, tranquilos y en comunidad.
Safe and also in the community.
Muchísimas gracias y que tengan un feliz día.
Thank you very much and you have a good day.
Thank you so much. Mr. Eder.
Thank you for letting me speak. My name's Harvey Eder. I'm speaking for myself and for like-minded folks. I started a group called the Public Solar Power Coalition over 40 years ago. I've got a personal problem that I want to talk. I've heard that there's some response on home ownership for homeless and low income, that there was a study after about a month ago. I was at the meeting and said some things, and I was told by the person that spoke to y'all that there was a draft document and it'd be coming out around. I'd like to see that document and help to have input to it. And I've been talking with Step Up. I'm living over at Step Up. I've been going there on and off for 30 years since. Anyway, so we've been litigating with the PUC and the Air District, South Coast, and CARB on solar for a long time. We're the first ones that brought the Clean Power Alliance to y'all through your environmental task force. Okay. We're working on that litigation now, and I got a place at Step Up, and they threw everything out. Okay, I was told by the police, I reported it, said it was raining, couldn't get somebody out there. Okay, I said it was north of Montana, we would be done. Anyway, I called them up, I wanted to do a complaint, there was something else going on, and they said, this is not a civil matter. A half a dozen times tried to connect with me. They said, this is a civil matter, not criminal. Okay, this is theft. This is my work product, several $1,000s in books, magazines, and whatnot. Okay, I might have been on the street for 5-10 years, but I still know how to think and how to write and how to act, and I've been doing this a long time with the Air District. And now we're still going, doing this battle back and forth. The police told me, they said, you had no authority to do this, you have a conflict of interest, and I brought it up to the council a month ago. There's $120,000 that's supposed to help out for legal cases. I want some of that money to deal with my case now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eder. Ms. Anderson-Warren, it looks like that concludes the public comment.
That is correct.
All right, then we will close the public comment on non-agendized items and move on to item number 2, which is public comment for closed session items.
So this is for closed session, special agenda items, and consent calendar.
All right, and they're broken out in 2, but we're going to call them all at the same time. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, so I'm going to, as we did before, I'm going to call a number of names, and again, we'll have you line up at the wall on your left. I have Kelly Clift, and there seems to be a hyphen there, but I can't figure out the rest of it. Kelly Clift, Cynthia Anderson, Alejandro, and Dulce Sanchez. All right. And on these items, can you state your name so people know who you are and also what item you are speaking on?
Good evening. My name is Miss Kelly Cliff, and I'm a Christian minister, and I shouldn't have been under general public comment. So I should have been in that last group. But nevertheless, I have been patronizing the city of Santa Monica for quite a few years, And unfortunately, different businesses at different times seem to pass on information, and the information is the city of Santa Monica is allowed to make me a victim of crimes, continue to make me a victim of crimes. I was referred to the Santa Monica Hospital, which had a rape crisis center. And I wanted, and the referral was from a rape crisis females group. I've never lived in the city of Santa Monica, but the bottom line is this. People have taken the information and have distributed, unfortunately, to different agencies such as banks, such as post office, Santa Monica High School in a variety of ways, not assisting people, but make fun and play with me. I wasn't put on earth to be played with. And the problem began as a resident in Los Angeles, where Los Angeles police officers found out that I was a virgin in my 30s, and that's where the problems began. They look at me as being weird. I'm an adult, and I do not appreciate the city of Santa Monica going along with businesses. And you're talking about training minors, training young people in their 20s to harass me, and this is at various times. I come here, I may not be harassed today or this month, 6 months, and then the information is given out, and then the harassment begins. It's got to stop. Restaurants, banks, post office, etc. And the information is Los Angeles Police Department is controlling the city of Santa Monica, and the city of Santa Monica must pay for it. Theft of invention, patent, copyright, trademark.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, well, now Cynthia Anderson.
Thank you. So on the consent calendar today is a proposal to allocate an additional $327,969 for a 6-month period to California Panther Security Services to keep the street vendors away from Santa Monica. The city of Santa Monica has already approved $3 million for fiscal year 23-24 for the Direct Action Response Team, which includes law enforcement, code enforcement, Santa Monica PD, security guards, and a couple of other Santa Monica entities. So this task force, and we've documented their work for the past 2 years, a group of civil rights lawyers that I work with, they've engaged in aggressive enforcement tactics. I myself have filed numerous personnel complaints against Santa Monica PD for treatment of street vendors, mistreatment. But what this task force has done is they've criminalized the vendors. Some have been charged with misdemeanors, others infractions, harassed. And also you've seen the Santa Monica videographer who's shown how street vendors' fruit carts are simply trashed. All the fruit is taken, thousands of dollars worth of fruit, and seized and confiscated. So the current enforcement tactics also create a climate of fear and uncertainty for the street vendors. And they're struggling. They're struggling daily to survive, to pay the rent, and support their families. Instead, Santa Monica can do something very, very unique and special. They can lead the way in trying to be inclusive and supportive of the street vendors by developing innovative programs to help vendors thrive while also complying with a safe public regulatory system. Local vending programs should be rooted in assistance rather than intimidation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Very much. Thanks.
All right. Oh, people are not lining up, folks. You need to line up on the wall to my right, your left. Alejandro, Dulce Sanchez, Irma Garcia, and Jorge Cruz.
Mayor, I think a couple of them spoke previously.
They did, and I'm assuming they're...
Irma Garcia is the only one who didn't speak.
All right, Ms. Garcia. Good evening.
Hola, mi nombre es Irma García.
Hello, my name is Irma Garcia.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon to all.
Yo nomás lo que vengo a pedir si hacen el favor de que los recursos que están dándole a la policía para trabajar en contra de los vendedores ambulantes.
So the only thing that I'm requesting now that the resources that are given to the police that can be also given to us in order to work.
Sí, a una persona que pueda organizar a los vendedores ambulantes.
And also that would be given to an organizer so that we can have some sort of a organization with it.
Sí, y por favor no a la lotería
And please, we do not want a lottery system.
y que ya no nos estén molestando, faltándole el respeto, nos están faltando el respeto a los vendedores.
So, and also I'm pleading that for the lack of respect for us, and please don't bother us anymore.
Es todo. Gracias.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. All right, so I'm assuming Alejandro, Dulce Sanchez, and Jorge Cruz do not want to speak additionally. Is that correct? All right, not seeing folks hop up, I'm going to make that assumption. So that closes public input on closed sessions, special agenda items, and the consent calendar. All right. At this point, I'd like to do a little agenda management. We know the budget study session is going to be the big ticket item tonight, time-wise. So I'd like to move that we hear the budget study session last after the ordinances. One of the IZOs to be considered already has expired, and it's time-sensitive, requiring 5 votes.
Second.
All right, moved by Davis, seconded by Negrete. May we have a voice vote, please? All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, so we are going to hear the budget study session last. We're going to make it a point that people who are persevering will be rewarded. All right, now we get to the good part of the agenda. Ms. Anderson-Warren, can you call the next items, please?
Yes, it's the proclamation Public Works Week.
All right. All right, all you Public Works nerds, come on up.
You resemble that comment.
I did. I did. They're Public Works people. They do all the technical stuff. All right, so let's get started. It is Public Works Week, so I'm going to read the proclamation and then present it to our wonderful staff who are here. Whereas Public Works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of the city of Santa Monica. And whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government, who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in the city of Santa Monica to gain knowledge and to maintain an ongoing interest and understanding in the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas the year 2023 marks the 63rd annual National Public Works Week sponsored by the American Public Works Association, now therefore I, Gleam Davis, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of all my colleagues on the City Council, do hereby designate the week of May 21 through 27, 2023 as Public Works Week in the City of Santa Monica, and urge all citizens to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and government agencies in activities, events, and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize their substantial contributions that they make to protecting our national health, safety, and quality of life. So thank you. I'm going to turn the podium over to whomever would like to speak.
I'm going to cut my 10-page speech to a few words because we have a long night ahead of us. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, Rick Valti, your Public Works Director. Thank you for your continued support. The nation celebrates Public Works Week this week, and the theme for this year is Connecting the World Through Public Works. Public Works connects us all through our roads, our bridges, our parks, our bike paths, our beaches, the airport, the cemetery, the vehicles, and a bunch of other things. And our Public Works professionals maintain these assets to protect and enrich the quality of life in our community. As we do yearly, each division within Public Works recognizes an Employee of the Year for excellence in work ethic and their public service. I am supposed to have a few of them here with me tonight. Brian Ochoa from Architecture Services. And I believe there are a couple more on the way that aren't here, but anyway, these employees will be recognized this Wednesday at Gandara Park during a celebration luncheon. But also, if you look outside your window on Trash and Recyclables Collection Day, you'll catch a glimpse of some of these star employees on the sides of our beautiful green collection trucks. Now, while we can't get the faces of all 462 Public Works professionals on our collection trucks, I do want to extend my deepest gratitude and appreciation for every man and woman in the Public Works Department who continues to maintain. Oh, and we were just joined by Miguel Rocha from Triple R, another Employee of the Year. And so as I was saying, I want to express my deepest gratitude and appreciation for all the men and women of Public Works who continue to sustainably maintain, manage, and enhance the city's resources and public infrastructure. Lastly, I want to thank some of the members of the Planning Committee here. I think Ria Valles, Sergio Ramirez, and especially Lizzie Acosta, who's in here, who year in and year out manages and does the arrangements for the celebrations throughout the week. So thank you to everybody who's here and the rest of the Public Works team, and thank you for the support.
It didn't happen if we don't have a picture. All right, you guys, huddle up.
Hi.
Oh, I still need to get my honey from you. Yeah. The tall person. She's hiding. I couldn't see over his head. Did you bring my honey?
Yes, but it's in my
I need to
car.
grab it today. I thought about it. I use it for my coffee.
I'll go get it.
Did you bring my honey? There you go.
Okay, so Mayor, the next proclamation is for the Jewish American Heritage Month.
All right. And I believe we have Itai Klein. Joining us. So I'll start off reading the proclamation, and then I'll turn the microphone over. Whereas the city of Santa Monica has been a leader in expanding protections and rights for all people and has a long-standing tradition of supporting diverse cultures and adopting policies to protect and advocate for marginalized peoples. And whereas California is home to the second largest Jewish population in the United States, with thriving communities in Santa Monica and the greater Los Angeles region. And whereas this month we recognize the enduring faith, perseverance, and resilience of the Jewish people, and the many ways that Jewish Americans enrich our culture, politics, civil society, and countless other areas. And whereas we must also recognize the bigotry and violence that Jews have faced throughout history, and that shamefully persists to this day. According to the latest report released by the California Attorney General, overall hate crimes reported statewide increased 32.6% from 2020 to 2021. And among hate crime events involving a religious bias, anti-Jewish bias events were the most prevalent and increased 32.2% in 2021. And whereas the city of Santa Monica recognizes the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance's definition of anti-Semitism as a certain perception of Jews, which may be expressed as hatred towards Jews, rhetorical and physical manifestations of anti-Semitism are directed towards Jewish or non-Jewish individuals and/or their property, towards Jewish community institutions and religious facilities, And whereas the City of Santa Monica declares its support for the Jewish community and against all forms of hate and in opposition to anti-Semitism, violence, hate, and racism, now therefore I, Gleam Davis, Mayor of the City of Santa Monica, on behalf of my colleagues on the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2023 as Jewish American Heritage Month in the City of Santa Monica, and I encourage all citizens to join me in this observance.
Thank you very much.
Of course. You say a few words.
As if you, I did not come prepared. No 10 pages, nothing whatsoever. But I'm an attorney, so I always have something to say. So, well, thank you very much. I believe this is an important moment. I know we are stepping here in Santa Monica. I've been a long-time resident of Santa Monica. Businesses here, with my family here. We are passing this resolution, I think, on the heels of the City of Los Angeles. Passed a similar resolution last year, I believe, before the City of Beverly Hills. And I think the City of West Hollywood as well. And hopefully others will follow suit. So thank you to the council and for taking leadership on this matter. I always feel proud to be in Santa Monica, but I feel even prouder today. And I think my son, we share that as well.
Come on up here, son.
You've been invited up if you'd like to come up. Come on up. Come on up. Come on up. You can come up. All right. All right. Well, thank you. It is true that there's been an uptick. Unfortunately, we've seen an uptick of anti-Semitism in its various forms, and being the mutating virus that it is through millennia. So, and we felt it here in Los Angeles and even here in Santa Monica, including my very own synagogue down the street on Main Street, with a graffiti, with a neo-Nazi graffiti that was on its outside walls on Main Street last year or 2 years ago. Well, then, thank you. I think this is an important message for the City of Santa Monica, for its citizens, and for the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
We'll just hold this and we'll pretend there's a proclamation.
And feature.
We will get you right on the
Want me to take a photo? I can grab it. Yes, now. Hand it over. Great. In a second. Part of the job. Thank you.
And make sure. Oh, here it is. Here it is. It was not in the proper place. So let me give this to you. There it is on a fancy
Wonderful.
paper. Let me give you this so it doesn't get. Thank you both for coming this evening. I really
Thank you, Mayor.
appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Okay, so Mayor, next we have the 2023 LGBTQ plus Pride Proclamation.
All right, and I get to sit down. I'm going to call a Clove Galilee of our employee group, our cultural affairs supervisor, and she's going to introduce Rika Aoki, the author of an amazing book that we've all been reading. I just finished it, and I just want to say the themes of love and acceptance and motherhood, being a mother, touched me deeply. So I'm looking forward to hearing from you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, and community. My name is Clove Galilee, Cultural Affairs Supervisor with Santa Monica and member of Out in Santa Monica and SAMO Pride Committee. This evening, I have the immense pleasure of introducing Rika Aoki, author of the Santa Monica Pride Proclamation for 2023. Rika Aoki is a poet, composer, teacher, and novelist. Her latest novel, Light from Uncommon Stars, was an Alex SCKA and Otherwise Award winner and a finalist for the Hugo, Locus, and Ignite Awards. Rika is a two-time Lambda Literary Award finalist for her collections Seasonal Velocities and Why Dust Shall Never Settle Upon This Soul. And her first novel, He Mele Ahilo, was called one of the 10 best books set in Hawaii by Book Riot. She has been recognized by the California State Senate for extraordinary commitment to the visibility and well-being of transgender people. And her work has appeared or been recognized in publications including Vogue, Elle, Bustle, Autostraddle, Pop Sugar, and BuzzFeed, as well as the Smithsonian Asian Pacific American Center. She was also honored to work with the American Association of Hiroshima-Nagasaki Atom Bomb Survivors, where her two compositions were adopted as the organization's Songs of Peace. A longtime member of our Santa Monica community, Rika is an associate professor at Santa Monica College in the English department, teaching critical thinking, poetry, creative writing, and composition. Presently, she is working on her next novel, tentatively titled Dancers of a Glorious Reign, and a book of new poems tentatively titled Two Planets Called Earth, and a collection of essays. Recently, Goodreads listed Light from Uncommon Stars as one of its best books for beach reading, summer 2023, and we know we have great beaches. Please join me in welcoming Rika Aoki as she opens Santa Monica Pride Month 2023 with a reading of her inspiring Pride Proclamation. A video of the Pride Proclamation will be available on the city's YouTube channel later this week. Thank you so much.
Hi, y'all. I'd like to thank the members of the City Council and Mayor Gleam Davis, President Pro Tem Lana DeGretti, for inviting me to give the 2023 Pride Proclamation for our beautiful city of Santa Monica. Also, thank you very much from Cultural Affairs, Chloe of Galilee, for just making this whole process so much fun and so smooth. And I have been teaching here at Santa Monica College since the late 90s, and the city has given me so much. And so I treasure this opportunity to do something for the city in return. As I read this, I'm thinking about how fortunate we are. Although Pride Month will be celebrated throughout the country and the world, not everyone will be able to observe Pride as proudly and as openly as we are doing here this afternoon. As I read this, I think about how fortunate we are that we can celebrate Pride not because we are better or more deserving or able as individuals, but because we here as a community have committed to being not merely tolerant, but proud of each other. As I read this, I would ask that all of you think how fortunate we are to be here, to perhaps invoke a prayer of thanks, if you are so inclined, not only to what higher powers you believe in, but to those sitting around you right now. Because here is where we work every day, and just these few minutes before I came up, I saw how hard all of you are working. Every day to build a world where we can all work and play and live with dignity and affirmation and pride. And so with that, I'd like to give the Santa Monica Pride Proclamation for 2023. My name is Rika Aoki. I come to you as one face among many, as one voice among many. I come to you representing one sexuality among many, one gender among many. I come to you as one person among so many who have found in Santa Monica a community to engage and inhabit with love. Each of us brings our passion and our lives to this beloved city, and on this occasion I am proud to share my words, written and spoken, as a novelist, poet, professor, as well as a queer and trans woman of color, with you. Whereas the breeze from the Pacific cleanses the air for everyone. The call of the waves stirs the hearts of everyone. Those glorious sunsets release the moon and stars to jewel the sky above everyone. Whereas we recognize our proud, everlasting debt to the Gabrielino Tongva, who were the original people of this land, and to their descendants, who to this day display a resilience and patience and wisdom that humbles us all. Whereas we believe that the best futures come neither by shutting out our neighbors nor merely by coexisting, but through all of us in our myriad cultures and incarnations, helping and trusting and sharing and living our shared humanity. Whereas we affirm that although the LGBTQIA plus people, especially trans people, have been subjected to unwarranted suspicion and discrimination, our LGBTQIA plus people, communities and people are as irreplaceable and precious to Santa Monica as the sun and surf themselves. Whereas we believe that spotlighting and celebrating our LGBTQIA plus communities through stories, performances, poetry, music, and art might vaccinate future generations against senseless discrimination and hate. Whereas our lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, and asexual friends and family deserve all the heartfelt recognition and welcomes this city can bestow, not because they are brilliant or beautiful or perfect, but because they are just the way they are. Now, therefore, I, Rika Aoki, a trans queer woman of color, as well as a writer, professor, and longtime member of our Santa Monica community, on behalf of the members of the City Council and Mayor Gleam Davis, who's really cool, with pride and hope and so much love, do hereby proclaim the month of June 2023 as LGBTQIA+ Pride Month in the city of Santa Monica and encourage all citizens to join me in this observance. Thank you.
I would love if we could all take a picture with you, so please, I think we should all go down for this one and
then all the queer folk, come on.
Yeah.
The more the merrier.
Yeah. Photo op.
Family, friends, I'm in.
I'm gonna invite myself.
Excuse me just for a sec. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Can you see everybody?
She deserves a classification raise just for that.
Literally, I can't
That's
take
phenomenal.
pictures with one hand, much less one
How
with
she
each.
was able to do that. I'm impressed.
Well, thank you all for coming out. That was just fabulous. And sadly now, we are going to turn to the city manager's report.
So Mayor, let me announce that
Yeah, we're
the
gonna do
city
this.
manager's report is a report out on equity and inclusion projects.
And I only say it's sad because our city manager, as eloquent as he is not as eloquent as Ms. Aoki.
Sadly now, I have the microphone. Before I go into a few prepared remarks, I just want to take a moment and acknowledge this past week. Heather McGee and Rika Aoki came to Santa Monica, are here in Santa Monica, and just want to acknowledge how powerful that really is and how powerful the dialogue has been in our community, how authentic the conversations have been, and just again expressing deep gratitude for the powerful moments we've had in really just the past 5 and 6 days. So thank you to everyone that's been a part of that. And now to my sad comments. Before I hand it over to our amazing equity and inclusion manager, Lisa Parson, I just want to, first of all, I don't have many folks in this room to thank, but hopefully they'll hear these words. They're somewhere here in City Hall. I want to thank our extraordinary CAPE SM Affinity Group, that's the Coalition of Asian Pacific Employees of Santa Monica, who put together an amazing Rhythm and Spice program this afternoon. And I heard, Mayor, you were a tremendous sport earlier today, so thank you.
I'm going to mention that later.
For that. There was amazing culture exchanged, food, music, and dance, and very grateful that the Affinity Group is turning this into an annual tradition. Looking ahead, Big Outdoor and the city are holding digital kiosk open houses on Friday, June 2nd, Saturday, June 3rd, and Thursday, June 8th, so the community can experience and interact with the digital wayfinding kiosks that will be launching throughout the city. Everyone can share their feedback on the proposed kiosk design and locations and what information you think should be available in them. And then we've already talked about this. The annual Santa Monica Pride Festival is on Saturday, June 3rd. This year's Pride celebration will span the 3rd Street Promenade, Santa Monica Place, and the Pier, and will feature entertainment stages, art installations, lighting displays, food, and more. Visit smpride.com for more information. And certainly as the event grows, hopefully one day it will span the entire city of Santa Monica. And lastly, a reminder that City Hall will be closed this Monday, May 29th in honor of Memorial Day. And now, for the main event under City Manager Report, I'll turn it over to Lisa Parson, who will introduce the work done over the last year by our equity and inclusion officers, many of whom are here tonight. And I just want to quickly share what you'll see tonight will be a very shortened version of what we received in our department head team over about 3 or 4 weeks. Probably about 8 to 10 hours of presentation. So there's a lot of depth and breadth to the work being presented to you this evening, but we're certainly being respectful of time. But I want to acknowledge and thank all of them for their hard work over the past year, their sacrifice over the past year, your leadership over the past year. It means a lot to all of us, so thank you.
And welcome, Ms. Parsons. And we are grateful you're here. And my sad comments had nothing to do with what you were about to say. They were all directed at the city manager.
To get that energy back up. So thank you very much for giving us this time. I am very happy to be the city's equity and inclusion manager. I've been with the city for quite some time and have been working on equity in all different levels since I started. So this is great. One of the things I get lucky enough to do is to co-lead our racial equity committee with my colleague, Delana Benacama. And so tonight we are going to focus on their projects. The Racial Equity Committee was created in 2020 by all of you, or some of you, supported by the rest of you as you joined us. And we created it because we knew that in order to truly advance equity in Santa Monica, it was going to take participation from every department, right? It's very encouraging and empowering to have an equity team. I'm delighted to be on it. But we also need to have equity permeating everything we do. So tonight you'll see some summary from me, from the people who weren't able to make it tonight, and then hear directly from the people from our departments on the work they did this year. This is a list of all of our equity and inclusion officers. So you know, this year, the projects began by having each department complete an equity assessment. This looked at all current practices, the way they develop their policies, who they're engaging and how. And that allowed them to identify key projects that they could take on this year to hopefully conclude by the end of this year. And many of these projects have in fact been concluded in the 1-year time period, which is excellent progress on some really important issues that will directly benefit our residents and our staff. So the key themes for the projects this year included data collection, community engagement, staff diversity, training, and policy change. These are all the areas that people chose to focus on after completing those department equity surveys, making sure that they looked at what could they change quickly. The goal for this year was to make progress, whether it was a small project or a big project. We wanted, by the end of their time with the city, to show some tangible progress. And I'm pleased to say that every person managed to complete that in their time as an equity and inclusion officer. So summarizing for the people who were not able to join us tonight, in data collection, our information systems department and our community development department focused on collecting data that would help them understand staff's trajectory through their department and through the city. It's very easy to say that we want everybody to have an opportunity to grow their careers in Santa Monica. It's not actually as easy to know if we're doing that or not if we don't collect the data. So these two departments really focused on trying to get a better understanding of what are the pathways for people once they join the city for advancement. For community engagement, our rent control department realized that they have excellent programs, which we do, but they wanted to make sure that the programs were reaching the people who needed them most. Again, this took an effort, right? It took a matter of collecting data from everybody who engaged with their office, and then reflection on what they learned from that data and thinking about how should we change the way we're engaging the community to make sure that those who need these services are aware of them. We're all working very hard in the departments and in the city. And so it was an important time for them to step back and think about, should we be engaging the community differently? Are there other ways that we could be reaching people? And they did find a number of different ways to do that, which is very encouraging. On staff diversity, our affinity groups, which you'll hear a representative from tonight, have done a great deal of work to make sure that all identities are welcome in Santa Monica, that they have not just a sense of you're here, but that you're welcome and that we want you to be here. With our affinity groups really help advance the sense of belonging that staff get here, regardless of their identity. And in Santa Monica Police Department, they've adopted an ambitious goal of 30% of female officers by 2030. And they focus their year project on that, thinking about what is the experience for female officers specifically. There are a lot of female civilian staff in PD. There's less from street officers. And so they collected interviews from officers who'd become pregnant during the time that they were with the city and what that was like and what was it like to return. They really did a lot of deep work to try to understand what the challenges were so that they can reach that goal, 2030. For training, Public Works is providing trainings to its staff on gender-neutral bathrooms since they will be the people most likely interacting with the people using those facilities, maintaining those facilities, et cetera. And they are also developing a Public Works equity plan. I was happy to connect them with Public Works departments in other cities who have created those plans already so that they could learn from them and figure out what makes sense here in Santa Monica. And then, of course, my favorite area, policy change. Public Works, CSD, and other departments have created internal equity teams. So we started off by saying we just need one person from each department. And there are now several departments who have created their own teams inside their departments because they want to take it farther, they want to do more. So that's very, very encouraging, and they're making a lot of progress there. And the Department of Transportation really changed their recruitment and retention strategies to make sure they could reach more deeply in the community. So they've made partnerships with veterans organizations, women's organizations, all different groups to make sure that they're aware of these great jobs that the city has to offer, trying to make sure we have more diverse people filling those jobs and staying with the city and growing their careers. And HR has been working very hard to implement diversity, equity, inclusion interview questions in all of their interview panels so that regardless of what the job is, one way or another, equity is going to come into play. So we want to make sure people see that right when they're entering the city, right from the first interview. So that is a summary of some of the work. And now we'll turn it over to wonderful people behind me so they can share what they've been working on.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. My name is Autumn Rindels. I'm a deputy city attorney with the city attorney's office. I've been with the office for about 8.5 years, so I've seen a lot of the change. As Lisa just spoke about, across the organization, we're looking to ensure that we are promoting inclusion and diversity and equity. And to do that, we have to look inside and start from in the house so that we can express that outside the house. With Doug coming on board about a year ago, luckily we have a leader that really, really exudes that passion and really, really wants to ensure that within our department, we are showing and we are proving that we're promoting that inclusion and equity. And with that, we have implemented, or we're beginning to implement, this EEO, equal employment equal opportunity policy. Sorry, a lot of words there. And we are doing a lot of what Lisa already actually spoke about across all of the departments. One of the biggest things that we are hoping to do is to ensure that diversity and inclusion is happening within our own department. And that starts from the point of recruitment all the way through all levels of our employment. And the beauty about this particular policy is that not only is it setting standards to ensure that those things are happening, not only with the colleagues that we have, but that we are promoting and showing that that is certainly important in our department, which then allows us to engage with the community so much better. And so this EEO policy, if you can't really see it at the top, but its purpose is to develop a workforce that reflects the diverse community we serve, that makes us more responsive and more effective and cope better with change in this very ever-changing community that we're living in. And it really allows us to expand our creativity overall. And so not only are we able to promote that inclusion and equity and ensure that we are giving the ample equal opportunity within ourselves, but that will then spill over into the services that we provide to all other departments, as well as the services that we provide to the community. I could go further into this, but I know that I need to turn it over to some of my other colleagues. But we are beginning to implement these different standards and goals, and I hope by year's end will be 100%, and we can come back and show and prove that to you. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brandy Lockhart. I'm an administrative staff assistant for the fire department and a 9.5-year employee at City of Santa Monica and former resident. I wanted to start off by saying that I joined the fire department December 2019. Even though I didn't see anyone that looked like me there, I completely felt at home and still do. And it's a family there. And I love everybody. I love all my people. So for the Equity Inclusion Departmental Survey, I took the survey that we were given as EIOs and that we were tasked with completing. And as it took me about an hour and a half to complete it, I decided to modify the survey in respect of the fire department personnel time and the fact that they work 96-hour shift. And I took out questions that were redundant or that were very data-driven or statistic-driven that we could complete as a department together. And I nailed it down to 10 key questions. And I also made the questions more open-ended, not just yes, no, or alphabetical. I made it to where people could say not applicable or doesn't apply to me or I don't understand. So I made it very broad and not just black or white. These are the answers you must choose. As a result of kind of, I guess you can say, avoiding survey fatigue, which is basically when respondents lose interest in a survey due to the large number of survey requests they receive or the number of questions and the effort to complete them. I didn't want people just checking a box just to get done with the survey. I wanted true, accurate answers, what they were really feeling, what they were really thinking. As a result of that, and I'm so proud of my department, we had nearly 95% compliance. I want to round it up to 100%, but they're saying 95%. Out of 136 full-time employees, considering 8 vacancies and 9 new recruits who were probably scared to even fill out the survey, we had 121 respondents out of 136 full-time employees. So I was very, very proud and pleased with the results. We had a wide spectrum of results in the survey. You had some people that identified they did have some issues with equity or lack of diversity in the department. You had one answer across the board was just fire, life safety, fire, life safety, fire, life safety. So you can tell they were done with that survey. They just come to do their job and they don't care about anything else. And that's okay. We had about 80% participation in the self-identity questions. And there were even some things we didn't realize in our own department. What we did is we also created an internal DEI work group that's made up of chiefs, inspectors, analysts, administrative staff. We represent female, male, other genders, different orientations, and a wide range of race and ages. So we wanted to make it representative of the group, and we also created the longer survey, and we did it as a group together to make sure that we did complete it. From that, we decided to focus on 3 key areas from the answers that we got and from what we identified in our DEI work group. We decided that we really want to implement a department-wide training that goes over and beyond the training that's offered by the city. We also want to consider areas that are specific to fire, things that only fire department will encounter, because if you think about it, our employees are actually living and sleeping, eating, using the showers and everything together, whereas that's not seen in all other departments. So we have other things to consider as well. We also wanted to focus on recruitment and community outreach. As part of the training side, in addition to partnering with the GARE training team to provide implicit bias and cultural competency training, we also want to incorporate the training into our fire recruitment academy curriculum. And we also want to encourage staff to continue to participate in additional SMI or racial equity committee training. So we want to not only provide time during the workday for this, if people need to do overtime or anything like that to get this done. We want to let them know that we support them and it's not just about work. We do want them to seek outside training. As far as recruitment, what we've done so far is we've changed the lateral to entry level for firefighter, accredited fire academy, firefighter 1. We are looking at exploring like a cadet program, an AO or a cadet program. We also are looking at opening up internship or volunteer opportunities with the fire department. We are also partnering with caljack.org. It's an academy outreach program, and what they do is provide accessibility to remove barriers to joining fire service. Chief Alvarez even spoke to how he wouldn't be where he is today if he did not have these types of programs, because he was able to complete his training on the weekends and in the evenings, as opposed to going straight through during the regular work week. In future fiscal years, we want to have a teen camp, college outreach, and as well as like a public safety career day, which we're hoping that we could partner with like PD and the emergency services and dispatch and all that. Our outreach side of the survey focus, we have the addition of Kathy Taylor, who is our fire prevention coordinator. She'll be presenting for the affiliate groups later. With her joining us full-time last fall, we're now seeing an increase in Santa Monica Fire Department participation at community events, presence at affinity group functions, monthly diversity events, as well as the creation of the teen and mentor program. I'm very long-winded. Let me try to wrap this up. I knew I was going to mess this up. Okay. Some of the challenges that we did notice is that it's going to be very difficult time and budget constraints to address all issues and individual concerns in the survey, but we definitely want to make sure that the department and the staff know that we do hear their concerns and everyone's voice was heard. Also, the challenges is maintaining staff engagement and enthusiasm. Everybody's always like, ooh, when stuff comes out, but as the time goes on, is the same enthusiasm, or is everybody going to keep showing up next fiscal year and next year? and also just staffing and schedule. You have people that are working hybrid schedules and getting everyone together, and the training and availability. I guess we also did a strategic plan. I think some of you guys were invited to fill that out. So that was part of our community outreach. And other achievements was for looking at our calendar prep for participation in conferences, recruitment fairs, trainings, and that is it. I'm going to pass it on to, I think Kathy's up behind me. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Kathy, you take something. How I do it? There you go.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Taylor. I am the fire prevention coordinator that Brandy just mentioned, responsible for Fire Service Day last weekend, if anybody heard about that. But I am also the EIO for out in Santa Monica, and I'm a longtime City of Santa Monica employee. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about the affinity groups that we have here in Santa Monica. Just give me 1 second. The City of Santa Monica's affinity groups out in Santa Monica, Community, Samwar, and Cape SM have provided spaces for discussion, leadership regarding key issues of race and gender, and have been supported or fully produce citywide cultural celebrations and acknowledgments. This year, groups gathered to participate in the first annual Affinity Group Summit, and we focused on finding areas of collaboration and shared prioritization, cross-cultural understanding. We have currently have 5 affinity groups. Black Leadership Advocating for Change and Connection through Kinship and Knowledge is just been formed. Our more active affinity groups are Cape SM with the amazing Rhythm and Spice cultural celebration that they put on today. Community, which is our BIPOC staff affinity group out in Santa Monica, which represents our LGBTQIA plus community. And we also have our Santa Monica Alliance of White Anti-Racist. This year, some of the things that we kind of focused on, the Black Affinity Group, like I mentioned, had just formed and is already working on its goals and mission. CAPE meets monthly, generally with a speaker, partnering with local organizations such as Santa Monica College and Santa Monica Museum of History. They have a book and multimedia club. They often do group breaks, BYO lunch days. They have tours about what Capers are doing and working within the city. Community is hosting a panel discussion called The Continued Struggle for Black Emancipation that is going to be happening on Wednesday, June 14th at 4:30 at the main library. And currently, you got to witness our amazing proclamation for tonight with Raya Aoki. And we're doing a lot of events this month, so I hope you guys can come out to the Pride events. And Samwar has been really introspective to date, but transitioning to become more action oriented, and has been really amazing in helping all of support our affinity groups. So they typically will show up. I know for Black History Month, they showed up and broke down the tables. And so this summit basically has provided us with an opportunity to find out ways that we can help support each other with policy, advocacy, and just moving forward with the sense of belonging, being able to support one another. Moving forward, we would like to pretty much find different ways to connect with underrepresented staff members to get them more involved. The staff affinity groups are a really great way. Not everybody can be an equity and inclusion officer, but they're a really great pathway to get more involved in the social justice and equity work that we've been doing here in the city of Santa Monica. And it provides a really great way to kind of just get engaged with other, things that are happening within the city, network with other people, cross departments, and just learn more about each other. So we're looking at developing an event structure moving forward that is going to help us expand to offer these opportunities like the summit to more staff. We're probably looking to, I'm sorry, one more second. We're looking to recruit facilitators for our next event and create a budget that will support allowing more staff to participate. Thank you so much and have a nice evening.
Thank you.
Let's see. I'm back. Let's see who's next. City Manager's Office. David.
Good evening, Council, or as we say here in Santa Monica, good evening, buenas noches, dobre večer, and wa shao ha. My name is David Gardnier, and I am the EIO with the City Manager's Office, and I've been working on a language access policy for the city. So determining and setting standards on when we provide translation and interpretation for city documents and meetings. And I'm really passionate about this project. So I spoke to over 150 community members from Santa Monica's multilingual communities, asking them a series of questions focused around their language access needs and priorities and what's missing and what's most important to them. And so the results you see on the screen are the things that came up the most often across those different community groups that I met with, as far as where the needs are. And so right now I'm working on an administrative instruction or an AI on creating the policy so that we can prioritize these issues first and try and provide as much language access as we have funding for, which is sort of limited, but we're going to do the best we can with what we have. And it's been a real pleasure to work on. So that's all from me.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Jonathan Tang, Senior Budget Analyst and EIO for Finance. Over the past few months, finance has been busy, not just with the annual comprehensive financial report or even tonight's biennial budget, but with diversity, equity, inclusion efforts. Our DEI projects start with the department itself. We are increasing equity and inclusion through 360-degree communication and training, leading to greater transparency and freer flowing communication. Management will better understand staff needs and vice versa. And we are breaking down silos between divisions. These will contribute to a more cohesive department and to accomplish more together. We are also studying our processes and how we impact the community. The largest and most visible example is with taxation. Council recently authorized us to engage with firms to take a strategic, long-term look at modernizing business tax provisions. Our goal is to position the city to equitably and fairly tax existing and emerging businesses while remaining competitive with neighboring cities. We will identify ways to incentivize businesses to increase equity, diversity, and social justice in their business practices. Our aim is to complete this review within a year and have a ballot measure ready for the 2024 elections. We also want to increase participation in the city's procurement process from small and minority-owned businesses. They do not have the same resources that larger firms have, and we hope to level the playing field as much as we can when we go out to the market to buy supplies and services. Just last week, the RFP process closed, and we are working on selecting a vendor to conduct a disparity study. The study will identify current barriers to equity and inclusion in the city's procurement and contracting processes. We then expect to design a plan to implement changes and create a structural framework for vendor education, outreach, and support. We will work with the vendor over the next 2 years to improve our processes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jeff Kaplan, and I'm with Santa Monica Public Library. I'm the Teen Services Librarian. Been there for 15 years now. Still a little verklempt from Rika's amazing proclamation. The slide is missing, but the library's project this year was to relaunch the Library Equity Think Tank. And it's a staff group focused on making sure that an equity lens is really woven into everything we do, from our public programs to our collections and our policies. And the group originally started in 2019. We did a lot of great things before the pandemic. We were able to provide implicit bias training for the entire library staff. We were also instrumental in helping the library go fine-free so that overdue books weren't going to block people from important library access anymore. Unfortunately, it was interrupted by the pandemic and the ensuing budget cuts, but we were able to relaunch it successfully this year. And we have someone serving from each of the library's different work groups and basically each position within the library, so that we have a really nice diverse group of people with different experiences and different knowledge bases, so that we can look at everything we're doing and making sure that there are no unintended consequences, right, to our policies. Are we shutting certain communities out or shutting certain people out inadvertently? And some of our things we're focused on right now are providing more staff training. You know, at the library, we really believe education is important, and so we always want to be learning and growing, making sure new staff and existing staff members have those opportunities. We're also leading a series of staff book discussions for all city staff. Bless you. The next one is actually going to be Rika Aoki's Light from Uncommon Stars later in June. I believe there are copies available for staff and council in the city manager's office. So if you can make it, please do. The book was a pleasure. And that's it for the library.
Thank you.
So as you can see, we've been busy. It's really a delight to work with everybody here and everybody who wasn't able to come tonight because of scheduling issues. And we are going to just continue to do this work. This is a great portfolio of progress for year one. We are going to keep going and keep going and keep going, right? There's tons of things that we can build and improve for the city, and we have all the energy in the world to do it. We're lucky enough to be in a city that's prioritizing it, and so we're really committed to living up to that promise and to that commitment. In 2023, 2024, there will be some new projects as projects from last year are completed. Others will continue their projects to scale them up even larger. There will be increased training and professional development for all of our equity and inclusion officers. So I'm lucky enough to have been in a big network of equity professionals, and so have arranged with them to come and speak to our equity and inclusion officers, share how they're doing it in LA and Portland and here and there, and share what we're doing. Because what I've found is the more we exchange with other cities, the more they're very impressed with us, which is always very flattering, right? Because we're not doing enough. But also to figure out what they've already figured out and how we can just apply it to our city instead of trying to reinvent the wheel. We're all cities, we have shared challenges. A lot of times we can fast track it if we're willing to learn from each other. So we'll be leaning into that this year. And we are currently collecting applications for the new cohort of equity and inclusion officers. And I can't wait to see who we get, although I would like to keep every single one of them. Hopefully they'll be back. But thank you very much for your time and for your support of equity.
Thank you so much, Ms. Parsons. Really appreciate the work that you and everyone else is doing. It's really stunning. Thank you. All right, does that conclude the city manager's report? Yes. All right. Okay. Now we get to turn to closed session.
Yes, so we have two closed sessions. The first one is an existing litigation. It's Juana Lopez Sanchez versus the City of Santa Monica. And then we have a report out for Louise Farnan and Leonore Fard versus the City of Santa Monica.
All right, and I'll turn to the city attorney and ask what time he thinks we will return.
I think if we get to it by 7:25.
All right, let's say 7:30, because that way people will have time to grab some food. I'm sure we're all hungry. We will return at 7:30. Thank you so much. Oh, you did? There, apparently you did. We have a quorum up here on the dais. We're missing a couple of council members, but hopefully they'll be joining us momentarily. Yes, well, I will turn to the city attorney at this point and ask, is there anything to report out from closed session?
So today we heard the Lopez Sanchez case, nothing to report on that. And reporting out from a previous case that was heard on May 9th, the Farnham versus City of Santa Monica case, that has been settled for a total of $125,000, and that was 7-0. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that report. And now we get to the another fun part of the evening, the animal shelter.
Give me a second there.
All right. Meet Ollie. He's been at the shelter since April 29th. He's a 2-year-old neutered pit bull mix. He's a small guy, only about 40 pounds, but he has a lot of spunk. The shelter staff is still getting to know him, but they can already tell he's a sweet boy with lots of energy. If you would like to meet him or any of his friends, please come down to the Santa Monica Animal Shelter and say hello. I'd also like to remind everyone that on Saturday, June 3rd, the Animal Shelter is hosting its second annual Animal Shelter Open House fundraiser from noon till 3 p.m. I want to encourage everyone to stop by, and if he's still there, meet Ollie and all his friends in need of a forever home. There'll be lots of fun activities for the whole family, including a raffle, silent auction, live music, delicious treats, face painting, balloon animals, and much more. And as always, if you already have a forever friend at your home and you happen to use Chewy.com, you have an opportunity while on that website to donate to our Santa Monica Animal Shelter. As you can imagine, they are always in need of things for the wonderful animals that are there. So I encourage you to, when you're ordering dog food, throw in an extra bag. Great, thank you, and good luck, Ollie.
So, Mayor, now I'd like to ask the question, do any council members have anything to report on travel since the last meeting?
Well, of the 4 of us who are up here, apparently not.
Okay, that's good. That works for me. Okay, so next we'll move on to the consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion. And in accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless a council member present dissents. And the items that I know of that are being pulled is Councilmember Parr will be pulling 5B. Councilmember Brock has requested 5H. Councilmember Zwick has removed 5I, and Councilmember De La Torre 5L.
All right. I'm a little uncomfortable going forward without all my colleagues. I have no idea where they are. Can someone go hunt them down, especially since a couple of them, the 2 that are missing, have pulled items on the consent calendar?
So let me start with,
Now, let's wait till everyone's here. All right, Ms. Anderson-Warren, can you go ahead and call the next item?
Yeah, so this is the consent calendar. So did you want to?
Yeah, so at this point, we have 4 items that we have requests to pull. Are there any other requests to pull any items off the consent calendar? All right, so I'll entertain a motion for the consent calendar except for items 5B, 5H, 5I, and 5L.
I'll move. I'll second.
All right, moved by Councilmember Terosas, seconded by Councilmember Brock. May we have a roll call vote, please, Ms. Anderson-Warren?
Councilmember De La Torre is not back yet. Oh, okay.
It's not working again.
Okay. Hold on, you guys. Okay. Councilmember Terosas.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember Para.
Yes.
Councilmember Swick.
Yes.
And Mayor Davis.
Yes, that passes unanimously 6-0.
Okay, so the first item that is pulled by Councilmember Para is 5B. It's award RFP to Kennedy Jenks Consultants, and this is for groundwater wells engineering design services.
All right, and Councilmember Parr, do you need a staff report or you just have some questions?
No, I just have some questions.
Good evening.
Good evening. So let me look at my notes here. So I was looking at the locations of where some of the proposed or anticipated injection well locations are. Are you able to pull up the map of the proposed locations?
There's a couple. Is
Right.
this the one you're referring to?
There you go. So the one that I have some concerns about, so potential injection locations with SM12I. Can you identify that location? Is that in that blue building that's adjacent to the parking lot next to Gandara Park? Is that where that's anticipated? Okay. And so looking at the staff report, it says that the impacts will, under environmental review, it said the impacts would be less than significant with the implementation of adopted mitigation measures. So I just wanted to know briefly if you can discuss what the mitigation measures are.
Sure.
And then I have a couple other questions. Thank you.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council members. I'm Sunny Wang, City's Water Resources Manager. So to provide an overview, this map here will be shown the injection wells SM11I and two potential locations for 12I. That's going to be under evaluation. I'll zoom in on the environmental evaluation that was done. This was a CEQA amendment to the original CEQA document that was, I want to say, adopted back in like 2019 or potentially 2020. But it was amended because of community concerns about locating that recharge well at Ishihara Park. So in that amendment that was done in April 2022, we removed that piece out of the project. The recharge well at Ishihara Park, as well as the recycled water pipeline in front of Ishihara Park. And we relocated those groundwater wells within the city yards. So this is a zoomed in figure, although not that much bigger than the other one, of the locations we're looking at for the recharge well within the city yards. SM11I, which is the one more on the left-hand side towards Michigan Avenue, that's 11I. That is a confirmed location that's going to be going in. 12I, which is the one Councilmember Pari asked about. There's two locations. The one that was evaluated was near Stewart, and that's within the water resources enclosure. So from the street view, you actually don't see anything. It's all within the yards, beneath and underneath the blue enclosure right now where our current equipment storage is at. So that site was evaluated for CEQA purposes because that was the closest to the residential neighborhood as opposed to the second spot for 12I. And the comparison in terms of environmental impact was against the original location at Ishihara Park, where it had more significant impacts on the community, as we heard from the community nearby as well. So it's to reduce those community impacts to the surrounding community for the park and the use of the park, so we relocated that within the city yards. So as it's currently located, if it's 12I will end up in that spot, it'll be within our enclosure in the city yard, so you can't see anything from the streets.
So, is there, so with that machinery, I don't even know what you want to call it, with that system, equipment, is there any noise? Does it emit any noise?
Periodically there is, where we have to backwash the well once every 3 months for about 10, 15 minutes or so, and that could be done during the day. It's within our control when that's done. You're just going to probably hear our pumps turning on, and that's it, for about 10, 15 minutes every 3 months.
And then how long do we anticipate that equipment is going to be there? Is that indefinitely or?
Yes, that's to replenish our local groundwater supply. So that will be there for the life of our water recycling project.
Okay, so one of the things that I wanted, I mean, I know you're familiar with this, but Denise, can you please pull up some of the photos that I sent you earlier? So the same concerns, like the same community concerns that we had regarding Ishihara Park. So Ishihara Park, so you see the blue building, that's essentially where you're.
Yeah, it would be inside that.
So you see right across the street, those are residents. That's where people live. And so, my concern, you see, there's just one lane each way. And if that's right there, people in this neighborhood are already being severely impacted by noise, because the metro maintenance yard. And so they are already sensitive. I'm sensitive for them as well in terms of any additional impacts to this neighborhood. And so is there any other potential location, or can we
could completely sound and close that so you won't even hear anything at all.
even with the maintenance, with the swishing and the water and the,
That's correct.
because
It could be
they
completely
even
enclosed in
have
the building.
problems with, the commercial building right next door. There's even problems with that building and fans going off.
Right.
So now, we're adding another element to this area.
Yeah, if the noise is concerned, we could completely enclose that where you won't hear anything at all. Just like, if you look at our SWIFT facility at Civic Center, where you can't hear or even smell anything at that location, right in this heart of City Center, right next to the courthouse. So it could be all engineer design that you won't be able to hear anything from that well.
Is there any opportunity to push it back more into the yard and not?
Yeah,
so
that's
close?
the other location where we potentially is. I can't go back to the slide. The alternate location for 12I is within closer in the city yards, kind of where the entry gate is into city yards from the Stewart location. Probably back one more. This one. You see, so the yellow dot that's in the middle is the alternative location for 12I. That's our preferred location for that. Then that's within the city yard gate, and that's where the current access gate to the Stewart Park. The Stewart Street and right where Gandara Park is, if you're familiar with the back gate we have at the city
Yeah.
yards. So that is the preferred location, is that
Oh,
location.
so there's either or.
Yes,
It's not
yes.
both. Oh,
That's
see,
correct.
that was unclear to me.
Yeah, so we don't know yet because we need our consultants to help evaluate which one's the better site to inject the water as well. So obviously we want to inject as much water as we can to replenish local groundwater, but we also consider those impacts as well. Our preferred location is the middle one, but for environmental impact analysis, they took the one that has a more impact to make sure we can mitigate that as well.
Okay. So let me ask you, once you meet with the consultant and they identify which one would be the better one, we as a council, will we have an opportunity to weigh in again, or that's it?
Typically, we look at which well. If there's a preference, we'll work and do our best to put that in the middle.
I know,
if
I'm not trying to
council
be
wants to make a
difficult.
decision
I'm
on
not trying to be
we'd be
difficult.
more than happy to come back, and if you want us to confirm a final location, we could do that through this avenue or through an info item as well when we pick the final location.
Okay. Thank you so much,
No
Tony.
problem.
I appreciate it. Again, I'm not trying to be difficult. It's just, there's a lot. This neighborhood has gone through a lot. And so I'm trying to be sensitive and protective, if you will. So with that being said, I'm happy to move the item, but I would like to ask if we could please, how should I say this? If I could please put in an amendment or an ask that we are.
Well, what I would do, because this actually has to do with awarding an RFP, so I don't want to muck it up. So we can move the item, and then if you want to give direction to staff after we move the item, I think that's the way to do it. If what you're saying is I'd like to know, once the consultant does their work, which location they've
Prefer, and then
Prefer.
we as a council, can we discuss that a little bit further after the fact? In terms of like mitigative?
Well, I don't want to put the cart before the horse. I think what the thing to do is maybe the direction you might want to give is to have, when the consultant comes back with their report, have them do an information item as to which location they've chosen. If you don't mind the location in the middle yellow dot, then we don't have to do anything.
Correct.
If it's the farther right yellow dot, then that's something we can do. But let's not assume where the consultant's going to end up and do that. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely.
All right,
Thank
so we have Councilmember Parra moving 5B.
Second.
All right, moved by Parra, seconded by Brock. May we have a roll call vote, Ms. Anderson Warren?
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember Parra.
Yes.
Councilmember Swick.
Yes.
And Mayor Davis.
Yes, that passes unanimously, 6-0. And I'll now turn to Councilmember Parra for direction.
Okay, I'm going to attempt to do this. I wish I could just say what she said, but I'd like to give direction that once the consultant comes back, with, if the consultant comes back with the location in the front, that I would like council to be able to have an opportunity to weigh in on.
All right, why don't we do this, Mr. Wang and Mr. City Manager, is can we do an information item when the consultant has finished their work? And you can let us know which of those options the consultant has recommended as the optimal option. And then depending on if in fact it turns out to be the one that is closest to Stewart Street, we can figure out a way to address that as a council.
Yes, that's totally fine, and we'll coordinate through Sunny, and no problem at all.
And that way, one way or the other, we'll know. It won't just be hanging out there.
I'd
We'll put an
appreciate that.
information item, and then we can decide how to move from there. Thank you, Mr. Wang.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Sunny.
Thank you. Okay, next we have 5H, and this was pulled by Councilmember Brock. And this is award RFP 346 to Downtown Santa Monica, Inc. for Park Ambassador Services at Palisades, Reed, and Tongva Parks. And Councilmember Brock.
Hi. I have questions on this. I don't think we need a full report. I understand what we're doing. I have questions about a few things. One, it was confusing to me as whether we're getting bathroom attendants and safety ambassadors, or we're getting what was originally like a guidance ambassador and safety ambassador, or bathroom attendants. Which of those three or all three are you proposing?
So we're proposing all three at Palisades. The current deployment is 2 restroom ambassadors at each location, so 4. At Tongva, we have a restroom ambassador, and at Reed, we have a restroom, a safety, and a hospitality ambassador at varying times. Go ahead.
So you're proposing one hospitality ambassador, which would cover Reed, but not Palisades or Tongva?
Correct.
Or did I just hear that wrong?
No, you heard it correctly. Currently, what we have is the just restroom ambassadors at Palisades and Tongva. About 7 months ago or so, we were noticing an increase in issues at the restrooms at Palisades. So we worked with DTSM, my colleagues in Public Works, Custodial, Public Landscape, and we altered the schedule to take the hospitality ambassador from Tongva and use those hours to be restroom ambassadors at Palisades. We've seen a lot of improvement in those areas. And part of the past contract with DTSM for park ambassadors is we meet with them monthly, and we can adjust the deployment schedule and the type of ambassador as long as it's within our allotted amount, not going over our budget.
So bathroom ambassadors at the 2 bathrooms in Palisades Park where they have made a difference.
Correct.
A bathroom ambassador at Tongva.
Correct.
And one at Reed. What are the hours of these ambassadors at the different parks?
Yeah, so they do vary slightly based on weekdays and weekends, but generally speaking, the restroom ambassadors at Tongva, are 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. Palisades, about 7 a.m. till 4 or 5:30 p.m., depending on the day of the week. And at Reed Park, there's an ambassador. The ambassadors are within 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. So the majority of the day.
So safety ambassadors are at Reed?
Correct.
And has that proven to be a deterrent to issues in the park? And do you have any statistics that would inform us as to what the results have been of having the safety ambassadors?
Yeah, so I don't know if I could speak.
It may be anecdotal.
Yeah, I was going to say with 100% confidence on if it's a deterrent. I do have some data for Tongva and Reed Park, for some social service referrals right here in front of me. So in January, February of 2022, there was 56 social services referrals. In January, February 2023, there was 73 social services referrals, so an increase of about 30%. In 2022, the same months, there was 1,450 engagements with people experiencing homelessness in Reed Park. And in January, February 2023, they had 3,804 engagements with people experiencing homelessness, an increase of 162.4%.
Do we have any statistics showing that any of those people went to the social service agencies they were referred to? Because I know we have multi-layers throughout the city. So I know we put a safety ambassador in, we voted for that.
Right.
But my question was, I thought they were to more keep the area safe and also actually keep the bathroom ambassadors safe. So my question is, if because we have a huge homeless issue at Reed Park, and when I walk through there, I haven't seen a safety ambassador engaging with anybody. So my first question then would be, how do they determine the engagements? And two, do we have any results from any of those agencies they were referred to saying, hey, at least this person stopped by, we gave them information, or we called someone and had them come over? Are they able to do that? Or are they able to call one of the services and say, someone needs to be at Reed to see this gentleman or this lady?
Yeah, I know the ambassadors at Reed Park are in constant contact with outreach programs, HLP, and more service providers. To answer your question about direct data, seeing who's all the way through to accepting those services, I don't have those data points.
So even just the contact points. So my next question would be, why is this a 5-year contract? Because I know that there have been varying degrees of success with safety ambassadors, with the ambassadors, et cetera. And I don't really see the need for the hospitality ambassador in any of those 3 parks anymore. We don't have that type of volume right now. So my question is, why is this a 5-year contract? Wouldn't we do 1 year with options to renew as needed? Because we would evaluate either more potential companies that might come online and say, hey, we want to bid, or we decide the problems have either subsided or grown and we need a different type of service. I think we're locking ourselves in way too long into one service.
I would ask my colleagues from the city attorney's office to confirm that we have the ability to get out of the contract at any point in time.
We do. We have a standard provision that we could terminate for convenience.
And then just to make
maybe even less. Yes, we can terminate for
Explain that.
convenience.
What is-
Well, it means that you don't have to prove that they breached the contract. We can just terminate because we want to terminate, and all we have to do is give them advance notice, and
Is
it could
that
be.
like a once a year thing? Or
No, it's at
or
any
just at
time,
will?
and
So
it's-
they're serving at will.
Correct, pretty much, yes. We would have to pay them for their reasonable cost of termination, but yes, we can terminate them for convenience, and usually it's either 10 days or 30 days notice.
So, yes.
I was just going to make a point to your point about seeing if there's other providers out there. For this RFP, we did only get 2 proposals, and one was from downtown Santa Monica.
Right, but my assumption is the employment climate hopefully will change over the next year as more and more people start coming back to work in different ways. And I'm just very cautious about doing a 5-year contract when a lot of people in the community have been upset about the ambassador programs by block. I think, on a personal note, they've done wonders at Arizona and Ocean and at the Senior Citizen Center restroom. They're much, much cleaner. We don't see the homeless people who were gathering at California and Ocean any longer. So I think that's been a significant improvement. There are still issues with our bathrooms and obviously continuously all day long. Have any of those bathroom attendants been assaulted in the city?
Not to my knowledge, no. And we do meet with a supervisor block by block monthly. I'm in those meetings myself, and I've not heard of that.
And the bathroom ambassador's main calling is to hang out by the restrooms and service those and make sure people are continuously on the move there. They don't look around at any other part, for instance, in Tongva Park, and say, oh, I've got a group of homeless individuals that have now congregated in this area. Do they make those calls or not?
Their primary station is in front of the restrooms to perform light custodial duties, maintenance, upkeep. So it's not necessarily within their
Got it, within their purview.
Review. Yeah, I will say though, on my walks through Tongva, I do often see the restroom ambassador talking with many different park users, people in the park, people experiencing homelessness. So at least from my anecdotal experience, I've seen some, do take.
And
that
I
next
see the
step.
value of them just being a secure presence by our restrooms, so parents with their children, et cetera, will use those restrooms. I still remain concerned that even on at will, that it's a 5-year contract. Would the price have changed if it was a 1-year contract with options?
I do not believe so, no.
Okay.
Is that what we did the RFP for, though? What did
We did. Yeah, we did solicit proposals for a 5-year contract.
5-year contract. So they gave us a price based on the anticipation it would be a 5-year contract. They could have raised the higher price if we'd said it was only 1 year. But it's also a not to exceed contract.
Correct.
So that if, as the city attorney's office points out, we want to terminate for convenience, there's no breach of contract on our part and there's no expectation on their part they'll get the full $8,257,945.
If I can make one last comment on that, I just feel uncomfortable, even if it's at will with that long a contract, considering conditions seem to be continuously changing in those 3 parks. And I hope the conditions improve in all 3 of those. But I am concerned with a contract that length because I think it still becomes harder for us especially for city council to ask that it be terminated earlier. Once it's there, it seems like it's just there. And I don't see the advisement of a 5-year contract. I'll be voting against this item.
All right. I just want to ask a question from the city attorney's office. Since we put the RFP out for a 5-year contract, we don't have the ability to unilaterally go back and say we only want to do a 1-year contract. We would have to go out and do the RFP all over again, wouldn't we?
The cleanest way to do it would be to reject and go back out and do another RFP.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to see, Councilmember Parr, are you in the?
Oscar has.
Yes.
Oh, okay. It's hard to tell because you guys have been in it since you came back. All right, we'll go to Councilmember De La Torre, then Councilmember Parr.
Yes, no, I share the same concerns as Councilmember Brock in regard to the length of the contract. I think conditions change, pretty quickly, and we need to make sure we have the best response, for our downtown. Just in terms of I had one question though. It says that on average, is there a difference in how much we pay a hospitality ambassador versus all the ambassadors are at the same wage rate?
Yes, I believe so. I can confirm in one moment. But
Okay.
yeah, the reason why I'm pretty confident without double checking is because, like I said, just a few months ago, we exchanged a hospitality ambassador hours for restroom ambassadors at no additional cost to the city. So they are interchangeable. I can confirm if you.
And all these employees, they will be employees of Downtown Santa Monica, Inc.
They're actually employees of Block by Block, subcontracted from downtown Santa Monica.
Okay.
Yeah, and these are just for the park ambassadors in those 3 park locations.
And on average, I mean, it says here that they're paid like a living wage. But on average, are they being paid a little more than that to attract some quality staff in that area?
I don't know the answer to that question. I can.
So just specifically, I mean, and just from our city attorneys, I wanted to know exactly if we wanted to do something different than a 5-year contract tonight, like if we wanted to make a motion to do a 1-year contract or a 2-year contract.
Yes, I have more information on that. Okay. In addition to the termination for convenience clause, it actually is a 1-year contract that can be extended at the city's election up to 5 years.
Oh, okay.
So
1 year with 4 option extensions?
Right.
Yes. Right.
It's just, it wasn't written like that, but, so this is technically a 1-year contract, but actually we can.
It's up to 5 years.
Okay. Right. How much notice do we need to give to terminate the contract? Is it 30 days or?
The maximum is 30 days. I mean, sometimes it's 10 days, so I think we'd have to check the actual contract template. But if we don't exercise the one-year option, then it's over. So we would have to exercise the option to continue after year one and similarly after year two.
Yes, and I just want to make a quick comment. I feel really good about the training, the joint training that's being conducted with the Ambassador Program and the Santa Monica Police Department, so that there's that type of communication. I think that coordination is crucial, to really address the safety and cleanliness concerns that in our downtown. And I know we're very committed to doing that. That's why this item is moving forward. But those concerns are duly noted, and it sounds like we can move forward and revisit this, at another time.
Okay, Councilmember Para?
There you go. Thank you. So my question is kind of on the heels of what Councilmember De La Torre had said. So I have an opportunity to speak to the ambassadors pretty often, the ones that are, standing by the restrooms because my children go to school across the street. And I also recognize and I'm very thankful that there is the training that goes on alongside our police department. And I also recognize, and I want to say all these caveats before I say what I say, I recognize homelessness, it's not a crime to be homeless, and I understand that we are in crisis, in that regard. And so my concern here is for public safety, because as someone who has to park their car, at a meter around Reed Park to pick up my small child, not so small if you heard me say that, but, and, walk into the campus along with many other children and then have to walk back to the car and having to shield him from a lot of different things. I have to tell you that I never, ever see an ambassador making rounds around the park during pickup or drop off when the parents are walking their children to and from their cars. And I think that is very critical for many different reasons. I think from a perspective of, the parents visually seeing that we have people there that are paying attention to what is going on and happening, because a lot of the people that I see, and I'm speaking for myself, they're not just loitering, they are acting, in a way that, they're with mental, they're having some situations, it's not just sitting around. And so quite often I am concerned and scared, for my child. So I'm very aware, and I'm watching and I've got, my keys at the ready. And so with that being said, I would like to just make sure that, the conversations are being had with our ambassadors, that happens, especially at pickup and drop off every single day. Because I never, and I can say never, see them walking around the park when the parents are picking up and dropping off their kids. I only have ever seen them at the restroom. Mm-hmm. And I have had to go and get them a few times when someone was acting violent near the playground, and I had to tell them to go call somebody. So I really appreciate if you could take note of that and bring it back.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
All right, Councilmember Brock.
And I want to back that up too, because I try and go by Reed Park as often as possible. I'm always concerned there, and I know residents are always concerned. I seem to think that I don't see the bathroom ambassador, I understand, is not supposed to walk around the park. I don't usually see a safety ambassador there. And I know dispatch can call their they can call their dispatch. That's a disconnect sometimes, because then that has to be relayed to police. I personally think that's not a good system, and I've seen that numerous times myself, where I've called dispatch and 15 minutes later nobody's still there. So I'm really concerned about that, and I would rather, if we keep the bathroom ambassadors, that they have some sort of direct line to SMPD to call those issues in, because calling to it creates a 2, 3, 5 minute delay if they need help, and that concerns me. So I would agree to change my opinion, but to go with a one-year contract with 4 options, because I don't want us to be without anybody right now. But I do want us to look at best practices around the nation and see if there are better options out there that we should explore. Should I move that, or do you have questions too?
Well, I have a couple of comments, but you can go ahead and move it.
Okay, I'll move the item forward. Has a one-year contract with 4
But that's
options.
what it is.
Yeah. Well, but the way it's written,
It's 5
it's
years.
written as a 5-year.
No, the title is written as a 5-year, but you've been informed by the city attorney's office that it's a one-year contract with 4
Right, that's
separate
why
options.
I'm making that clear. So I will move a one-year contract with 4 options. If I have a second, if not, it dies.
All right.
Thank you.
But I just want to make it clear, that is the staff recommendation. That is not different than what is contemplated by this item. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. So it is for a total of 5 years, but it's a one-year contract with 4 options. I just want to make 2 brief comments. The first one is I actually have been in Reed Park with the people concerned, and they actually make contact with both the bathroom ambassadors and the safety ambassadors. When we're having interactions with people in the park, they're not asking them to go somewhere. They're actually interacting with people in the park setting, which I think is really important because, of course, not asking people to move when they don't have a vehicle or the way to get there, I think is important. The other thing is, in anticipation of this, I went on several occasions and used each and every one of these bathrooms, and I want to compliment the ambassadors. They are clean. I felt totally safe in the restrooms, and I think that's really important, that we want to make sure that the restrooms are safe and clean for people to use. So with that, I believe Ms. Anderson-Warren will have a roll call vote, moved by Brock, seconded by De La Torre.
And you guys you can vote on, you can push your buttons on this.
Oh, okay, great. We can push our buttons, folks.
Okay, Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Terosis.
Yes, and I can't push my button.
Yeah, we can't
Oh, I'm
push
sorry.
buttons.
That's on me.
Yes.
Okay, do it now.
There we
Sorry.
go.
There you go. Okay. Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember Para.
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick.
Yes.
And Mayor Davis.
Yes, that passes unanimously. Oops, my button's not pushing. Oh, there it goes. 6-0. Great, thank you. Now we are on 5I.
5I is approval of 4th modification to contract with California Panther Security for peer-related security, and this was pulled by Councilmember Zwick.
And do you need a staff report or just have some questions?
Just some questions. Thank you.
All right.
Hello.
Hi.
So this is a contract, an amendment to a contract to extend its term through the end of this year. I think I also saw mention of adding an additional security officer. Is that correct?
Yes.
So what is the rationale for adding that additional security officer to the contract that is set to expire at the end of the year?
So currently there's 7 security guards and 1 supervisor. There's currently just enough security guards to cover all of the entry and exit points as they exist currently. But then when you have issues like lunch breaks or somebody calls out sick or what have you, now you have a gapping issue where there's areas that are uncovered. So this is purely really just to solidify it so that we don't have that gap in coverage.
And so these 6 or 7 security officers obviously are employed on top of the DART team that is regularly deployed there on weekends as well?
Correct.
And what is the division of labor? Why do we need both a private service on top of our police and fire and code and everyone else?
I think some of that predates my time here, so I don't know if I can answer entirely, but yeah, I'd rather have PD answer that one.
Yeah. Good evening, Council. Could you repeat the question?
Well, we have DART team and we also have a private security force employed. And my question is what the division of labor is and why we required both a public and a private response.
Okay. So just a little historical context when, I guess over a year and a half ago, when the task force started, at the time there was quite a few unpermitted vendors on the pier deck including dozens of carts. And so with the security personnel, they were able to control the entry and exit ways. There's security gates at all of those points. It's just not feasible to have police or professional staff to man all those spots throughout the entire day. There's other enforcement things that we've been able to do, and with their help, we're able to control those entry points.
Got it. And the private security, I think it says they're unarmed, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are their powers? What do they do if, say, I don't know, I guess they're mainly being employed to stand in entryways. What do they do if, say, there's an issue in which they are trying to deny entry to someone?
So they also act as our eyes and ears. So because we can't be everywhere on the pier and beach lots at the same time, we have open lines of communication with them. If there is an issue, they could actually reach out to our team directly, either through police dispatch if it is a legitimate 911 now call. If not, they're able to call us directly on our work phones, snap photos, provide that information in real time, and we can go out and respond with code enforcement, PD, and fire and address those issues as they arise. So they're really just an extra set of eyes for all of us and direct us to problems as they pop up.
And you feel in your capacity that it's important that we staff a person at every entrance to the pier just to make sure that unpermitted vendors don't step onto the pier? I mean, wouldn't we see carts on the pier if someone did appear that way?
Partly, yes. There's more to it as well, right? So with the Newcomb lot being opened and the vehicle traffic that's coming up and down the pier ramp, they're able to also control pedestrian access to that area. Not all the pedestrians follow the rules of the roads and the vehicles aren't driving as safely as they should. So that's also another piece of what they do. However, historically, we would not have been successful as a task force without them. Their work was critical at the time, and at this moment, maintaining our success on the pier really depends a lot upon what they do and how they help us. They're a visual deterrence and a reminder to the safety of the pier and to the work that we're doing.
And how much money are we spending between the task force and this private security service on enforcing vending-related issues on the pier?
That question might be better.
3 million plus this.
I don't have that number handy. We have provided to the council in the past, so we can get you a current estimate because there's the DART team, there's also the security, but the DART team, it's a little bit different now than what it was originally. So originally when it was called the Pier Vending Task Force team, they were more singularly focused on vending issues on the pier. That team now has expanded its mission and is now working very proactively to address issues on the beach, issues in downtown, issues at Reed Park. So their focus is much more broad than it was originally. So that's why we'd have to take a fresh look at it, because I wouldn't necessarily allocate all of that cost totality, to pier work.
And this could be, again, for the city manager, perhaps. This allocation for the private security, we also see it on the budget that we'll discuss later. And again, there's an allocation for the DART team as well. Will both of the private security service and the directed action task force be fully funded by new revenues generated from Measure CS?
Yes. So the funding that is coming to us through Measure CS is what is fueling both the security as well as the overtime incurred through the DART team. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Terosas.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. So Panther Security, I haven't worked with them or heard of them before, and I don't actually believe that the underlying contract I was able to look at, but can you just let me know, are they a union employer? Do they employ SEIU workers?
I'm not sure, but I'm not sure, but I can find out.
Because we're contracting out instead of using city staff for this work, so I just wanted to know, are these union represented employees? It would be great to know that.
Okay.
Secondly, this is a 6-month contract extension, correct?
Yes.
And I think I just heard you say that's for one person.
No, it's 6 months for the eight officers, starting at the beginning of the fiscal year through the end of December 31st of this year, while we go out and get proposals for security services at the pier.
Sorry, maybe I misread the staff report. It says that we're authorizing this fourth modification to add one additional unarmed security officer.
And extend the contract.
Right? And is
So
this,
a part of this 327,000, a portion of that, about 55 or 56,000, is to add the additional security officer through the end of this fiscal year, and the remaining balance is to cover the 8 officers that we'll have on the pier.
okay, and have we ever done a study about whether it makes sense to bring this work in-house versus contracting it out?
Not that I'm aware of.
And I understand that we're preparing to do another 5-year contract, perhaps, for this work, starting January 1st?
I think that's something that if and when we return in later on this year, don't know exactly what date, we could certainly include that as a potential option. We can explore that.
Because
I don't think we've actually done that study in the past.
All right, because we just heard earlier today about our efforts to hire diverse folks into the city workforce. I understand these folks are unarmed. We want to make sure that we have an inclusive and representative workforce, yet we're contracting something out for 5 years when we know we have city staff doing the work. So that concerns me greatly. I'll just put that out there. I would like to hear more about this and study this more before we just carte blanche approve another 5 years. Thanks.
No problem.
Okay.
All right, Councilmember Parra.
Thank you. Can I ask Officer Madrid some questions, please? Thank you, Officer Madrid. So the reason why, or one of many reasons why we contracted out for private security was to enhance efforts because of unruly street vendors, correct?
That's correct.
And is it also correct that our staff were being assaulted by unruly street vendors? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you please share some incidents that occurred on the pier by unruly street vendors that either members of our DART team or security were able to thwart or mitigate pretty quickly? And what and some of them were pretty violent, if you will, correct? And if you could please explain them.
Yes, that's correct. Obviously, at the early days of the task force and prior to, we had our pier overtime officers that were attempting to take control of the situation on the pier. They were assaulted multiple times. It's been documented and plenty of video to show that. Then with the creation of the task force itself, again, DART or task force officers at the time had been assaulted. So the propensity for that type of behavior was very obvious. We have, at this point, taken control of the pier and the situation, along with the help from security. It's just, there's four DART members currently, 4 armed police officers on the team and 1 supervisor. The entry and exit points, controlling it, the pedestrian flow, being able to monitor all of those that are coming on and off the pier is just not feasible for the size of our current team, and they're a benefit for us. And anything that arises to the level of criminality, our team's able to handle and has handled in the past.
Okay, thank you. And isn't it true, too, that our civilian staff, during the early days when they were assigned to the pier, they were so scared for their life that they even requested bulletproof vests?
Yes. So code enforcement officers as well have been assaulted, and that was part of the reason why police had to come in and escort them, as well as when Department of Public Health comes to work in our city, enforcing public health related issues in and around the pier. They're only able to do so with police presence.
Okay. And I also know that some of these street vendors, and I'm not saying all of them, but there's a reason why that we had to implement all these things is to keep the patrons at the pier safe, to keep our staff safe, so that our pier doesn't, our 100 and some odd year old pier doesn't burn down because it is a wood structure. There has to be some rules set into place so that it's a fair ground for everybody. I recognize some people, some street vendors that were here the last few times that were also some of the people that conducted some of these offenses. I recognized them. I saw them. I know who they are. And they were here saying that they were the victims. And I'm sorry, I don't play that. I don't play that. And so, thank you for all your work on the task force.
Just to add to that, I think it's also important to note that our team not only assists with code enforcement, administrative regulations, as well as criminal. There are times, for sure, where vendors themselves are victims of crime.
Absolutely.
And our team has, no matter what our relationship may be with a specific vendor, we treat them fair, equitably at all times. There's been times that they've been victims of robberies, armed robberies, strong arm robberies, thefts, and we take those reports. We have arrested those people where they victimize street vendors, and we've done our job accordingly and fairly, no matter what the circumstance. And I'm proud of the work that we've done, and I'm proud of our team.
Thank you. So am I. I've been out there as well. I've spoken to our street vendors. I've gone from one to the other from it, and I've heard all the stories from them being assaulted and threatened on a daily. And so I think that having our private security there and our DART teams there is critically important, especially with the summer months coming before us. I will also share that my family and I were assaulted there on my anniversary last year on May 5th. And so this is personal. And so thank you for your work. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Brock.
So I want to, just from personal observations, Councilmember Terosas, Panther is very diverse. And I don't know their union status either, but I can tell you that it's a diverse group. And that's the third group I believe we've had since I started on the city council. Panther has been, I don't want to give them a TV bite, but they've been excellent. I mean, respectful. They greet people as they come on the pier. They actually act as ambassadors. And I want to clarify one thing with our DART team. Our DART team is not exclusive to the pier. And so for instance, Sunday night, I was on the promenade, and I believe 4 DART team members were patrolling the promenade and then responded to an altercation at the Bungalow Club as I was leaving dinner. And so they have been a huge, really good force. Downtown, it's multidisciplinary, and I think it's made a huge difference. We look at downtown now. Downtown is cleaner. Downtown is much safer. I got a message from a resident yesterday saying they were so happy to see police during their visit to downtown Santa Monica. Whereas for months before that, for a couple of years, you rarely saw a public safety officer. The DART team, the fact that they are multidisciplinary, the fact that they are patrolling Palisades Park, the promenade, the area around the promenade, and the pier is fantastic. And because of that, because of the Panther security guards, they don't have to physically be on the pier every minute because we have a security force. And reminder, it's not just about vendors. It is about patrons of the pier. It is about making sure that patrons of our pier feel safe. And honestly, Councilmember Parra just started talking about the previous security issues in 2020 and 2021. Yeah, it was dismal. From code enforcement officers needing stab vests, which I had never heard of, to code enforcement officers deciding that this city wasn't worth working for because their safety and the safety of their families was at stake. It's not just about police, because when we had a 15-year-old, I believe, with a 9mm loaded weapon on the pier, that's not about police, not about vendors. That's about all those thousands of people who are on the pier feeling like they're going to have a great time and they're experiencing the Pacific Ocean, many for the first time in their lives. So I support retaining Panther, and I absolutely support the work that our DART team's been doing, because I've seen it. I've seen many times that they're performing admirably every day. Thank you.
Councilmember Zwick.
I'm well aware that the DART team has expanded its purview, and I'm happy to hear that as well. That the need is obviously subsided on the pier, and that there are a lot more important issues that they can attend to throughout the beach areas, the promenade, downtown Santa Monica, Palisades Park, and I will also vote for this item. I do worry, though, as we continually circle around the issue of vending. I hear from residents all the time throughout our city who complain that the police are not as responsive as they can be to issues that arise in their community all over the city of Santa Monica. And their concerns, and the issue is that the police are overstretched in their various duties that they're being assigned to do. And the crime that residents that I hear from complain about regularly, rarely if ever, has to do with the unpermitted vending of fruit. So at a time of limited resources, I do hope we expand our purview continually beyond the pier to the entire community, the beach area, the downtown, the promenade, everywhere else, because I worry that if we fixate too much on the illegal vending of fruit, we might miss some of the other major issues happening in our city.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes, I'll be supporting this contract with Panther. I've also been on the pier, witnessed, they employ a very diverse staff, very professional. Every time I've interacted with them, I've talked to them. They've been very professional, and I think they're very essential, in partnership with our police department and the DART team working, together, I think is the right combination of what we need on the pier and beyond. I think the goal was to have some control on the pier, create more safety, and then expand outward from the pier, to the 3rd Street Promenade and beyond. And I think to Councilmember Zwick's point, our police resources are stretched very thin. So this type of contract where we're bringing in, a private security relieves police, to end up doing more beyond sort of just the scope of dealing with fruit vendors, which I take that point. But that's exactly why we're doing this, because we don't want law enforcement, spending too much time, with street vendors. We want them to be dealing with more important crimes that occur, throughout the city of Santa Monica. And so this is a very smart way for us to leverage very scarce resources to provide the type of security that everyone on the pier deserves. And it's true what was going on the pier in regards to some of the violence. And I'm glad that we talked about how even the street vendors were being victimized. I mean, there were some people that were just bad actors, and motivated by making money. And I get it. People need to, make their money, but they have to do it in an orderly way, in a way that it doesn't create unsafe conditions for people that are on the pier. And that was not happening. So until this city council took action, until our members of law enforcement, everyone in code enforcement and all the staff in our city that's working, with these private security resources, I think that's how we got more safety on the pier, and so we should all be very proud of that work. And on the question of what are we going to do with street vendors and how can we expand? I think that's still a very important discussion that can be had. But if we can't have safety on the pier, it's not good for street vendors. It's not good for anyone. And this is exactly what we're doing today. So I want to enthusiastically support this contract.
Councilmember Brock.
I know I shouldn't, but Councilmember Zwick, this wasn't about fruit vendors on the pier. It was about hot dog vendors. It was grease poured directly into our storm drain at the ocean. It was about live fire on the pier. So I know you weren't living in the city at that time and weren't here, but I want you to know that it wasn't about fruit vendors. It was about hot dog vendors. It was about open grease French fryers on the pier. It was about vendors who were lighting sterno, lighting other things beneath their carts. And later it was also the addition of tequila and weed and other things. It's not about fruit vendors. So I want to make that clear. The issues in 2020, 2021, and early 2022 were about safety, about the pier catching on fire, about grease going directly into our bay. That's what it was about. So I apologize for coming at you, but I want to make clear that you understand that it was never about fruit vendors.
Well, and I'm going to stop you right there because you don't need to go
Thank
after
you.
your colleagues. I think you can make your statements without directing them to any particular.
And I'll move the item forward.
Second.
All right, we have it moved by Brock, seconded by De La Torre. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes 6-0.
Next we have item 5L, and this was pulled by Councilmember De La Torre. It's approval of first modification to agreement with Keystone Medical Resources, Inc. for citywide employee COVID-19 contact tracing and internal health care advisement.
And do you need a staff report or you just have some questions?
Yes, I can start with the questions and then if maybe we'll.
Okay, it's already 8:37. I just want to point that out, folks. So go ahead.
Okay. Very important item right here, and just some very. I had some concerns and questions. The number one being that we're not in the same sort of emergency that we were in 2020. So I want to know. I personally called Cal OSHA today, and I waited. They've had me on the phone for a while. They got me to the right consultants that are handling this matter for them. And the consultant told me that it was not a mandated Cal OSHA requirement. It's a best practice. He's saying, he said that it's probably a smart thing to do contact tracing, but at this point it wasn't mandated. And can you please confirm that for me?
Well, I'll have Lindsay speak. So I'm Elizabeth Risk Manager for the city. Lindsay, call you all know.
So as described in the January 2023 City Manager's Report, going through the end of the COVID emergency order and what processes would continue past 2020 or February 2023, there are set non-emergency standards issued by Cal OSHA that have very, very specific requirements for any work site, including investigation of COVID-19 illnesses of employees. There is a provision for contact tracing and identifying and communicating to those employees who might have been exposed to a COVID-19 at their work site, that they have been exposed and what prevention measures they need to take, including testing. There's a whole, it's all laid out in subchapter 7, subsection 2305, all of the different requirements, and those were covered as well in the January 2023 presentation. So those, I would ask that Cal OSHA provide that to us in writing if they are going to say that those are best practices, as the subsection is very clear that those are requirements.
And if I add to this, also speaking to fellow risk managers of other cities, they have the same interpretation of this as well as we do.
Okay, and my concern is that it's a substantial a commitment, monetary commitment, and these are very difficult times for our city's budget. And this contract was entered into with no bidding process, right? Like there was no bid, like to contract with this Keystone Medical. Is that correct?
Yes, it was done originally under the emergency provision of the municipal code.
Okay, and is there a reason why now that we're not in an emergency, we haven't put this out to bid?
My understanding is that we could use this initial contract and just continue with it. Also, it didn't seem cost effective considering we got the same price from this company to continue this in the times when obviously that everything has gone up in price. They have the capacity and knowledge about the cities, its practices, and also understanding how the city works.
Mm-hmm. So the price hasn't changed. I mean, they're still charging $95 an hour when we were in a surge mode, right? We were in a crisis, and now without being in that surge sort of predicament, they're still charging the same amount. Do you know why?
So the way the contract is structured, there's this 35 hours minimum every month, $95. And then if they spend more than 35 hours, then that will still be $95. So that's a preset price. So without the surges, the amount of the contract is fairly small. However, we want to budget if there's a surge, because as in the past, some of these surges, the staff before in the Keystone were spending hundreds of hours sometimes.
Now, in their contract, in I guess item 18.3 of their contract, it allows for the city to audit their books and to audit sort of, their service levels and all that. Did our staff, City of Santa Monica, ever conduct an audit of Keystone Medical's practices and service levels?
It happens on a monthly basis. They send us all the, basically a spreadsheet with all the contacts being made. There's a spreadsheet shared among the staff that we have access to. So there's a process already in place, auditing constantly.
Mm-hmm. And I guess the last question I have is, do we know if any other employer, like as large as us, we're like 2,000 in our organization, but any other employers in the city of Santa Monica that are also doing contact tracing? Or can you tell us if any other city governments are still continuing this type of service in the region, sort of like Culver City or Beverly Hills, for example?
Other cities have different models. My understanding, UCLA, that Lindsay found, has the same model as us, utilizing the service.
Okay. So you're saying for sure, because, this is a mandated requirement, and what if we don't have this service? What would be a problem? The Department of Public Health for LA County, are they also requiring this or not?
So this is specifically a Cal OSHA requirement, and Cal OSHA can investigate the city of Santa Monica for work safety practices in a number of different areas and are regularly on site doing checks on different things. So this is an area where they can investigate the city and issue fines or issue other practices where they will reprimand the city for not following these orders. They have been on site before evaluating our COVID-19 practices, especially related to COVID hospitalizations and deaths. And so I would anticipate that and we have to contact them when we experience a COVID-19 outbreak, even past the emergency order. And so they will be, if that occurs, which it has before, usually around Christmas time, they will be on site reviewing our books and in making sure that we're following this guidance to the T.
Okay.
Councilmember Brock.
Do we know if our neighboring cities of West Hollywood, Beverly Hills, and Culver City are still following this rule?
Everybody should. I have not heard of a city who is not following this guidance. They may have different practices in place, but their employees are required to report the case. Yes, sir.
What are if there are alternatives? Is there an alternative that's less expensive? I think you just sort of leaked out that there could be alternatives.
So I'll just say that we have not had staff capacity to do staff management of COVID-19 cases since day one of the pandemic. So we had to hire a as-needed nurse to handle staff cases and meet these requirements from day one. Starting in December 2021, we had such an incredible surge of COVID-19 cases that it was even beyond that as-needed staff member's capacity, and we brought on Keystone. That as-needed staff member, who was very expensive, has been demobilized from the EOC and has gone on to her retirement. And so I think the Keystone contract, I'm not overseeing the contract, but in my personal opinion, this is the most cost-effective way because it is this is a company that this is not just their only job. We do not have to hire someone to sit by the phone for 12 hours a day just waiting for a COVID-19 case. It's tied that per our caseload, which is very advantageous to the city, in my opinion.
So we only pay if someone needs contact tracing, right? Or do we have a set amount that we pay them every month? Now I'm confused.
The way the contract works is a set 35 hours a month.
which is 35 times 95
It's
is,
about $3,325.
okay, which isn't much in terms of the city. I understand, but when does this contract currently end?
So right now it's ending at June 30th. We extended for 2 years. It's pretty much in alignment with the extension of the Cal OSHA regulation, which is February 25.
So I would ask that we table this, that staff come back and find out if it is indeed an OSHA requirement, or if it's now voluntary, and that you come back to us at the first meeting in June for approval, so that you could answer the questions that we have, because if it is not necessary any longer, then we shouldn't extend the 2-year contract.
So just to be clear,
Does that make sense?
No, yeah, the city attorney and I looked at this earlier today, and I can unequivocally assert this evening, the Cal OSHA requirement is mandatory. It's very explicitly stated in their regulations that we must do this work. Okay. I think what is the nuance is the question is who does the work? So for us, with our staffing levels, our recommendation is that we contract out for it. There may be other jurisdictions or other corporations that do it with in-house staff or whatever, but I've reviewed the regulations. We sent them to Councilmember De La Torre earlier. There's no mincing of the words in the regulations. It's very clear we must do this work. It's just a question of what service model we choose to go with.
I'll withdraw my motion then.
All right, Councilmember De La Torre.
That was the question that I wanted to know is, because if we're an island unto ourselves doing contact tracing, I mean, how effective is that if we're the only municipal government, for example, or large employer that's doing this? So I was concerned, the cost is pretty high, for something that I think now that we're not in a crisis mode that we can probably do in-house, but I know that's if staff is saying that we can't do it in-house, if our city manager is recommending that we move forward with this, it sounds like that it might be the most effective way forward at this point.
Councilmember Brock.
Quick question. It sort of goes back to my question on a previous item. If Cal OSHA changes their rule, are we allowed to terminate?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right. Moved by De La Torre, seconded by Brock. May we have a roll call vote, Ms. Henderson-Warren?
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes 6-0 unanimously. All right, next item, please. And remember, we did agenda management.
Yes. And so next we have our public input, and this is on remaining agenda items. The public comment is permitted only on ordinances. We only have public comment at this point on the budget. That's the only item because all the other public comment was heard previously.
All right.
For the IZO. So the budget study session is the only one that we have left.
All right, so since you're all commenting on the budget study session, you don't have to tell us what item you're commenting on, but when you do come to the mic, we will ask that you identify yourself so people who are watching from home will know who you are. I'm going to, as before, call a few names and ask you to line up along the wall there so we can move through this as quickly as possible. If you're having time donated, the person who's donating time will need to raise their hand so we know they're here physically. And please tell us that right at the beginning. Don't start in and assume we know that, because apparently we oftentimes don't. So the first few names I'm going to call are Jason L., Denise Barton, Karen Mellick, and Judith Meister. Jason L.
Mayor, I believe Jason is donating his 2 minutes to Michael Soloff.
Oh, all right. Okay, then we'll skip to Ms. Barton.
Good evening. Denise Martin, I have several points on your budget. Starting with, have you taken promenade crew members off the promenade to do maintenance at the airport? Or are promenade crew members on call to do maintenance at the airport while the airport pays them as full-time employees? Next, I thought voter-approved CS funds are supposed to be for services for the public, not to purchase assets for the city. Because in this budget, $250,000 is going to purchase city vehicles, as can be seen on pages 197, 211, and 212. And for that cost, couldn't you open City Hall to pre-pandemic levels to serve the public? Then I have to question your estimates for property taxes after you again artificially raise property values with ballot measure taxes and fees. For example, here in Q4 of 2022, there were 130 transactions, down over 50% from the year before. And in Los Angeles, for the first 2 months of 2023, office sales of real estate dropped by 76%. And I'm sure the numbers are similar here. Finally, I'd like to draw your attention to the non-departmental expenses on page 151, where it says you plan to use COVID funds to pay down the city's pension and prepay for medical expenses, which I believe, again, would be against federal law and the final rule for COVID funding, considering the statute provides that recipients may not use fiscal recovery funds for deposited to any pension funds for the reasons of payment reduces a liability incurred prior to the start of the COVID-19 public health emergency, or the payment occurs outside of the recipient's regular timing for making such payments. Or would you be planning, as you did with the loan to the general fund from the airport, so you'll have another payment plan to repay? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. Karen Melick.
Good evening. I'm Karen Melick, a resident of Santa Monica for 31 years. I'm also the chairperson for the Santa Monica Aquatics Advisory Council, a group that's advisory to the Recs and Parks Commission, although I'm speaking for myself tonight. I strongly support elevating the importance of rec and parks in our city, but I agree with the previous directors of community services that adding 3 executive positions, a director, assistant, and administrator, is not the way to do that. The proposed new position of Recreation and Arts Director would have a significant redundancies with the current Recreations Manager's responsibilities. The Recreation Group already has many management and administrative positions that were not reduced because of COVID, yet the frontline workers are not what they were before COVID, particularly with the swim instructors and lifeguards. Hours and programming at the swim center have not been restored to pre-COVID levels, and the proposed plan does not include additional resources for this. For the amount of money allocated for the new positions, about 12 swim instructors and lifeguards could be hired. Swimming is a life-saving skill that every Santa Monica child should know, yet our youth swim classes fill up in about 2 minutes at 6 a.m. in the morning when enrollment opens, depriving many children from learning this critical skill. We need to do better. Either don't split the Community Services Department or use existing management and administrative resources to create the Recreation and Arts Director. Elevate the Recreation Manager's position and have the Beach House and Cultural Affairs Group report into that upgraded position. Use the money allocated for these new.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. Judith Meister. And before you begin with Ms. Meister, I'm going to call a few more names. Former Mayor and Council Member Sue Himmelrich, Michael Soloff, Jason Leslie. Is that Jason L., who's donating 2 minutes to Mr. Soloff? All right, thank you. So we'll skip over you as a speaker. Kathy Knight and Carol Lemline.
Good evening. I'm Judith Meister. I'm the chair of the library board, and I'm here to support the proposed increase for the libraries, which will allow the main library to once again be open on Saturdays and extend evening hours at the 3 libraries that are open, as well as increasing morning hours at the main. This is movement, but it is not enough. Earlier today, I was at a library conference in Ontario that was primarily for library board members, friends, commissioners. And in a breakout group, someone brought up the question of hours. And I was really taken aback to hear from all the libraries in the room that none of their branches are closed and that all of their libraries are open 6 days a week. And this is from cities like Torrance, Orange, Pomona, Riverside, Rancho Cucamonga. And so we need to really fix this in Santa Monica. We need to get our Ocean Park and Fairview libraries open again. And I know that you have listened to the community, and the decision that you made to defer paying down the pensions is allowing the changes that are in the budget. And I think that's great, but I want you to remember that the libraries took the biggest hit, or one of the biggest hits, when the budget was cut by 50%. And as our economy improves and we can restore funding, it really needs to go to the libraries. I would just like to acknowledge our library staff, who under the direction of Erica Kuyugin have really stepped up over the past 3 years, and with limited resources and staff, have brought new programs and resources to all the age groups in our community. And I'll close with just what I was reminded by listening to Heather McGee last week. I just say this? Sure. That sharing stories is how we gain understanding of each other. And the library holds our stories, and it can really be a catalyst in bringing our community together. So thank you.
Ms. Meister. Sue Himmelrich.
Good evening, Mayor Davis. Good evening, Council. I'm guessing you know what I'm here. This is low for me, and I'm low, so that's not good. I'm here to talk about housing. I'm here to talk about what the people of the city want us to do with money that they voted to tax themselves with money from both the original measures, GS and GSH, and the new GS. So starting with GS and GSH, there has been no commitment to refund the funds that have been generated by Measure GS for housing. We're trying to solve a homelessness crisis. The way to solve a homelessness crisis is with housing. I mean, it's just so simple. You need enough houses. Now, look, I too am offended by the fact, which is why we did GS, the new GS. I too am offended by the fact that there are people who have 4 and 5 houses and people who have none, and that should bother you too. But in the meantime, the people of the city voted for you when they voted you into office, and voted GS, GSH, and GS into office. And part of GS is you may not use it to spend money that we're already spending on GSH. So I just want to remind you that there should be a commitment in our budget to repay the funds that were diverted, the GSH funds that were diverted and the GS funds that I assume will be withheld pending the outcome of our litigation regarding GS. But I want to thank you for, I hope, agreeing to restore those funds as the people of the city asked you to. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mayor Himmelrich. Michael Soloff, and you'll have 4 minutes.
I'm speaking tonight as a SMER co-chair in opposition to the proposed ongoing diversions of Housing Trust Fund monies to uses other than affordable housing. SMER submitted last night a joint letter with the Santa Monica Democratic Club more fully explaining our position. There are 2 proposed diversions that Council should direct staff to revise. First, SMER objects to the absence in the upcoming budget cycle of the previously promised repayment of the $5.3 million in GSH sale tax revenues that were diverted from the Housing Trust Fund during the first year of the pandemic. In April of 2021, the City Council, including Mayor Davis, Councilmember Brock, Para, and Della Torre, voted unanimously both to stop diverting those funds and to repay as soon as possible the $5.3 million previously taken. Then in May of 2021, staff proposed repaying that $5.3 million over 3 years starting in fiscal year 2023-24. But here we are on the eve of that fiscal year, and no such repayments are included in the proposed budget documents before you tonight. Second, SMER objects to the proposed plan to fund the Euler settlement by diverting GSH sales tax revenues and by borrowing against the monies already in the Housing Trust Fund. Any required short-term use of those funds to facilitate a timely payment of the Euler settlement is unacceptable unless staff provides a concrete and binding plan for the prompt repayment of those affordable housing funds. But that isn't there either. Here is why you should direct staff to honor council's previous commitment to pay back the $5.3 million and direct staff to provide a concrete and binding plan for the prompt repayment of any funds used for the Euler settlement before they're diverted. First, in 2016, more than 70% of the voters stated that one half of the new GSH sales tax revenues should go to affordable housing programs, and the other half should go to the public schools. The voters then affirmed this decision in 2022 when they passed new Measure GS, including the provisions that are now in the municipal code, that the new monies for affordable housing and for schools raised by new Measure GS are to be in addition to and not replacement of existing funding for such programs, including the GSH sales tax revenues. Just as Council did correctly in 2021 with the votes of Mayor Davis and Council members Brock, Delatorre, and Barra, you must tonight vote to honor the democratic intent of the voters and assure that GSH sales tax revenues are used for affordable housing programs. It's also essential that you not divert those affordable housing funding funds for 3 reasons. You say you want to address the racial justice, equity, and social diversity gap, but given the stark reality of the racial wealth gap, which is sadly illustrated by the figures of local median household income by race in our letter, affordable housing programs are the only way to protect the housing security of many of our existing Latino and Black neighbors and to welcome more of our low-wage workers into our city, including many Latino and Black workers. We also need those affordable housing funds if we're going to meet our goals in the housing element that we've committed to. At least 6 programs affordable housing programs require funding, and the city needs those funds to get close to the 6,158 deed-restricted affordable housing units we're supposed to have. And finally, those funds are absolutely essential if you're going to comply with the obligation that at least 30% of all new multifamily housing be affordable to low-wage and moderate-income households. The city charter requires. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sola. Kathy Knight.
Yes, I'm Kathy Knight, and I strongly support more funding for historic preservation programs here in Santa Monica. I think we have a wonderful city, and I want to see our treasures saved in the city. So I really support more funding for that program. And I live in Sunset Park in a house that a Santa Monica fireman built in 1953 with his buddies in his time off. And I love being part of our history here in Santa Monica. I've always felt good living in that place. And also in terms of preservation, I have great news. I'm on the board of the Ballona Ecosystem Education Project, and we have been working for over 30 years to save the Ballona wetlands. Last Wednesday, we won a CEQA lawsuit to stop proposed plans to massively bulldoze the wetlands into a saltwater bay. It should be protected and restored as a rare, mostly freshwater wetland, as a sacred site of the Tongva, and respect the indigenous people in this area who have lived here for over 2,000 years, and for the wonderful wildlife that live there. So I wanted to share with you wonderful news about preservation of our local natural treasures. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Knight. Carol Lemline. And Ms. Lemline, before you begin, I'm going to call a few more names. Ruth Ann Laird, Nina Fresco, John Katz, and Harvey Etter. You go ahead, Ms. Lemline.
Thank you. Mayor Davis, Pro Tem Negrete, who's not here, council members and city staff. I'm Carol Lemline speaking for the Santa Monica Conservancy, as will be my two colleagues following me. The city's historic preservation program has been decimated by the budget cuts and fee increases of the last 3 years. We cannot afford to let that continue while implementation of the housing element will create major changes in our built environment. We are proposing a two-phase restoration beginning this year by acting to relieve our overburdened planning staff, streamlining practices so that they can spend less time, and simplifying consultant reports so cost savings can be passed on to the applicants. Specifically, we propose resuming monthly meetings of the Landmarks Commission, restoring their discussions, providing stewardship of our historic resources, reducing the cost of applications by streamlining consultant and staff reports to focus exclusively on the analysis required to meet our criteria for designation, reducing analysis for proposed changes to a landmark to simply address conformance to the required standards, and returning demolition review to the Landmarks Commission using the process defined in the 2018 interim zoning ordinance, which was explicitly devised by our city attorney to pass legal scrutiny. We believe that these first phase changes will begin revitalization of the program while making it more broadly relevant and accessible to all the members of our community. As we described in our letter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lemline. Ms. Lair.
Good evening, Ruth Ann Lair on behalf of the Santa Monica Conservancy, talking about part 2 of our plan and how critical it is to restore the preservation planner position, which was approved by City Council in 2019 and was about to be implemented when our budget imploded, and now we're hoping that we'll get it back. Because a preservation planner with professional credentials in historic preservation will result in efficiencies and effectiveness in assessing applications, assisting property owners in understanding how preservation works, permit review and processing, Mills Act applications and oversight, and more. The landmark application analysis could be conducted in-house by the preservation planner, just like all other discretionary building permits, reducing or eliminating the need to hire costly outside consultants and streamlining the process. Then landmark application fees can be reduced by eliminating reliance on expensive consultants in most cases. We urge you to restore the fee waiver for applications from nonprofit organizations, both the application and possible consultant fees. This has a minimal impact on the city budget, but would greatly advance access to landmarking for groups that reflect our cultural diversity. If you could do this in phase 1, it would greatly advance access to designation by community organizations, supporting our commitment to cultural inclusion at an annual cost of perhaps $45,000 to $48,000. It's important for the preservation planner to work with applicants to make them aware of the incentives for preservation when they want to make changes to designated landmarks and to historic resource inventory properties. The preservation planner can advise on the use of the State Historical Building Code, a very important preservation tool, and zoning ordinance exceptions to help achieve owners' programmatic goals while preserving historic features. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lair. Yeah. Ms. Fresco from our Planning Commission.
Good evening. I'm Nina Fresco, and I'm the closer. Our city's once admirable historic preservation program, integral to our general plan and zoning ordinance, has been virtually shut down by inefficient stripping down of support, causing months-long delays and astronomically high fees, discouraging new applications. Since the city is under great financial stress, we devised a two-phase plan presented tonight by my colleagues. Phase 1 begins immediately at no cost, bringing partial program restoration through greater efficiency. Phase 2 hires a preservation specialist later on to complete the restoration of a lean new program that will be better and less expensive than ever. Today, Santa Monica Landmarks applications have the highest fees in California. They are saddled with costly processing delays because of an outdated idiosyncratic methodology and because the Landmarks Commission no longer meets frequently enough. A good program also relies on monthly Landmarks Commission review of demolition permit applications, reports on activity related to historic resources, and commission discussions. Moving forward, intense development pressures from the housing element will require vigilance to ensure our history can ride with us into the future. If we position historic preservation to work alongside new projects, we ensure the authenticity that defines Santa Monica and makes it an attractive place to live, work, and visit remains legible. Please adopt the two-phase plan to restore historic preservation here tonight with an affirmative vote so we can get started right away. When a historic resource is lost, it is lost forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fresco. Mr. Katz.
Good evening, Mayor Davis and council members. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the members of the Santa Monica Democratic Club with regard to item 7A. The club respectfully urges you to reconsider the proposed ongoing diversions of the Housing Trust Fund monies without a clear plan for prompt repayment. These diversions not only contradict the clearly stated wishes of the residents of Santa Monica, but also deviate from the principles and policies that promote equitable and affordable housing. The HTF monies, including revenue from the GHS sales tax, were originally designed to support affordable housing programs for lower and moderate income households, as well as to provide funding for public schools. By diverting these funds without a concrete and binding plan for repayment, we risk undermining the very goals and values that the residents of our community hold dear. We believe in upholding the democratic will and adhering to the provisions outlined by local regulations. The importance of equity, social diversity, and the provision of adequate resources for affordable housing programs and education are the principles that guide our efforts. By staying true to these principles, we can ensure that the appropriate allocation of funds for their intended purposes and prioritize the needs and aspirations of the residents of Santa Monica. We respectfully request that you reconsider these proposed diversions and instead realign with the goals and values that promote equitable and affordable housing, which our residents have voted to support every time it has been on the ballot. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Katz. Mr. Etter.
Hello, thank you. My name's Harvey Etter. I'm talking for myself and for Public Solar Power Coalition and like-minded folk. I believe it was you, Mayor Davis, who are on are head of a transportation committee with the League of Cities. Is that somebody else?
No, I think that was somebody else.
Okay, do you know who it was? Okay, anyway, all right. In reference to the fuels that you're buying and the plan for the future, I think we need a detailed solar conversion plan for the city, and I'd urge other cities to do it and include water storage with fire departments, because we're in for another big earthquake. 1857 is way overdue. It was 8.3. San Francisco burned after their quake in 06, okay? Now, using thermal storage, I've been doing solar energy for 50 years, okay? I was the first environmental studies student at UC. So the stuff about the Environmental Task Force is what puts you onto the so-called renewable fuels, and they get big markings on their natural gas. They get $100 to $200 a ton versus the natural gas fund is 10 to 20. All right, they're going around the country and stuff. Now the methane is being recognized. So you used to use a base of global warming potential of 20 or 25. In AR5 from a few years ago, it went to 86. and there's as much methane, global warming as there is. Now, these fuels, there's a problem like the diesel, the global warming doesn't go, it's greenhouse gases, there's other things, and this has to be done vertically and horizontally integrated so the low income and poor people that Piketty, the French economist, said 2/3 of the country see no increase in income and wealth in the last 40, 50 years. The democracy will not stand if that continues. Please deal with this now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eder. Ms. Anderson-Warren, it looks like that was our final speaker. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I will now close the public comment then on this item, and we can move into the 10 items.
Okay. So we have 10A, it's the second reading and adoption of an ordinance to cancel development agreement 13 DEV-010 that allowed construction of multi-screen movie theater complex on the third level of Santa Monica Place at 316 Colorado Avenue. And this is a second reading.
I move to implement the ordinance, or excuse me, adopt the staff recommendation and adopt the attached ordinance.
Second.
All right, moved by Terosis, seconded by Brock. May we have a roll call vote, please, Ms. Anderson-Warren?
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes unanimously 6-0.
Next, we have 10B. It's a second reading and adoption of an ordinance to amend Santa Monica Municipal Code, Section 6.20, home sharing and vacation rentals, to authorize home sharing in certain qualifying accessory structures and incorporate a home sharing legalization program. And again, this is a second reading.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move.
I'll second.
All right, moved by Brock, seconded by Parr. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosis?
No.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And Mayor Davis?
Yes, that passes 5-1 of the council members present.
Okay, next we have another second reading and adoption of an ordinance amending the text of the Santa Monica Municipal Code to confirm the applicability of certain zoning and health and safety regulations to wireless facilities subject to Santa Monica Municipal Codes, Chapters 9.32, personal wireless service facilities.
All right, before we do this one, I need to recuse myself. As I've said before, I am an employee of AT&T, and although this one doesn't directly affect AT&T, to avoid the appearance of impropriety, I recuse myself from all matters involving wireless facilities. That would include, in this instance, both 10C and 10D. Mayor Pro Tem Negrete has not returned from her other event. So Councilmember Brock is the next most senior member on the council. You will have to guide the council through 10C and 10D. So wait for me to leave the room, and then she's all yours.
Okay, I'm premature.
This is item 10C.
You don't need to run. Clerk, can you read the motion?
Yeah. So it's a second reading and adoption of an ordinance amending the text of the Santa Monica Municipal Code to confirm the applicability of certain zoning and health and safety regulations to wireless facilities subject to the Santa Monica Municipal Code, Chapter 9.32, personal wireless service facilities. So we need a motion. This is the second reading.
I move to adopt the staff recommendation and adopt the attached ordinance.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Sure. Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
Councilmember Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Okay. And then item 10D is introduction and adoption of an emergency interim zoning ordinance amending the text of the Santa Monica Municipal Code to confirm the applicability of certain zoning and health and safety regulations to wireless facilities subject to Santa Monica Municipal Code, Chapter 9.32, personal wireless service facilities. And again, this is an introduction and adoption.
I move.
Do we have a motion?
And this, we need 5 votes, by the way.
I move the item.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Let's have a roll call vote.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Terosas.
Yes.
Councilmember Para.
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick.
Yes.
And Councilmember Brock.
Yes, and that passes.
Yes.
And would someone like to recall the mayor? Wait, I didn't mean it that way. That one moment of power just went to my head. I did not mean that. I meant, can someone bring her back into the room? Especially since tonight she's cool.
I don't know what that means.
All right.
Earlier tonight.
Thank you. Thank you for covering. I appreciate that. The next item, Ms. Anderson Warren.
So next is 7A, is the 5-year financial forecast update, fiscal year 2023 through 25, proposed biannual budget, and fiscal year 2023-24 proposed capital improvement program budget.
All right, for this, I presume we have a staff report?
Yes, and I will kick it off with a brief introduction on the theme of sadly. Sorry.
It's a theme.
As you can tell, before I begin, obviously, preparing a budget and building a budget truly does take a village. We have lots of members of the organization here for you tonight. Certainly, many of them will present and many of them will be available for questions that come up. And so before we begin, I just want to extend my deepest gratitude and thanks to everyone who is here to support us through the budget process. It's been a difficult journey. It's been a busy journey. And so I just want to thank everyone ahead of time. On the spirit of journey, I just want to take council through a little bit about how we got here tonight. So we didn't get here in the past week. Really, we've been building to this budget pretty much more than a year. I want to take you back to last May when we presented to council on our annual update on homelessness. And when we came to you last year in May of 2022, we presented a number of recommendations that were developed by staff in their professional opinion of ways that we could invest resources to strengthen and deepen and broaden our approach to addressing homelessness. It was unfortunate at that time we didn't have resources, and so we could not advance any positive recommendations in the budget last year to advance that work. So we worked hard. We worked very hard with this council to cultivate new revenue streams. And one of those revenue streams was Measure CS. The council showed tremendous leadership and placed that item on the ballot. And it was very exciting to see in November of last year that tax measure passed. So that obviously opened up some new doors, some new windows to pursue new initiatives. And so certainly once that item passed, we worked very hard to develop recommendations of where we could go. The next moment in time was in January. So we came to you, or maybe February, our Public Works Department came to you with proposed increases to solid waste rates. And part of that discussion was really centered on what could we do to help advance a clean and safe agenda. And as you know, as part of that discussion, we talked about expanding our work to address the illegal dumping in our alleyways. And we'll be back before you in the first meeting in June with the protest hearing around solid waste rate increases. Subsequent to that came our workshop to you in March. And one of the things that we were very mindful of and present to was focusing our budget on Measure CS resources would have had a very focused budget on public safety and homelessness. And we knew coming off of COVID and the budget cuts that occurred that the community and the organization were suffering, that there was a great need to greatly expand resources. So we thought long and hard and looked at our budget and looked at our resources and wanted to bring forward opportunities for council to think about how to invest in the totality of the community. So without any impacts to programs or services or staffing, we brought forward a proposal to suspend our financial policy of paying down our unfunded pension liability. And so when we came to you in March, we came to you with a broad set of recommendations. Those were all open-ended recommendations to get your input and feedback on how we should move forward as an organization. We spent all day with you. Thank you very much for that. and you gave us tremendous direction that really formed the basis. And I would say the vast majority of items before you this evening are rooted in those moments in time. The next moment in time came in May of this year, where we solidified the recommendations around how to broaden and deepen our work to address homelessness. And again, we came before you with many of the recommendations that were in front of you last year, because they reflected very deep professional work on the part of our staff. And you reaffirmed those recommendations. And so we get to tonight. And we get to tonight, as I mentioned earlier, with a lot of hard work and a lot of tremendous and very instrumental and helpful feedback from the City Council. So again, what we have before you is really not a lot of new items. Many of these items we've been discussing for quite some time, and we were just very fortunate to have positive votes from the community to help advance new initiatives, as well as your support in suspending our financial policies to be able to bring to you what I would consider a very bold budget. A budget that helps to address a number of council priorities, and our finance director will walk through that this evening, and our department heads will walk through that this evening. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to our finance director, Gigi Decavalis-Hughes, who I just, again, want to extend deep gratitude and appreciation to for this evening. Thank you.
And before you begin, Ms. Decavalis-Hughes, I just want to let the council know we're going to get all the way through the staff presentations and all the departments before we go to questions. So if you have any questions, please write them down so you'll be ready at that point in time. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Tonight, city staff are happy to present the proposed biennial budget that spans fiscal years 2023, 24, and 2024-25. So we'll start with an overview of the proposed budget. Then I'm going to provide some context about the economic climate that we expect to be operating in. After that, you'll hear from each department head on their areas of focus over the next 2 years, as well as the proposed enhancements or restorations that are included in the budget that's before you. We'll also walk through the projects proposed in the capital budget and finish up with a summary of fee and fiscal policy changes. After our presentation, as we noted, we're here to answer your questions. So Santa Monica continues its longtime practice of developing a 2-year or biennial budget. In odd years, we develop the 2-year operating budget, and in even years, we develop the capital budget. Our biennial process allows us to present a longer-term plan to the community. In the first year of the biennial budget, we provide a budget document that is online with a comprehensive presentation of revenues and expenditures down to each individual line item. All of these are posted online. Our charter still requires the council to adopt a budget annually. So in the second year of the biennial process, we come to you only with adjustments to the plan you already approved. And we call that the exception-based budget. So that's going to be next year for the operating budget. The budget before you tonight is, as Dave mentioned, is based on the direction we received from you at the March priority setting workshop and during the annual homeless report discussions, as well as during the discussions about the RRR rate increase. Any changes directed by you through a motion tonight will be included in the budget that will come before you for adoption on June 27th. So thanks to the continued revenue recovery, new revenue streams, and reallocation of funds, the proposed budget reflects the most substantial restoration of services and introduction of new ongoing services since the 2020 restructuring. In this budget, we've been able to provide ongoing funding for programs that were previously operating with one-time funds, such as the restoration of service hours at our libraries, support for supervised after-school playground time at our elementary schools, and public safety services at the pier. Available funds are focused on furthering the priorities that you, as a council, adopted at your March workshop. The budget is balanced in the first year, and with the help of working capital reserves in the general fund, the budget remains balanced in year 2 as well. The overall budget for the city in fiscal year 23-24 including operating and capital costs, is almost $741 million. About 1/3 of the budget is in enterprise funds. If you look at the pie chart to the right, the enterprise funds provide fee or rate-based services to individuals. A small percentage is in other funds, in yellow in that pie chart. It's internal service funds or special revenue funds. And the remaining amount is in the general fund. That's where the majority of municipal services take place. The budget increases by less than 1% in year 2 to $746.4 million. City operations are a labor-intensive business. Positions represent services. The biennial budget includes the addition of 58 full-time equivalent positions, which includes the conversion of 8.5 limited-term positions to permanent positions. The 23-25 proposed budget in green in this chart here reflects that we've restored slightly over half of the 421 positions that were eliminated during the 2020 restructuring. The 200 position gap that's remaining is evident in the programs and services that have yet to be restored. These gaps are throughout the city, impacting direct services as well as the internal services that support our operations. About 60% of our budget is supported by the general fund. As you can see in the chart on the left, almost 3/4 of the revenues funding the general fund are tax revenues, while the rest include parking and permit fees, as well as fees charged for programs, use of facilities, rents that we receive, and investment income. The chart on the right shows uses. So more than 1/3 of the general fund budget is allocated to public safety services provided by police and fire. Among the remaining larger slices are internal services in orange. That's comprised of 6 departments. The city manager's office and its Office of Emergency Management, the city attorney and the city clerk offices, and human resources, information systems, and the finance departments. The other big piece of the pie is non-departmental. The non-departmental budget includes such items as transfers to the school district and debt service on general fund bonds. And then the last bigger piece is our Public Works Department. So this budget has as its foundation the 5 priorities that Council approved at its workshop in March, as I've mentioned, addressing homelessness, providing a clean and safe Santa Monica, cultivating economic recovery and expanding community and cultural offerings, racial justice, equity and social diversity, and a sustainable and connected community. Staff have made every effort to use limited resources to further these priorities in the proposed budget. We'll hear from each department about their proposed enhancements, but we wanted to take the opportunity to show how we're rebuilding and strengthening our services from the perspective of the 5 priorities. What we present to you tonight is a carefully thought out plan across the entire organization to elevate services where they can be most impactful. We received direction from you to proceed with many of these enhancements leading up to the proposed budget, as was mentioned earlier. And as we go through each of these, the next few slides, you'll see that it's never just one department focusing on a priority area. These are efforts that require us to work across department lines, sharing resources, ideas, and expertise. Keep in mind that these enhancements by no means represent all the efforts that we're putting towards these priorities in our continuing daily work. I'm going to need to take a drink of water. Sorry. It's a long presentation. So new efforts to address homelessness are mostly centered in the Housing and Human Services Department, a new department that is the organizational point for homelessness services and programs, and the Police Department, with the City Manager's office also deeply involved in the preparation of the homelessness strategic plan. Efforts will span new outreach teams working across the two departments, the redesign of our interim housing program, and additional staffing and management capacity in our housing voucher programs. These efforts are supported by new Measure CS funds coming from an increase in our transient occupancy tax rate, as well as housing authority funding. Restorations and enhancements supporting a clean and safe Santa Monica span 5 departments. The services range from continuation of the enhanced patrol and security services at the pier, beach, and downtown, to enhanced security services on our buses, special teams to clean up debris in our public spaces, and a more strategic approach for our EMS operations in the fire department. These efforts are also supported by Measure CS funds. New efforts furthering economic recovery and the expansion of community and cultural offerings are budgeted across 6 departments. Efforts span the restoration of youth and recreation programs, library hours and programs, and the Neighborhood Grants Program. A new Recreation and Arts Department will provide a stronger point of focus for recreational amenities and will elevate the arts in economic revitalization. Greater capacity in planning and economic development and in partnerships, as well as a new small business assistance program and a review of our business license tax structure will focus on economic recovery. Helping to fund these efforts are funds you authorized us to reallocate away from early paydowns of our unfunded pension liability. 6 departments are presenting enhancements focused on racial justice, equity, and social diversity. The City Manager's Office will continue to lead citywide efforts, and the Trades Intern Program will continue in Public Works and Transportation. New to our operations are a dedicated ADA coordinator, the ability to provide hybrid public meetings, and an R3 rate subsidy program. General fund support for these programs also comes from the reallocation of funds from away from paying down unfunded pension liability early. Finally, Public Works and Transportation enterprises continue to make progress on supporting a sustainable and connected community. Among the enhancements are staffing changes to support action plans for zero waste, sustainable water, and electrification of the city's fleet, as well as additional efforts to help with transit recruitment. So before we move on to the department presentations, I wanted to spend some time giving a status update of our finances and the anticipated economic climate during the term of this budget. The budget is set against continuing challenges for the general fund. Sorry. We continue to have uncertainty in economic factors that impact the revenue streams powering our general fund. Inflation, while moderating, still leaves costs much more elevated than they were 2 years ago. This and high interest rates are impacting many sectors, and economists are projecting slower growth in general over the next couple of years, with some projecting a potential recession next year. There's also fear of the consequences of a federal default as Washington grapples with the debt ceiling. Unemployment remains very low, exacerbating the labor shortages, and that's directly impacting our ability to hire staff. Remote work has disrupted the economic ecosystem that has traditionally functioned around office work, impacting retail and parking revenues. And while our tourism industry is recovering well, we still haven't seen the full return of business and international travel. These challenges add to the ongoing impact of COVID on our revenues. This is a familiar chart by now, the comparison of the revenue growth trajectory before COVID in orange and after COVID in blue. Through the end of last fiscal year, the actual gap or loss was $170 million. with another $80 million gap that we're anticipating through the end of this time in 27-28, when we finally do catch up. To cover this gap, we cut services and use general fund reserves. And in the future, we'll use working capital reserves to assist, but we still need to remain strategic about what services we have the ability to provide. Another challenge for the general fund over the long term, but one that has not impacted the proposed budget before you, has to do with our need to rebuild fund reserves after they were drawn down to cover COVID revenue losses and the legal settlements paid out over the past 3 years. The chart on the right shows that the impact that these events have had on our general fund unrestricted reserves, which are at about 45% of where they were before the pandemic. The chart shows our reserves broken down by their uses. The assigned funds in blue reflect funds that have been contractually committed to services and projects at the end of each year. Here you can actually see the reduction of our capital program. Capital projects take a long time, so we would have to carry them over from year to year, and that would be assigned in reserves. Orange is our rainy day fund and economic uncertainty funds in the early days before COVID hit. And these helped us during the pandemic, but they need to be rebuilt as protection from future economic shocks. And finally, we have set aside funds as working capital in yellow that we are relying on to maintain services over future years. In other words, they're committed to programs that are included in our proposed budget. Our last settlement payment also required us to borrow from other funds. We plan to repay the borrowed funds and rebuild our reserves from funds we'll receive from our excess insurance carriers, from the sale of city-owned property, and beyond that, from revenue growth beyond what we've already forecasted. These obligations are as important as adding services, and we'll need to continue to weigh the use of funds annually until all impacted funds are made whole. And one last challenge is the state of our general fund capital improvement program. There's going to be a bit more conversation about this later, but I did want to note this as a challenge. The 23-24 budget gets us to 67% of our previous annual baseline funding for the general fund program. And in 24-25, we expect to get back to 100%. But the majority of the 100%, which is 21 million, that's going to go to capital projects, is needed for basic maintenance and equipment replacement, with very little left for major projects, such as the parking structure, one seismic upgrade, and community amenities, leaving over $360 million in unfunded general fund and peer projects. Our projected annual balance of sources and uses for the general fund have not changed since the forecast we presented to you in March. With the use of working capital reserves in the middle 3 years of our forecast, we can maintain the level of services we're proposing tonight, in addition to bringing annual baseline capital spending to its pre-pandemic level. We anticipate that the small deficits in years 4 and 5 will likely be mitigated by vacancy savings and higher revenues. And as I noted earlier in the pie charts, tax revenue is critical for the fiscal strength of our general fund and the programs and services that it supports. The strength of our economy comes from our businesses, both large and small, from the responsible use of land, and from the good stewardship of our resources. This slide breaks down the main general fund revenue streams over the next 5 years. Growth overall is steady at about 3.5%. This includes slow growth over the next 2 years as high inflation and interest rates impact growth. The slowdown will impact sales tax and business license tax revenue growth. Our TOT, our hotel tax and sales tax streams, the orange and blue lines, are back to pre-pandemic levels, with new Measure CS revenues helping hotel tax. Hotel tax or TOT growth is stalled slightly over the years due to a series of hotel renovations that are temporarily closing those hotels. They're also impacted by the continued lag in international and business travel. Anticipated digital wayfinding kiosk revenue is also included in the brown line that is kind of the third line from the top. Parking-related revenue in green is not anticipated to recover until the end of the forecast period. And the documentary transfer tax revenues that support general fund operations do not include the third-tier Measure GS revenues. Because of continued weakness in the real estate market, we're showing low growth in this area. Not included in these projections are also potential parking rate increases in revenues for Measure HMP that's pending changes to our zoning ordinance to allow for cannabis establishments. And I'm almost done. So looking beyond the general fund, several of our enterprise and special funds are self-sustaining in the future, among them water, BBB, airport, and the housing authority. Staff will be coming back to council with proposed rate increases for the R3 fund in June. And our fleet and technology replacement funds are still awaiting repayment of contributions that were deferred during the pandemic years. The beach and pier funds required general fund assistance during the forecast period, and our community broadband fund has been merged into the general fund. As I mentioned before, we haven't included Measure GS revenues in the general fund, but also we have not projected Measure GS projections or budgeted funds at this time. They are going to be in a different fund. Measure GS, for everyone's information, is a successful citizens initiative measure that imposes a third-tier documentary transfer tax on high-value property transfers. These funds are restricted for schools, homelessness prevention, and affordable housing, and will be held and programmed in a separate fund, as I mentioned, and we will return next year with more information on the funding for this source. And that is the end of the overall presentation. I'm now going to start with I'll start with finance, and this will be the first department presentation, and then we'll just take it through everyone in this room. Not everyone. Okay, so in finance, we have key areas of focus, but of course, finance is working constantly to just keep the city going. Everything that we've talked about tonight comes through finance. We pay the people that are providing the services. We pay the vendors. We are taking in the revenues, depositing them in the bank. But at the same time, we do have some key areas of focus that we're going to be working on. Of course, we're continuing to look at fiscal sustainability, continuing to look at the economy, forecasting, seeing what we need to do, looking at new revenue streams wherever we can, and making sure that we're monitoring budget spending. This year, we're also looking at a business license tax modernization, which we've talked about a little bit tonight. We'll also be doing work to further work on our procurement disparity study, also talked about during the EIO presentation, so I'm not going to go back to that. We have Measure CS and Measure GS funds that we are trying to work to make sure that we are keeping track of. We've made commitments to the community, some legal, some more just commitments, and we want to make sure that we are tracking these funds appropriately. So that's a bit of work that we're going to be doing there in our department. We are also looking at a new RFP for a new bank, which is a pretty big piece of work to do. And as I mentioned before, there's a lot of work that's done on a daily basis. We have a small number of changes in the budget. We are adding a position in our payroll operations. This is, of course, as we are regrowing, we are trying to build up some of our the work that we're doing. There's a lot of compliance when it comes to payroll at all levels, Department of Labor standards, and we need to make sure that we're following those. We are also the ones who are going to be paying the school district the $500,000 for the playground program that we've been already that we paid them this year for. And we will be administering a program to offer subsidies to qualifying low-income households on the increased R3 rates. And with that, I'm going to rest my voice and take it to the City Council. Susan. Whew.
Thank you. Susan Klein, the City Manager's Office. I'm the Assistant City Manager. So I'm going to cover City Council and the City Manager's Office budgets. So the mighty Council Office team of two provides day-to-day and targeted support for the mayor, mayor pro tem, and all of council members. Also, the tracking of discretionary funds, which in the new fiscal year will be $125,150. The current unassigned discretionary funds in this fiscal year are a little over 14,000, so those would roll over. So there would be almost 140,000 in the new fiscal year if there's no further allocation of funds. Also, we are establishing council's legislative platform and advancing priorities with the support of our federal and state lobbyists, and maintaining governmental relations with partner agencies, such as partnerships with member cities of the West Side Cities Council of Governments. The City Manager's Office brings forward policy recommendations for council consideration and manages the work to implement council direction, and supports the work of the organization to deliver exemplary services and maintain focus on council and community priorities. On the operations side of the house in the CMO, we provide responsive and accurate customer service through 311. Our diversity, equity, and inclusion team are developing both community and organization-focused programs and policies to promote equity and inclusion through engagement, policy changes, and cultural celebrations, as well as supporting the PSROC. And you saw some of the great work that's being managed out of that team tonight. Our communications team informs and engages our community and organization via the city website, SAMO News, social media, city TV, meeting and event coverage, and other communication channels. Our Office of Emergency Management, OEM, operates the city's Emergency Communications 911 Dispatch Center and promotes community safety, preparedness and resilience, and continued COVID-19 response. And lastly, our community partnerships team manages relationships with key city partners, including SMTT, LA28, the We Are Santa Monica Fund, among others, and serves as an innovative and problem-solving support to the organization with a focus on creating new revenue streams. So we have two budget requests this cycle to make the restoration of $49,000 for neighborhood grants permanent for ongoing resources to our neighborhood groups. And the second is to add one administrative analyst in community partnerships to focus on implementing revenue-generating programs that are currently underway, including the We Are Fund, the Digital Wayfinding and Out-of-Home Advertising Kiosk Program, LA28 Olympics, and other major events, as well as evaluating the potential for expanding film and major event permits and other potential revenue generating opportunities. In its first year, the Community Partnerships Program generated $4.5 million in new revenues and has the potential to continue growing revenues if properly staffed. An administrative analyst would assist with planning and hosting community outreach events, marketing communications, evaluation and administration of the current film and major event permit processes, contracting, and accounting functions. This support would allow partnerships to focus on developing and executing new revenue-generating opportunities. So that's really the focus of this position. We wouldn't be bringing it forward if we didn't believe that it could create new revenue streams and cover the expenses of this position. So so that's our request. And let me pass it on, I think, to the city attorney.
Yes, Council. We have our slide. The CAO budget reflects status quo, plus inflation and potential step increases. The staffing level is still about 10% down from pre-COVID. The budget includes changes the council approved this last year, utilizing some consumer protection funds for some ad deletes for some support staff, plus BBB funding a litigator position, which will likely save BBB over $200,000 a year. We find we can do work in-house for about half the cost of sending it out. These changes did not impact the general fund. We will continue to provide council and city departments the best advisory and transactional work, consumer and tenant protection, defend lawsuits, and prosecute misdemeanors. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Good evening. My name is Maria Dakanai-Wisner, analyst for the Records and Election Services Department, or the City Clerk's Office. So next year, our proposed operating budget is $2.8 million. Estimated revenue is $0.3 million, and proposed staffing is 13, with the addition of 1 FTE in administration. The following year, the proposed budget is $3.7 million. And estimated revenue is $1 million. And this increase occurs every 2 years because of the city's election cycle. So most of our focus will be related to the budget changes on the next slide that I'll go over later. But here the most important area is to plan for retirements in the department. We need to document staff's institutional knowledge, fill vacancies, and train and retain staff to maintain services. In the administration division, we will implement an agenda management system for council meetings, as well as boards and commissions, and leverage the city's digital kiosk for agenda postings. In support services, the print shop will implement a new large format printer that will bring specialized outsourced jobs back in-house. And this machine prints directly on any flat surface and can make braille signs, street or parking signs, and public works truck ads. And lastly, we will conduct the 2024 election for the city. So our first proposed budget change is restoring a passport agent position and passport services. Remaining staff offered limited services, but a dedicated agent can better manage this program. Next is a historical document management system upgrade that will move services to the cloud, offer a more user-friendly public portal, and allow departments to store and share more public documents online for free. And last are AV upgrades for the chambers, the Santa Monica Institute Room and Thelma Terry Room, and overtime to support hybrid public comments for council, board, and commission meetings. And by reorganizing meeting structures, public comment and public hearings can be heard early in the meeting to keep overtime to a minimum. So thank you, and I will turn it over to community development.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. David Martin, Community Development Director. So the Community Development Department includes city planning, code enforcement, building and safety, and economic development. So we have currently 85 staff members who work hard every day to maintain and improve our built environment. And with the proposed budget increases, we would grow to 87 positions, adding 2 additional positions. So some key areas of focus for the next 2 years, continuing with economic stability and growth, supporting new and existing businesses. We are seeing a lot of new businesses, restaurants, others come into the city, so there's actually a lot going on that front. Implementing grant programs for small businesses, partnering with our BIDs, our business improvement districts, who play an important role in maintaining those areas. And then also coming to the council in June with a study session on recreational cannabis, and then getting council direction, and then hopefully coming back by the end of the year, definitely with an ordinance. And then we are also modifying the zoning ordinance to enable more entertainment type uses on the promenade in response to council direction to look at ways to activate, focus primarily on the 1200 block, but also looking at the entire promenade and downtown area. So that will all be coming back to you soon. Also, we are focused on, seems like we're always updating some plans, some general plan element of some kind. Obviously, we just got through the housing element, which was a huge lift for everybody. But in the next 2 years, we'll also be updating the safety element and then working on the local coastal plan update. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later. And then another key focus of the department is really stewardship of city resources. So the beach, our farmers market, the pier, looking at our existing city properties that we might be selling, so we oversee those in processes. And then system improvements, an important goal over the next year or two is to update our permitting system. So that was something that came out of the Moss Adams study. I think we all know that we are in dire need of improvement there. I will say that we have made some improvements with the upgrade to Project Docs, but it's certainly not the overall system improvement that we're all looking for. So that will definitely be a priority. And then just in terms of safety, we're working on developing and implementing a vacant properties program. So our relatively new code manager, Dan Mick, he's not really new anymore, but he came from West Hollywood where they have a very robust vacant property program, and he's helping us figure out how we can implement that in Santa Monica. So the proposed budget changes, we are getting some additional overtime money to fund and support hybrid public meetings. We are getting, let's see, I think it's about, sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry, $120,000 for the for a home share ordinance program. Then restoration of key positions to enhance economic recovery work with a focus on the city's real estate portfolio. So in the economic development division, we would be adding a economic development administrator. And then the other position that we are adding is a senior planner in the city planning division. This person will specifically work on the local coastal plan adoption. So this is something that will really help from an economic development perspective and will help move projects through the city more quickly. As I'm sure you all know, the way it works now is someone goes through the entire city process and then they have to go to Coastal Commission. So that obviously adds a lot more time to it. Once the city has an adopted local coastal plan and implementing ordinance, we will be able to issue those coastal development permits as a city. So in the majority of cases, applicants will not be required to go any longer to the Coastal Commission. So that will save a lot of time on their application processes. We are also establishing a small business assistance and tenant improvement fund, and then ongoing security for the pier. So along the lines of what you talked about earlier in the consent calendar, providing funds for those services to move forward. So that concludes my presentation. I'm handing it off to Chief Alvarez.
Good evening, Mayor Davis, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete, Council, Danny Alvarez, Fire Chief, and I will be discussing the Fire Department's areas of focus, starting off with our strategic plan. I'm very pleased to let you know that we will be publishing the Fire Department's first ever strategic plan in the first quarter of next fiscal year. That plan will serve as our roadmap as we prepare to meet the many challenges and opportunities of providing emergency services to our community. The plan will also serve as a foundation for the next key area of focus, which is to initiate the accreditation process through the Center for Public Safety and Excellence, which will also be a first for the fire department. Our next area of focus will be to continue to manage existing emergency medical services and explore opportunities to enhance service to more efficiently manage low acuity calls, better serve our vulnerable populations, explore in-house ambulance transport services, as well as community paramedicine and mobile integrated healthcare programs. With May being Mental Health Awareness Month, it brings us to our next area of focus, which is to implement a comprehensive behavioral health and mental health and wellness program that meets the unique needs of public safety personnel. And lastly, it's our last area of focus is to continue our engagement with the community by developing a community outreach, communications, and engagement plan to facilitate enhanced engagement with community stakeholders. I'll now cover a couple of the budget changes that are included with this budget proposal. The first is to reallocate funds dedicated to the Community Response Unit pilot project to add an EMS battalion chief who will serve as the department's homeless liaison and also address all of the items I covered in our previous slide regarding emergency medical services. Next will be to add a civilian contracted case manager for high users of the 911 system that will help connect members of our most vulnerable populations with the resources they need, and this will be a one-year pilot program. Next is to restore our 14-week Recruit Academy to provide opportunities for improved diversity and inclusion of underrepresented groups in the fire department. As I believe you may have heard earlier, our Equity and Inclusion Officer, Brandy Lockhart, explained that we're trying to do everything we can to remove barriers in our recruitment process. For example, our last two recruitments, you had to have experience as a firefighter just to apply. So by doing an entry-level recruitment and reenacting a 14-week academy, we're able to remove that requirement. Next is to reclassify 3 firefighter positions to captain's positions to serve as emergency incident technicians, also known as an EIT. An EIT plays a critical role in the command and control of emergency incidents and is also a key component of firefighter safety and accountability. These positions also provide additional administrative capacity and can serve as program managers. And last is to add a part-time logistics position to address existing logistical needs. And with that, I will pass it on to Danielle.
Good evening. Danielle Noble, Acting Director of the Community Services Department, which exists for a couple more weeks on behalf, I'm presenting the Housing and Human Services Department. So the new Housing and Human Services Department aligns Santa Monica's social services safety net with the city's affordable housing programs in one consolidated team. And this team works to address and prevent homelessness through coordinated engagement with vulnerable populations, rental assistance programs that provide housing stability and affordability, both project and tenant-based, income assistance, and affordable housing production and preservation. And in the coming year, this work will expand as we work interdepartmentally on Measure GS implementation. And additionally, the department offers school and community-based out-of-school time programs and funds a local safety net through the Human Services Grants Program that provides low-income and vulnerable community members with access to coordinated and high-quality services. In support of the new Housing Division's work to produce affordable housing, administer voucher programs, and prevent homelessness for the city's most vulnerable populations, we are proposing adding a housing manager and additional staff in the Housing Authority. We are also proposing to add a dedicated ADA coordinator to advocate, make connections, problem solve, and lead the work on the city's ADA transition plan. This position would be in the administration division of the department and work with people throughout the organization. The budget includes continuation of the limited expansion of out-of-school time programs adopted mid-year.
we're in the process of recruiting for the new permanent and as-needed staff that will support the reopening of the Powell Gym, expanding hours at Virginia Avenue Park programs, and reopening the Teen Center, and a more consistent staffing pattern at Crest. Our goal is to have programs operating at full capacity based on budgeted staffing at the start of the school year. On May 9th, Council approved adding one C3 team for a new total of 3, continuing the hamster team, funding a citywide homelessness strategic plan, as well as the capital and operating support to allow San Michelle to operate 24/7 for first responder referrals. And the proposed budget includes resources for these items. And I will, sorry, we're going out of order so I can stay up here and present the Recreation and Arts Department. Okay, so the proposed Recreation and Arts Department will oversee recreation programming throughout the city, in parks, at the beach, at 3 aquatic sites, on fields, courts, and in the gym. It develops policies and issues permits for spaces and events, and offers a community classes and camps program for youth and adults. Through commissioning public art, operating the beach house, administering Art of Recovery, which uses partnerships between creatives and other sectors to bring forward cultural programs and events, and producing public art and civic memory projects that aim to create a more just and equitable Santa Monica, the department oversees community-focused cultural programming and investments. And the department supports local arts organizations through the Organizational Support Program, which provides a stable level of support for grantees year over year, which you'll hear about in a moment. The budget includes the 3 new positions that will lead and support the Recreation and Arts Department. In addition to leadership, we are proposing several new and continued community-led activities and are responding to demand for recreational amenities with program enhancements. Specifically, proposed changes include ongoing funding to continue to leverage Art of Recovery to produce inclusive and diverse community and cultural events, and revenue-supported and scalable proposals for the staffing that will allow us to add more hours to the Memorial Park Gym and Fitness Room, field rentals, adult leagues, and meet the demand for beach house event rentals. To be responsive to the demand for pickleball, we are proposing adding dedicated staff to organize and oversee pickleball programming, manage open play, and provide policy and fee recommendations. Staff costs will be covered by program revenue. And finally, we're proposing adding staff to train aspiring lifeguards, which we hope will alleviate some of the challenges we've had recruiting lifeguards and is cost covering, as well as resuming room rentals at the swim center, which generates revenue. And so now I'd like to introduce our new Cultural Affairs Manager, Sophia Klatzker, who's going to talk about the Organizational Support Grant Program.
Thank you, Danielle, and good evening. The Organizational Support Program, OSP, was created by the City Council 26 years ago in 1997 to provide multi-year grants for operational expenses to arts organizations. OSP funds both large and small organizations, recognizing the importance of diversity, equity, and inclusion in meeting the community's cultural needs. The 23-24 program budget is close to $410,000, a 2% increase over 2019, with awards that range from $6,000 to $70,000. Cultural Affairs is very pleased to present a grantee pool considerably more diverse than ever before in the history of the program. 27 eligible applications were reviewed by a diverse jury panel of arts professionals, including regional experts, in each of the artistic and cultural disciplines represented in the applicant pool. 22 organizations are being recommended for funding in this cycle, more than any previous year. Grant amounts are determined by a combination of jury score, previous grant award, and the city's available resources. Awards are multi-year. Grantees receive the same amount annually for 2 years without having to reapply, contingent upon the availability of city funds. The OSP award recommendations before you continue the policy to provide new applicants with starter grants, while those who are new in the last cycle receive slightly higher, so that as they go through the program, they can over time reach the traditional funding levels. And also, as part of the recommendations, we're suggesting level funding for our long-term organizations. This approach balances the critical mandates of equity with the realities of our large organizations, which are also very much in need after the 3 years of the pandemic closures. Finally, grants may be used for salaries, programs, planning, operational costs, and capital projects.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Lori Gentles. I'm your Human Resources Director, Chief People Officer. As we approach the new fiscal year, HR will continue to engage in activities that align with our HR people-driven mission. Our primary goals are to attract and retain the next generation of leaders, reinforce a civil and equitable workplace, and cultivate a culture of accountability, empowerment, and leadership. And we meet these goals through a variety of activities, including extensive outreach, redesign of job structures in order to remove artificial barriers to entry so that qualified individuals that are interested in working for the city can apply and get into the door. Implementation of programs and promotion of resources to promote employee learning and growth. We also put on programs including civility in the workplace, workplace safety, Better Up Care, which provides one-on-one coaching to all employees. All employees have access to that benefit, which helps to address employee mental, emotional, financial well-being and their health and well-being. We also established reproducible policies and practices to increase consistency, transparency, and fairness, and to eliminate any perceived biases in those processes. Additionally, HR will continue to work on multi-year projects to address structural organizational issues, including the consolidation of our 900 classifications for our 1,900 employees to make the classifications more manageable and create clear and concise career paths for employees so that they can see the upward mobility, their options within the organization. We will continue to work with ISD and Human Resources Information Systems to streamline and eliminate paper processes and enhance the end user experience through self-service and online options. We will continue to approach all of our work through an equity, access, and inclusion lens, and we continue to work on updating and modernizing the Muni Code provisions to ensure the city's ability to be nimble in this very tricky labor market and this very shrinking labor supply as it ebbs and flows through this economy. Our main ask for this fiscal year are funds to augment and support HR's ability to administer selection and examination processes so that our departments, our customers and clients can get the talent that they need as soon as possible. We are also asking for funding to augment staff's ability to address MOU negotiated and organization initiated classification and compensation studies to make sure that we remain or continue to be competitive in this tricky labor market. The next 1 to 3 years will continue to be challenging as we anticipate an increase in turnover due to various reasons, including our EMPC payouts, lifestyle changes, and priority shifts in employees post-pandemic, demographic changes, etc. Contemporary literature still shows that the labor market is tight with more jobs than there are people to fill those jobs. We will need to do everything that we can to gain a competitive advantage. And one of the differentiators that that we're seeking to do through some of our Muni Code changes is speed to hire. That's a differentiator. We ask that you support our modest requests that will have a large citywide impact. Thank you. ISD.
Good evening. I'm Christopher Smith, the newest employee in Information Services Department as your acting Chief Information Officer. I am here tonight to tell a little bit about the work of the mighty but small department that ensures our networks, our systems, and our data is secure. We work to sustain and implement over 200 computer systems, maintain and support over 1,000 laptops and printers. We work to continue to implement our modern website systems, support GIS, and leverage our enterprise service catalog of software to be able to launch new services like 311 at no additional cost. And finally, we have our community broadband team who helps support our local economy and keep our local communications infrastructure modern. Tonight, this is a small sampling of our project portfolio, but we are working to complete our transition to our new website and web presence. We're working with our public safety partners to implement the CAD RMS system. We're working with community development on the new permitting, and several other departments, I should add, on our new permitting RFP to get our new permitting technologies, and working to relaunch our computer equipment replacement program and implement managed print services for our staff. Our budget includes a few changes. One is continue making a limited term business process technology analyst a permanently funded position to support our financial and HR enterprise systems. We also are asking for some funds to support additional or some of the technology licensing and that supports our workplace and DocuSign. And then finally, as Gigi mentioned, folding the community broadband fund into the general fund. So, thank you.
Okay. Sure. Good evening, Council. Erica Cayugan, Director of Library Services. First, I did want to echo what our Library Board Chair, Judith, talked about when she was up here, which was the gratitude for the staff that we have here at the library. We are also small but mighty. All 5 locations are open. We've got 68 FTE. And I don't think there is a program, festival, or, presence where you don't see some sort of library staff in. And I think that that is a testament to the dedication of our staff and how passionate they are for what they're working for and the vision they're working for. So I wanted to start by saying our main focus these past 2+ years has been to restore library hours, no question. We know and we have seen that restoring hours means restoring services, which means we are better equipped to meet all of our community needs. As our board chair, Judith Meister, said this evening, our community needs more. They want more. While we continue to restore hours, we're working to expand the creativity and volume of new and treasured programs, such as story times, technology help, and literacy services. As you can see by this slide, and thanks to council approval, we were able to restore an additional 35 hours per week last year, 22-23, or this year, 22-23. With this current proposal, we will additionally be able to restore 22 hours per week. We will continue to explore innovative ways to activate our self-service branches, Fairview and Ocean Park, including planning more programs and activating the branch. I know Councilmember Zwick has recently has hosted and done a story time at Fairview, and expanding other services at the branches. By restoring and expanding library hours, we are, as a city, living our values of equity and inclusion. through the community engagement, library services programs, and programs that we offer to the community. Since last year, and because we have been able to increase those hours, our programs are up 54%, our material circulation is up 13%, and our visitors are up 51%. We do still have a long way to go. We are not all open in our branches as well as at our main library. But I am excited, and I'm really looking forward to what I feel like is a turning point where we are now, and what this money will bring and allow our staff to do in order to continue to be creative and innovative. So our proposed budget changes respond to community needs with a focus on maximizing impact on opening the main library on Saturdays and opening Main earlier on Monday through Thursdays. In addition, all locations will extend evening hours Monday through Thursday to 8 p.m. While we are restoring highly requested hours back to Main, additional staff will enable the library to focus not just on keeping the doors open, but on ensuring that we have the vibrant, dynamic learning centers that our community deserves. Thank you. And now I'll hand it over to Chief Batista.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, staff, Chief Ramon Batista, Santa Monica PD. This year, our overarching goals are reflective of our long-term strategic planning. And so I'll be covering the areas of our focus of addressing crime and public safety, our personnel development and resilience, our strengthening of our trust and our relationships in the community, and our technology and infrastructure. Of course, right off the bat, addressing crime and public safety has to touch on the expansion of our homeless outreach and engagement, along with continued emphasis on pedestrian traffic safety. We also aim to refine and implement license plate reader cameras in our downtown area, and also really increase the use of our health and safety operations in downtown, using our public safety officers, our traffic safety officers, our police officers, help team, downtown services unit officers, as well as our DART team. It is an all-hands-on-deck approach to our effort to maintain public safety in the downtown area and especially in the surrounding neighborhoods. With respect to personnel development and resilience, it is number 2 for a very specific reason, and that is that I believe wholly that in order for us to be at our best in going out there and doing the work of crime and public safety and public engagement is that our personnel have to be cared for, and so an emphasis on their development and their resilience. There is a wellness and resilience grant through the state that we are looking to implement various strategies to help them be more resilient in the work that they do. We're going to continue to strive to get the best and brightest applicants to come into Santa Monica to be police officers and professional staff, as well as enhance our field training program. Everything aimed at, obviously, the increase of employee opportunities for growth and professional development. With respect to strengthening trust and relationships, it is what we've always done and continue to do, is enhancing our engagement and relationship building with our community through the neighborhood resource officers and the enhancement of quality of life campaigns. That is at the core of what DNROs do throughout the community, as well as our officers and our help team specifically. Youth development continues to be a primary focus for us. One specific program is the Law Enforcement Assisted Diversion Program that's been in play for many, many years. And lastly, many of you have heard me talk a lot about technology and infrastructure. We want to leverage newly acquired technology like Live 911 that helps us improve our ability to listen to a call that's coming in as it's coming into 911, and then at the same time allow us to triage that call and decide to deploy or not deploy the UAS ahead of the call before it's even dispatched, giving us the ability to recognize what's going on with the call even before the officers are being dispatched on it. As well as a lot of the work right now surrounding the research, design, and implementation of a real-time crime information center, which we will dub the SMART Center, Santa Monica Analytical Real-Time Center. Our proposed budget will include 6 officers and a sergeant. Where we're talking about a mental health clinician here, the funding will actually come from the County Department of Health. So that'll give us or bring us back to having 2 DMH clinicians working with our health team. I think I've mentioned maybe that we've been working with 1 clinician for nearly a year, which is challenging to say the least, because while we can deploy 1 mental health clinician with the help team, we would also be able to deploy the 2nd clinician on a patrol basis responding to calls for service, which is really beneficial. We also aim to expand the parking securities in downtown and our parking structures. And of course, the overtime funding is also going to assist and maintain the deployment of the DART team. And that is it. Transportation. Ed King.
Thanks, Chief. Okay, we're getting close to the end. Thanks for hanging in there with us. So I'm Ed King, Department of Transportation. Good evening, Mayor Davis, members of the council. I want to cover 3 key areas of focus for DOT this evening and how those inform, our budget requests. So Lori mentioned the challenges with recruitment in today's environment. I'll kind of start with the bottom bullet in that first area of restoration of service. This has been an all-hands effort of everybody in our department to attract motor coach operators and maintenance technicians into our department. I think Lisa mentioned earlier tonight in the EIO report that we've really reached out to community partnerships in order to accomplish that. We've also attended job fairs at SMC, Compton College, LA Trade Tech, and UCLA. And we have initiated a wellness program as part of our retention program for our current frontline staff, discounting healthy meals and piloting a wellness health coach who will come on site to provide instruction to our team. Some of the, the successes of that have been, we have 17 students in training right now, which is phenomenal. That's the best we've ever had. And we've graduated 16 students since January 1. And the Big Blue Bus ridership is up 24% year to date through the end of April. And we're currently providing 75% of the service we did pre-pandemic. So those are really good numbers, and we're seeing a turnaround. So these efforts are really starting to take hold. We've started to work on our comprehensive operational analysis that you approved earlier this year to evaluate current service, new markets and new service models, and we'll return to you later this year with the results of that study. We're going to add 6,000 revenue service hours, and starting in August, we'll be adding frequency to the Pico, Lincoln, and Santa Monica corridors with those improvements. And that at the Go Samo Center, we're adding 26 hours of additional counter service for our customers and our community. In safety and security, we're proposing a transit safety officers on board program that will ride the buses. This will be modeled a lot like the parking structure Good Guard service that's currently provided. We're going to continue our partnership with PD on with the PD detail at high frequency bus stops here within the city. So for parking, we're going to, as Chief mentioned, the expansion of security patrol hours at the parking structures and the new locations that have been identified. And then finally, in our mobility division, complete the traffic signal inventory assessment and finish the design work for the six schools pedestrian safety project as as part of our Safe Routes to School program. And the last bullet here is a 7th Street activation program. This is really a community benefit that includes 3 dog exercise areas, huge improvements to the bus stop, and an opportunity to bring in food trucks at 7th and Colorado. So this is from 7th Street, right next to our facility from Olympic to Colorado, and includes security fencing at the fuel island at the corner of 5th and Olympic. The final key area of focus is customer experience. We've enhanced parking structure cleaning and maintenance with our partners here within the city and Downtown Santa Monica, Inc. We'll take delivery of 15 new battery electric buses, probably late this year or early 2024. And we will be coming to you in September with a recommendation to purchase 30 additional BEBs. So almost 30% of our fleet will be electric. Technology enhancements, really the major effort here is fleet communication system, which will drive technology enhancements for our customers and improve the apps they use for arrival times and more electronic signs out on the streets at our bus stops. And in parking, back to parking, we're going to add some credit card readers at the beach lots. So how does this inform our proposed budget changes? We're requesting 3 full-time equivalents that will be funded all by the BBB fund. One in our safety and training division to help train the additional students that are coming in. One in maintenance to oversee our coach cleaners and servicing of our vehicles every night, and then one position in administration to help with our recruitment and retention efforts. So thank you for your time, and I'll turn it over now to Rick Vulty, our Public Works Director.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Rick Vulty, Director of Public Works. Our key areas of focus over the next 2 years include the maintenance and enhancement of city buildings, parks, beaches, streets, airport, cemetery, utilities, and other infrastructure. This represents the majority of the department's responsibilities and functions and supports the council-adopted priority of a clean and safe Santa Monica. Implementing the city's Sustainable Water Master Plan positions the city to achieve water self-sufficiency and drought resilience, and will significantly reduce our reliance on imported water. The department continues to lead the city's march towards zero waste and to its efforts for compliance with state law on organics recycling. Key capital improvements that are targeted for completion over the next 2 years include a microgrid for the City Yards campus, upgrades to the Arcadia water treatment plant, and the construction of new water extraction wells and injection wells for the effluent from the recently completed SWIP. In addition to delivering capital improvements, the department is excited to embark on a robust public outreach effort to inform the strategic planning program for 227 acres of airport lands, as well as explore a framework for the electrification of existing buildings and expanding the city's fleet of electric vehicles and charging infrastructure citywide. Finally, while city revenues continue to catch up to where pre-COVID levels would have been, the department will continue its efforts to identify outside funding sources to support deferred maintenance programs and unfunded priority projects. I was going to say next slide. As a partner in the priority area of addressing homelessness, Public Works looks to deploy a specialized team, also known as the Homelessness Support Team, or HOST, to ensure that higher risk cleanup activities are performed safely, to collaborate with other partners, such as the Santa Monica Police Department in clearing illegal encampments, and to ensure that cleanliness in areas impacted by homelessness are routinely addressed. The budget proposes the use of Measure CS funds to support this team, as well as to allow for the continued maintenance and operation of the water features at Ken Genser Square and Tongva Park. The budget also proposes to increase the frequency of palm tree pruning throughout the city, with special focus on Canary Island date palms, which have really heavy and large palm fronts that can cause damage. Also, minor enhancements are proposed in the budget for maintenance to support additional service hours at the main library, as well as funding for hybrid public meetings for boards and commissions. Enhancements are also proposed to provide additional staff in the Resource Recovery and Recycling Division to step up alley clearing, address illegal dumping, and enhance bulky item pickup services, as well as secure resources to routinely sweep our growing bike lane inventory, and to support our efforts to comply with mandatory organics recycling requirements and to achieve our zero waste goals. Staff will return to the City Council in June for the adoption of the new RRR rates that would generate the funding for this enhancement. The budget also proposes funding for the repair or the replacement of deteriorating equipment of the airport's aging hangars. And then lastly, the budget proposes miscellaneous staffing enhancements, including the continuation of the trades intern program, additional staffing to advance water conservation projects, and changing existing positions to align with the operational needs. Before I end my presentation of the operations budget, I needed to mention one final thing, that in addition to the fee revisions that are being presented tonight, Public Works will have a few additional fee changes pertaining to the Woodlawn mortuary operations to account for contractor cost increases which were received after tonight's fee revisions were published. These will be included for City Council consideration at the meeting for budget adoption as part of the final changes. So I'm now going to switch over to presenting to you the proposed capital improvement program budget for fiscal year 23-24. This is the second year of the adopted fiscal year 22-24 biennial CIP budget. First, I will talk about the total budget for fiscal year 23-24, and then I will briefly go over the proposed budget changes changes to the budget that you approved in June of 2022. The capital program carries out a wide range of ongoing infrastructure maintenance activities, as well as one-time capital projects. The fiscal year 23-24 CIP continues to prioritize available capital funds that maintain a clean and safe Santa Monica by protecting the city's existing capital investments and minimize future maintenance and replacement costs. The CIP utilizes various resources, including general fund dollars, enterprise funds, grant funds, and capital financing to address the city's infrastructure needs. This chart illustrates some of the other major funding sources for the multifaceted capital program. As reflected in the pie chart, the general fund dollars are very minimal and represent less than 12% of the entire proposed CIP budget. In addition, over 3/4 of that general fund portion is budgeted for required ongoing maintenance, vehicle and technology replacements, safety-related repairs, and debt service, leaving less than 1/4 of that general fund portion for community amenities and enhanced services. The total proposed CIP budget is $104.1 million. If you actually add up the pieces of the pie, that actually adds up to $116.9 million to account for the $12.8 million in annual internal service contributions for the vehicle management fund and the computer replacement fund. Of the total fiscal year 23-24 CIP budget, I already mentioned that the $13.5 million is for the general fund. The $103.5 million in non-general CIP funds are mainly water, wastewater, and clean beaches fund for $26.9 million, representing major project supports to water projects identified in the Sustainable Water Master Plan, water and wastewater main replacement projects, and ongoing maintenance projects. Also represents the Big Blue Bus Fund for about $25.5 million, grants, gas tax, local returns for $15.8 million, vehicle replacements for $10.3 million, and the airport fund for $8.2 million, and then about 10 other funds for $13.4 million. The revised fiscal year 23-24 CIP budget is about $8 million higher than originally proposed on June 28, 2022. While the goal is to minimize the number of new projects recommended in the second year of the biennial budget, there are several projects that should not be deferred and have been identified for funding and are outlined in this CIP addendum. So what are the proposed changes? The Reed Park Improvement Project is supported by $200,000 from the general fund, while the vehicle management program will be funded by $250,000 in Measure CS funds to support the proposed homelessness support team. The remaining proposed non-general fund budget increases of $7.6 million are supported by a restricted enterprise fund grant resources, local returns, special revenue, and CDBG funding. Project changes in this slide reflect investments in our park system, including $700,000 in special revenue funds for the Marine Park basketball court reconstruction and the Park Improvements Program projects, as well as a little over $1 million in CDBG funds for the Virginia Avenue Park Commercial Kitchen, the Virginia Avenue Park basketball court replacement project, and the 19th Street Open Space project, which is about to embark on a robust public outreach to inform the final design of that project. About $100,000 in grant funds were identified for the installation of transportation safety improvements at high crash intersections along the Wilshire corridor. About $1.25 million in local return funds were identified for the new bus terminal at PCH and Sunset Boulevard, and a parking study to inform the future decisions for city parking facilities. Lastly, $4.3 million from the Big Blue Bus Enterprise Fund would augment project budgets for the 7th Street fencing project and seismic upgrades of the Big Blue Bus Administration Building. At this time, a total of $362 million in projects remain unfunded and are tracked for consideration in future funding cycles. Over 93% of the unfunded list is comprised of requests for general fund resources, with the additional 7% comprised of infrastructure requests for peer fund resources. The list of unfunded projects includes a complete remodel or seismic retrofit of parking structure number 1 and other parking structure upgrades, the Memorial Park expansion project, the Lincoln Boulevard improvements, City Hall North building systems upgrades, pier deck and railing upgrades, fire station facilities, Gandera Park restoration, the public landscape division relocation, and many more. As I mentioned at the start of my presentation, city staff will continue to explore opportunities to leverage city funds with external funding. And that concludes my report.
It's just a couple more. So we did want to talk to you about changes that we're proposing to the city's master fee resolution that you approve each year. The city has hundreds of fees spanning all departments that seek to achieve some measure of cost recovery for activities that benefit individuals. Our policy is to achieve full cost recovery, although council exercises its authority to subsidize various fees to advance equity and sustainability. For the most part, fees are adjusted annually to account for cost of living increases. The increase is 4% this year. In some cases, adjustments are not made annually, and we need to revisit these areas. Fees related to carousel building rental for events and filming that have not been updated since 2014 are resulting in a high level of subsidy provided by a fiscally challenged peer fund. The same is true for the urban runoff in lieu fee, which has not been updated since 2010. The adjustments in these fee amounts are offset by discounts for certain applicants at the carousel and a phased increase for the in lieu fee. Aquatic staffing fees for events are also increased to better match actual staffing costs. Library room rental charges that we have proposed to change relate to minimum hours of use, while EV user charges are actually reflecting lower off-peak rates. Among the new fees are 2 fees reflecting a reduced cost for scaled down planning reviews, fees for activities that had not previously been captured for cost recovery, and reactivation of unused cemetery spaces, and also election-related fees. And as you've heard from Rick Valti, we have some adjustments to cemetery fees that will be, all of these will be included in the master fee resolution that we bring back to you on June 27th. And finally, I wanted to highlight some changes made to the financial policies that are adopted with the budget, and they're included in the appendix to the budget book. In addition to the suspension of the expedited paydown of our unfunded pension liability, which you already approved, we're proposing that changes that we made to our policies in 2020 be made permanent, given the disruptions in the economy and our challenging fiscal situation. We'd like to maintain our forecasting term to 5 years rather than 10, to maintain the elimination of what we call the expenditure control budgeting program, where what would happen is general fund departments were able to keep a portion of their year-end savings to use on department-based projects, as determined by the department head, at a point where we basically need to keep all savings and look again based on priorities citywide. We think this is a good time to eliminate that program, and we can always come back to it later. And we're also codifying our plan to rebuild our rainy day fund. Back in 2020, we changed the policy to say that we were bringing down our rainy day reserves to 12.5% of ongoing expenditures. And as we've been talking about since then, we are starting to bring it up by 0.5% every year. We're at 13% now, and we'll just keep going for the next few years until we bring it up to 15%. And so we'd like to put that in our fiscal policies. We'll be bringing back the budget for adoption, as I've mentioned several times, on June 27th. If there are any directed changes tonight, they will be included as final changes on June 27th. At that point, we'll also be including the grant distributions for the Organizational Support Program and the Human Services Program distributions that have already come to you for review and approval, and any enabling resolutions for the budget for positions and for fees and fines. And this ends our presentation. And I would like to thank Oscar Santiago, our budget manager, Jennifer Young, our principal budget analyst, and our two senior budget analysts, Jonathan Tang and Lori Coe, as well as Dave Carr, our assistant director. And everyone in the city who is here and at home who has been working on this budget for the past, I would say, 6 months. And it's become these days, it's around the year endeavor. So thanks to everyone. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Decavalis-Hughes. Before we go to questions, I'm going to deliver some good news and bad news. The good news I'm going to deliver is earlier today we had our Rhythm and Spice event out in front of City Hall, where Cape SM celebrated AAPI Heritage Month. And I had the honor of feeding lettuce to the lion dancers. Apparently lions like to eat lettuce because it's green like money. And I guess I'll say the tradition is that when the lions spit out the lettuce, something I did not know they were going to do, if the lettuce lands on you, you will be fiscally benefited. I bring you good news. I was covered in lettuce by the end of the lion dance. So I'm hoping that will bring us good news in the upcoming fiscal year. Yeah, well, there are pictures. There are pictures. I literally had to pick lettuce out of my hair today. The bad news is that I think that while obviously staff has done just a remarkable job in terms of creating this budget, and I do want to thank everyone who touched this budget in any way, shape, or form, it's obviously a very tight budget. There is not a lot of extra money floating around. So, as we head into questions, and I am really going to ask that you stick to questions. The idea of having questions is that we all hear the answers before we make comments, and therefore our comments are more informed and presumably more pithy. But if any of you are tempted to suggest that we add any sort of expenditure to the budget, you are also going to have to tell us what you want to not fund. We're not going to just keep adding money to the budget and then hope that someone goes off and finds money. And it's up to this council, not staff, to make those decisions. So I just want to say, as we go through this, whether it's in the context of questions or comments, if you say, I want to do X, Y, Z, or I want to spend X amount of extra dollars, we're only going to consider that if you tell us where you want the money to come from, because otherwise we can't take an informed vote. So I just want to preview that for everyone as we go into this. So again, thank you to staff. At this point, we are ready for questions from the council. Councilmember Torosis.
Is there a way to get my mic on?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so I just wanted to thank everyone. Amazing job, very thorough presentation. Thank you all for staying here so late. I have a quick, I have some easier questions and some harder questions, I think. For our fire chief, is it possible? Yeah, thanks. And so I understand that we completed the crew pilot program, and then we're moving to this, these new positions that we're funding specifically potentially to deal with our unhoused folks. And part of what you're asking for is a contracted case manager for the high users of 911. Is that contracted case manager someone that you're contracting with at like a nonprofit, or what is the plan for how you're finding that individual? And are they going to ride along with your first responders?
So it'll be they won't necessarily ride along. They can do follow-up, so follow up immediately after a call, for example. As far as the contract, we don't have it contracted right now. We would work with our community services department to secure that contract. So does that answer that part?
Sure.
Of the
So it
question?
would be someone that the community services department is ostensibly already working with, or like one of their providers in their network.
Yeah, like a provider, not necessarily an individual.
Yeah.
But we would work to have a dedicated position, and it may this time it won't be full time. Like I said, it was a pilot. It's a pilot program. So they will be dedicated to the fire department for case management of the individuals that we respond to.
Okay, great. And really support you expanding all of your workforce development efforts. Really appreciate that. Question, that was it for you. Okay. Sorry. Next question I have, back to this longstanding issue that we've heard a lot from the community about the split. In our community services department, we have housing and human services, and now we have recreation and arts. And I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly, because there's a lot of questions that I received about this. We're stating in the staff report that only $30,000 of general fund money is going in the totality to fund both the 5.5 housing and human services positions and the 3.0 recreation and arts positions. But then it seems to me that the preponderance of the funding that we're using is coming from either the Housing Authority or the Housing Trust Fund. So how is it possible that we're using only $30,000 of general fund money to create 3 new positions in this Recreation and Arts Department? And what source of funding is funding those 3 new positions? Or am I reading this wrong?
So you're likely reading it right, and I'll take a first stab, and then Gigi's looking right at me, so she'll just jump in. It comes about through focus and alignment. So the Housing and Human Services Department and the staff will be supported with housing resources. And so what that ends up doing from an accounting perspective is those members of the Community Services Department that were funded with a variety of funds, including the general fund, now will have more focused funding, and that frees up the general fund resources to support the positions in the Recreation and Arts Department. And so in totality, the net additional amount is $30,000. That's how you get there.
Right, that makes sense. But I do want to clarify, we are not using any Housing Authority or Housing Trust Fund dollars to fund anyone in the new Recreation and Arts Department. Is that correct?
Correct. That would be inappropriate.
Okay, Thank you. Okay. On the plan to pay back the Housing Trust Fund, no surprise that housing, affordable housing, renter protections, priority. I'm not going into comments. What is our concrete plan and timeline by which we plan to pay back the Housing Trust Fund dollars that we've borrowed?
So I'll pick up a little bit on this and then we can elaborate. So as Gigi well mentioned, the budget yet does not specifically opine on the repayment or replenishment of the funds that were used to support our settlement, and that includes funds that were used from the general fund, the Housing Trust Fund, the Water Fund, and Workers' Compensation Fund. So I want to be clear, the budget does not yet opine on the totality of repayment that needs to occur. We do have a plan, as Gigi mentioned, right? The plan is centered on two specific immediate actions. One is supporting our city attorney and his team in pursuing vigorous litigation against our insurance providers. And the second is moving forward on the disposition of land. So the hard part about answering your question too specifically is the time frame from where we are today to consummate the transactions of selling the land is something I cannot specifically answer for you. But the reason why we are taking these actions, and they are extreme actions, is because we do want to repay these funds. We are committed to repaying these funds because it is absolutely critical that we do so. All the funds that we borrowed are needed resources. The resources are needed for the Housing Trust Fund, so we want to repay those. They're needed for the Water Fund to address pollution issues downstream in the future. And funds are certainly needed for the Workers' Compensation Fund to address the multitude of liabilities that we experience in being a dynamic workforce and organization.
And do we have a repayment plan similar to, I don't know, like a recognized obligation payment schedule under redevelopment or the like, where we would say that if we sell something, the money will first go back to the Housing Trust Fund before anything else? Like, who's in the top position here for repayment?
So we don't yet have that specifically stipulated anywhere, and that certainly, if that's a decision that the council wants to make or set as a priority, that's absolutely what we would defer to.
Okay, thanks. Another question, how are we working to address the historic preservation concerns that we heard today publicly and also received dozens of emails about? Oh, great, because I didn't see that specifically addressed in the budget. Thanks.
I was going to ask David to come up. Thank you.
Yeah, so there are several things that we are looking at in that regard. So one, we can immediately go back to monthly meetings. So that we can take care of. It's not really a budget issue, but we can do that. We are also working with the city attorney's office on the issue of having the demo permits listed on the landmarks agenda. That's how we used to do it, but we've stopped doing it that way. Now we just publish a list. But there are potentially some legal issues around that, so we need to work that through. We also looked at whether or not we could go back to waiving the fees for nonprofits. And so I want to just let the council know that if we were to do that based on an estimate of maybe like 8 applications per year, it would be about a $10,000 hit to the general fund that we would give up by not charging the fee. And then finally, the idea of covering the consultant costs, because what happens now is you pay an application fee, then you also pay for a consultant to do an analysis. We used to have a budget of about $40,000 a year to cover those costs. So,
and we no longer do that.
And we no longer do that, yeah.
And then how would you feel about returning the demolition review to the Landmarks Commission?
Well, that's the issue of whether or not it's on the agenda, and that's what we need to work with the attorney's office on.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to reserve the rest. No further questions at this time.
All right, Councilmember Parra. Oh, I think.
Okay,
There you go.
Great. Thank you, everybody, for all your hard work on this. I know it was a bear. especially after digging through it all as well. So thank you for the heavy lift. I appreciate the work on it. So I'm going to start with, so page 9 of the staff report, the proposed budget that DOP is proposing for the transit safety program. I know that Ed King touched on it a little bit regarding the unarmed security guards. So I have a question, like what kinds of problems are we having on our buses and in what frequency that warrants, potentially having or, implementing this type of program?
Okay, so I do have a little bit of data. This was for a 12-month period. These are strictly security incidences. That's how we define them. From April 1st of last year through March 31st of this year, we had a total of 276 incidents. These range from assault at a bus stop, assault with a passenger versus a passenger, BBB property damage, 64 disturbances in general, 16 threats to our staff. Of those 276, 106 are attributed to people experiencing homelessness, and a majority of those are, they refuse to pay a fare. They take up a lot of room on the bus, especially in the ADA seating areas. 21 of those unruly, irate passengers who were verbally abusive, and 8 passengers who threatened our staff with violence. I can tell you, yesterday I was in the dispatch office and 2 calls came in from operators who had people experiencing homelessness who shattered the glass in the front door of the bus, and that is getting more and more frequent. So the real objective of this program is to, one, be more proactive in ensuring the safety and security of our staff and our customers, but also providing our customers a sense of security when they're at our bus stops, because that's another issue that we hear regularly, is that people have refused to come back to riding public transit, not just here in Santa Monica, but throughout the region and throughout the United States, because they don't want to spend time at a bus stop and they don't want to have any security issues happening to them when they're at a stop. And another reason we're, some of the technology improvements that we're making will help customers reduce the amount of time they're at a bus stop with real-time schedule information that they can have on a mobile app.
Thank you. And that's what I thought. But I appreciate that you have the data, so thank you so much. And I think that this type of information also is something that we should be doing. We should be doing something with this data, reporting it up to the county, reporting up to the state, reporting it up to our lobbyists, so that our state representatives know that, this is happening, and, just to continue to lobby for additional support and help across the board for mental health and homeless resources. So thank you. Okay, so page 205, CIP projects, the parking structure study. So do we know how many vacant businesses and storefronts there are in the downtown area and Promenade? Does anybody know that information by chance?
I don't think we have that specific information at the handy at the moment.
And the reason why I ask, is because, so we don't know what percentage of buildings and storefronts are vacant, because I think the last figure that I had heard was around 30%. Does that sound about accurate?
I can't specifically confirm.
Okay.
I don't want to mislead, give you high number, low number regarding that. I don't have it. I apologize.
Okay. I'm just concerned about like feasibility
for that study at this point in time because we're in the midst of economic recovery. And I feel like the study and analysis would not accurately portray demand and use since we're not up to full complement or vacancy in the downtown area. And using such a study to inform future decisions on parking lots would not be accurate, would be inaccurate and potentially detrimental to prospective businesses. So I don't know that it would be feasible for us to conduct that type of study right now, since we're, in the upswing of economic recovery. It wouldn't portray, a full complement of businesses actually using our parking structures and surface parking lots. So I don't know. I don't think that information would be accurate.
So I'll just I think that's a really good point. And typically, when folks do these kinds of studies, there's the specifics, but I think, truthfully, when they do these studies, they look at the hypothetical. So they look at, I'll give you an example. So when folks are thinking about new development and doing traffic studies, right, a vacant piece of land is going to become, a 500,000 square foot office building. So they look at modeling what is the kind of parking that is needed to support that kind of office building. So I would reasonably anticipate that any traffic or parking study that is done would anticipate, right, the totality of the amount of space that's there today, would also think about future development, because we are going to have significant future development downtown, some of which of note will be adding parking as well. So it isn't just based on current patterns. It's also going to be looking at what is the built environment, what does the built environment need, and it would assume that the built environment is going to be used to maximum capacity, because that's what you're building parking to, is what's really needed.
Well, we're also talking about, potentially an entertainment block of the 1200 block. And so entertainment will draw in large crowds of people. And so the zoning, or the capacity at this point in time on that block is very different of what that future will be. So would a study of this type really be accurate? So I'm kind of concerned about, what that would look like, because clearly I know that the housing advocates would like to tear down all our parking lots to see housing in our downtown. And so I'm concerned that that would, potentially do that to our parking, and then what happens to our businesses in downtown. So, especially for the tourists and what have you that are coming, or those people that are coming from inland, so forth. But anyhow, okay, thank you. Mm-hmm. So, page 211, CIP projects, Reed Park improvement. So aside from installing additional lighting, what else will be completed to enhance amenities and public safety at Reed Park? Sorry, you gave me all this information that I didn't know about, so I'm like, what else? So it's kind of exciting stuff.
So the funding for Reed Park is planned for things like lighting, potentially giving the building a new paint job. The building has been unoccupied for some time, and it's deteriorating. So we're looking at sprucing up the building a little bit to help hopefully discourage members of the unhoused populations using it as a landing space. We have some windows that are vandalized, that have been boarded up. So we're looking at things that we can do to make the building look a little bit more attractive. Also, there's some fences that are deteriorated. So there's a number of things that we're contemplating on doing with Reed Park, with the funding for Reed Park.
Is there plans to activate that building? Once we spruce it up?
I can't speak to the activation of the building. I'd have to look at our CSD.
That's fine. That's fine. I was just wondering.
Right now, it's just looking at the infrastructure, the physical features of the park, things that we can do to clean things up around there.
But there is a body of work on that if you would like to hear from Danielle on that, because we are investing a lot of work to figure out what the future could be for that building and other buildings. It is on our mind. If you want Danielle to speak.
I was just interested. Thank you, Danielle. No, I don't want to take up more time because it's a long night. I was just interested in the public safety aspect of what we're doing for this. So thank you, Rick. Okay. Page 217, I read the whole thing. Page 217 under miscellaneous grants, there's a project titled East Pico Boulevard Safety Project. What does the East Pico Boulevard Safety Project consist of?
I haven't heard that one before. Anybody know? Oh, thanks.
Jason Klieger, Mobility Manager. So the East Pico Safety Project is a grant that we received from SCAG to look at pedestrian and cyclist enhancements along the eastern edge of the Pico corridor. It wouldn't involve any sort of bike lanes or anything on Pico Boulevard. It's really a pedestrian and transit priority street. It would involve community outreach and engagement, and then some tactical urbanism, so using paint and post to implement some quicker build type enhancements for safety along that corridor, which is one of our Vision Zero corridors in the city.
So when you say eastern, like what cross streets are you talking about? So that just I'm trying to.
Yeah, so it's from about Stewart Street to 34th, where the city
Okay,
borders.
so where I live. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Great. Thank you, Jason.
Sure.
Appreciate that. Okay. All right. And then page 221, it talks about phase 2 of the Bergamot Station connectivity plan. What does that consist of? Anybody know? Oh, Jason again.
Jason's coming back.
It's on the unfunded list, Jason, just to orient you.
Thank you. Sorry, can you repeat your question just one more time?
I know. I just, it talked about like it talked about the Bergamot Station connectivity plan, and so I've just was wondering what that is. I mean, I understand it's unfunded, but what was it consisting of, or what was the plan for the connectivity?
I'll need to refresh my memory on the unfunded projects, and maybe we can come back to that question. I know we're working on a suite of projects around Bergamot Station, including protected lanes on Stewart Street, new sidewalk on Pennsylvania Avenue. I just need to refresh myself on that unfunded project.
You can get back to me on that.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Jason.
Apologies.
All right, and then one of my last questions. So page 224. Regarding the redesign of Samoshell. Before we commit significant investments in design and construction, et cetera, to Samoshell to accommodate 24/7 intakes, which I'm in full support of, let me just preface that. What discussions have been had, if any, about the future of Samoshell? And so I know that facility was meant as a temporary solution for sheltering, and that the current lease expires, I believe, in 2027. And so has there been any thought around a more permanent solution elsewhere? And would it make more sense for us to invest this money at a different location?
So we're really excited about the opportunity to do something different with Samoshell. It's been the same sprung structure, congregate shelter for going on 30 years now. Right. That was never the intention, and I don't think it serves the need that we're experiencing now, that people are experiencing now. Right. So the 24/7 conversion is really meant to sort of move us to the next iteration of interim housing and behavioral health care in Santa Monica. So we are seeing this as something we can do now while we're doing the behavioral health treatment strategy, while we're developing that, and we're getting a sense of what the scope of the needs are in the community and how we might address them, whether it's using that site or other sites differently, using a site outside of Santa Monica differently. So this is an iterative process. So I don't want to say we've thought about a specific thing to do with Samoshell after the 24/7. What I'm saying is this is the beginning of a shift so that we can use our facilities, our land, our dollars to address the highest needs that we're seeing. And so right now, that's for having the ability for first responders to bring people to Samoshell who are in crisis 24/7.
No, and I mean, I agree 110% on that. I think I don't think that need is ever going to go away. I think that's just something going to be, constant. And I think that need is going to require a permanent, location. And I recognize that Samoshell is not a permanent location. And I've toured and I've been there quite a few times, and I've met with staff quite a few times, and they talk through about what works and what doesn't work with that location. And they've outgrown it, and so they're trying to kind of, work with what they have. And then now we're putting another need into that same location. And so I'm just wondering, about, putting $800,000 into this location. And I'm just wondering if it makes more sense at this point in time to maybe talk to people's concern about potentially offering intake at their permanent location over on Michigan. Because again, I spoke to you guys about this, on several occasions about, that second floor appears to be empty.
Yeah. So the way that we're funding the San Marshall conversion is includes many pieces, and a piece of it is through the Human Services Grants Program, which we talked about a couple of weeks ago. The people concerned applied for a human services grant specifically for the San Marshall operations. Okay. So we've been in discussions with them about using that facility for the purpose that we're talking about now. Okay. So I think if we were to go back to San Marshall, it would be a whole different set of conversations. I think it would, frankly, but I don't know how we would approach the grant, because the grant was specifically for San Marshall, and it's really important to have. We need all of the pieces of funding that we put together from CS, from general fund dollars, and I think even some other sources to be able to support what the people concerned wants to do at that location, and frankly, what we've asked them to do.
Right. No. Understood. I just didn't realize it was that complicated. I was just trying to look at, the dollars in a permanent solution down the line, future, what does make more sense? But I hear you. Thank you for that explanation. And then I had questions as well regarding the Conservancy. This is my last question. The Landmarking Commission, in terms of bringing back, so I know that you talked about, so I know that the Conservancy sent us the letter about restoring some of their asks for the preservation program, and they gave us an option of like phase 1 and phase 2. So are you guys working on attempting to try to bring back like phase 1, which is, so I know we're restoring the monthly meetings, reducing the cost of landmark applications by streamlining consultant and staff reports. That was 2. Streamline certificate appropriateness analysis to focus on conformance with standards. And then the last part was return the demolition review to the Landmarks Commission. So I know you're working on that part.
Right. So as I mentioned, we are restoring the meetings, so we'll have monthly meetings.
Right.
And then the analysis for the certificates of appropriateness and the designations, we have to look into that a little bit, because we have the numbers that we used or that we had from 2019, when we funded those things. So when they talk about like a streamlined review process, we haven't really had time to unpack that and understand what that means and how that would save cost. But the numbers I presented earlier, that would be if we were to waive the fees for nonprofits, and then also if we were to have some funding for consultant studies. And again, the consultant studies was around $40,000, and then the waiving the fees we think would cost around $10,000.
And would we be able to use like discretionary funds for waiving fees for nonprofits? Council discretionary funds? Is that an option? Yes, no?
Not a good one.
You could, I mean, the amount's relative.
A year?
The amount's relative de minimis. I don't know that I'd go that on a
Preserving our history. I mean, I'm sorry?
I was going to say, I don't, the amount's relative de minimis. I don't think we'd go to discretion. I think it's just a policy question of if you want to go back to that way of approaching the fees.
All right. Well, I think it's important to preserve our history in Santa Monica. With all the development that's going on, I mean, it's, like staff said, I mean, like our Conservancy said, I mean, it's really kind of important that we preserve, some of what makes Santa Monica unique. And I truly believe in that. And so,
Yeah, one thing we can look at is there are some funds that are available that have been paid through development agreements. But the issue with that is those are one-time funds. We're not, thankfully not doing a lot of development agreements going forward. So it's not likely that those funds will be replenished. And once they're gone, they're gone. So we could look at whether or not that's a source, but it wouldn't be an ongoing source because we would eventually run out of it.
okay, well, thank you, David.
Sure.
That's all my questions for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Swick.
David.
Oh, I didn't ask about them.
I need a mic as well.
Oh,
Thank you.
no, it didn't work.
There you go. Yeah, apologies. I'm going to try to keep the questions so that you don't just get down and sit up again,
No problem.
stand up again. So I think you maybe answered part of this, but some of these proposals from the Conservancy were described as cost neutral, and I guess when it comes to some of the streamlining that I guess there are claims made that could offset some of these fees. That's just something that we'll need to study up on and determine whether or not it would actually end up being cost neutral.
Right, yes. I understand the concept.
Right, but we just don't know whether that's truly cost neutral or would require some of these numbers that you're estimating.
Right.
Okay. And the 40,000 for the consultant, I mean, that seemed, for doing all of that work, that seems low to me. Is that just like an estimate of?
Yeah, it was based on our previous cost. So 40,000 was the budget line item we had before the COVID cuts. So that's what we got by on before. Some years it was less, some it was more,
and that's
but that was the average.
Got it. And that's a separate fee that would be paid by an applicant in secondary to the initial application currently?
Yes, yeah, and it depends on who files the application and those kinds of things, but it's either the property owner who ends up having to pay for the consultant, or if somebody does a kind of a proactive designation application, then they would need to take on the cost of the application and of the consultant fee.
Got it. And the second phase that was mentioned, the hiring of a preservation planner, that I assume is a new full-time equivalent position.
Yes. So we did, we actually budgeted a position prior to COVID, and we were in the process of hiring, as I'm sure you've heard. So yeah, it would be a full-time person dedicated to preservation. And we would also, in doing that recruitment, we would seek someone who has a background in historic preservation. Traditionally, and as far as I know, going all the way back, we've always had a planner who has taken on the historic preservation program and actually really gotten interested in preservation and been able to kind of take it on. But kind of industry standards would be that you'd have someone who, again, is trained as a historic preservation professional, and we've never really had that.
And while I imagine costs, again, have probably changed, do we have any sort of estimate for that part of the proposal?
It was around 200,000 fully loaded, from what I recall.
Got it. And I mean, as far as I know, when we're looking at the 2-year budget, we theoretically, based on projections, will have less to work with as opposed to more in the following fiscal year. Is that how I understand? Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Just switching over to the Housing Trust Fund really fast, just following up on questions from Councilmember Trosas. There was some question of the money that has already been borrowed of GSH funds in prior years due to COVID and the emergency. There was some indication that there's been a reneging on the repayment of those funds, and I just want to get clarity on whether we also intend to pay back what we've borrowed up to this point.
We suspended the payment or the contribution in 2021. It was about $5.3 million. There has not been a reneging. We just haven't gotten to the point where we can pay for it.
So it's all being tallied, and the intention is to pay it all back.
Yes.
Got it. And even with, unfortunately, what we've had to do in that respect, and also anticipate doing to pay for these settlements,
It's my understanding that the Affordable Housing Trust Fund remains capitalized and able to finance new projects as they sort of go through the pipeline, as we've been talking about coming up.
That's correct. There has been some community dialogue and concern that we wouldn't be able to meet our current obligations, and we are able to meet our obligations. We're able to fund the Little Berkeley project. We're going to be able to fund a project on Virginia Avenue. That's a significant rehab. We have funds allocated and set aside for the Wilshire properties that council recently discussed that we're going to RFP for. We also have resources to support former site of Parking Structure 3. So yes, projects that have commitments will be committed to.
Thank you. For Mr. King, you mentioned the Safe Routes to School program, I believe, in your presentation, and I was under the impression that there was a previous position associated with this program that was cut, and I'm just curious, how are we furthering this work, and who is leading it, and do we not need someone who previously was assigned to that work in order to further it going forward?
So Jason's team is very adept at pivoting and multitasking. So it's really a team effort, and I can ask him to come up and further describe the work within the division. Yes, we used to have 4 people in our traffic engineering section in the mobility division, and now we have 2. We used to have a city traffic engineer. We don't have that position any longer. So we rely on bench contractors to help us with a lot of this work now, as well as the 2 individuals, a principal planner and a transportation, a principal engineer and a traffic engineer to support the work that the division's doing now and with those projects, the Safe Routes to School projects.
Got it. And to that effect, the fact that I think you said we have 2 traffic engineers at this point, where we used to have 4. I mean, it's my understanding that can be a bottleneck when it comes to being able to roll out and implement many of the great projects that we either have funded or plan to have funded. Is that correct? That's
yes,
limited our ability?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
On the issue of the city council budget, it was mentioned that there are 2 FTEs, I believe. Are we seeking to actively fill the other position right now?
Yes, we have a very active recruitment for the former position that was held by Stephanie Venegas. We've completed interviews. Those interviews didn't result in a person to fill the position, but there's another person on the list that we'll be talking to, so hopefully that will be successful. If not, we'll go back out and recruit, but we're hoping to be successful.
Got it. And when I look at the overall budget, just so I can confirm, Gigi, it showed a very small operating surplus in this annual cycle, in this annual year, and then this was around $2 million, I believe, or so. And so, what's the idea for that money? It will go into the working capital. Is that what it is?
So when we look at our revenues every year, when I was talking about how it's going from 12.5% for rainy day fund to 13%, when we have to take some of the revenue and we set it aside as if it's an expenditure. We just set it aside in our reserves to start rebuilding our rainy day funds.
Okay, thank you. And the neighborhood grant program, it was indicated as a restoration. I'm just curious, I mean, has there been no payments made to the neighborhood groups in recent years, or is it an additional to what they normally receive as grants, or?
I believe it was only funded for a limited duration when we went through the COVID budget reduction. So there was, at that time, it was anticipated, I think, just to be a 2-year program or 1 year. You can correct me, Gigi. And so there was no anticipation at the time that it was going to continue funding. So this budget cycle, we're continuing the funding.
So this is not a practice that dates well back. This is
No, it's a long-established program.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. No, the neighborhood groups very much rely on this
So
program.
there's just an identification of funding to continue it.
Right, because it was anticipated to go away, and so we're just ensuring that it's there for the long term.
Okay. And the new position in the city manager's office, I'm just curious if we could hear in slightly greater detail the duties of this new role and why it's vital in this moment of constrained resources.
Melissa, would you like to come up?
So is your question specific to the professional services or the analyst?
The community partnerships
Okay, right,
position?
but is it the position in professionals? Just wanted to be sure. Yes, so, the administrative analyst is so badly needed already. We are very fortunate. There's 2 people on the community partnerships team now, but, one of those positions was already working in a full capacity on, marketing and branding before they moved to our team. So a lot of times when I could be, my time is better spent doing other things, like trying to do business development type activities, but instead I'm really bogged down with a lot of administrative type work, coordinating meetings and, doing research on things that really could be done by someone else. And I think this level of position would be perfect because hopefully this person could grow with the program over the years, and that's really the intent.
And it indicates that there's a little north of 400,000 set aside just for this position. Is that correct, or is it for other things as well?
So that's actually a combination of 2 things. So that's one, the position, I believe is about 135, and that's 1,000, and that's including salary and benefits. And then there is about 250,000 that we have proposed to budget for professional services. So that would be one, bringing on a consultant to help with LA 28, so those community outreach, particularly to businesses and residents, and especially the beach residents, to start that. And then we are also, starting our conversations and negotiations with LA 28. So just updating all of our agreements from LA 24. And so that's one thing. And then we're also looking at reimagining our film permitting and event permitting processes, and those programs in general. And we're hoping that we can potentially bring on a consultant to look at those processes, make recommendations. We've already done some research in regard to what other cities are doing, but we feel like there's a lot of revenue opportunity there if we make it much more friendly for people to do business here and just make much more efficient processes.
Thank you. Finally, or not quite finally, apologies, but for the police department and the 7 new FTE, I think that have been budgeted through Measure CS, bringing us to a total, I think, of 228 sworn officers. Is that correct?
Yes.
It's my understanding that we're not currently staffed to our currently authorized maximum. Is that correct?
We're getting closer and closer, but yes, that's correct. I think the manager just reported on Sunday that since the time that we've been here, we've hired about 45 new positions, 45 new officers. Of course, as I've mentioned before, that's offset against the looming retirements that we know are coming. But with respect to us getting closer and closer to our number of 221, we're actually getting very close to hitting that number.
Okay, and just I guess there's some footnote that indicated a bit of this, but it said sort of how this money. Can you elaborate on how this money would be sort of purposed in the interim? Because I imagine the hiring process is not immediate, and I think it said that the money might be used in various ways while we potentially get to that number.
Yeah. My actual hope is that we would be able to allow for the money to grow before we would be able to reap the benefits of the additional 7 officers. But in my conversation today with the lieutenant overseeing recruiting and hiring, is that we could get closer to reaching that number of 228. While I was hoping for maybe a couple of years in order to build that up, It could be as soon as like within 12 months that we could be butting up to it. But regardless, in the time between now and then, one of the things that I've asked for is for our ability to enhance our technology in order to make us more effective and efficient at what we're doing today. And it's also funding some of the overtime that the DART team is utilizing in and around that downtown corridor and the pier.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just a few more questions. One on the Art of Recovery program. Hi, Danielle.
We're both going to come because
Great.
I'm not sure what you're going to ask.
Good. I'm just curious, up to this point, I imagine it's a pandemic era program as it began, and how much we've spent thus far on it leading up to this fiscal year.
I'm not sure that haven't seen that number. I mean, I think we could talk to you generally about the number of projects
Sure.
that have been funded through Art of Recovery. I think we have that, right?
Yeah, so I think in the first year, 11 projects were funded, same in the second. 13 have been completed this year. I think there's another 5 in process right now. I think there's 2 contracts that are kind of in motion. It also is the way that we're doing all of the programmatic events now. So there's not other staff that's doing that.
So is the intention that this becomes a regular program as opposed to a pandemic recovery effort?
The Art of Recovery is a good way to work on the economic development, the creative economy, the partnerships that we're building technical assistance for our arts community as well as our city as we're having these events produced. So it actually releases that as a mandate for internal staff and that we're coordinating instead of programming.
Got it. Thank you so much. And lastly, pickleball and some of the other rec and arts programs that were mentioned.
Okay.
Several of them are mentioned in addition to that one as cost covered.
Mm-hmm.
And just so I understand correctly, does that mean it will have no net effect on the general fund?
Yes, we are anticipating revenue that would fund the staff that we are proposing. You know, if we would look at the historic use of pickleball and we project that out in using a different programming model, we think we can cover the costs of the staff that would support a city-run program.
Okay. And I'm not sure if this is for you or for someone else, but it's part of the CIP, I guess, the lobby mural recontextualization.
Yeah, so we'll both hear. So I think that we saw this question come up, and I think one point of clarification is that what you're seeing is the second year CIP request. So we put a 0 in for this current year while we were in phase 1, while we're having the conversations and the working circle dialogue, which Sophia can talk about the details of. And then we're anticipating that in year 2, we will want to move forward on recommendations for public art. And that's what the CIP money will support.
Year 2 being this upcoming fiscal year.
This year, right? Because the CIP was, last year, year 1.
Got it. Thank you. That's it, actually. I guess I just have a few questions about fees. I guess specifically, it might be, some of them have to do with planning. I'm not sure if I have to call you back up, David, but the ARB and SB9 proposed fees. I wasn't sure from the presentation, it indicated something about them potentially being reduced, but I would imagine that there aren't fees currently in this way, so I'm not sure what that means.
Yeah, you're right. So they are reduced fees from what our typical like ARB fee is, for example, because since we're going to more staff level review at administrative and not doing staff reports taken to the board, we're able to charge a lower fee. And then for the SB9, we don't have a fee.
And so for ARB, you're saying there was currently a fee and that this new administrative fee will be lower?
Yes.
And for SB9, there's thus far been no full projects, there is no fee. Is there a similar fee for processing a single family home project that it would be an equivalent to in some way?
So for a single family home, it would just be a plan check fee. But maybe I'll ask Roxanne if she wants to. chime in here and help me.
Hi, Roxanne Tanamori, Acting Planning Manager. The SB9 fee is required because there is, unlike Plan Check, which is reviewing the construction drawings, this is related to a lot split typically. So we need to review in compliance with state law requirements.
This is reviewing the lot split specifically, you're saying? Or-
Yes.
And is that, is there any guidelines for that fee or any indication of what it will be? I know there were a lot of fees proposed earlier that council looked at in regards to SB9 projects. And do we have a sense of that fee? Is there any state guidelines as to what it should be or anything like that?
I'm not aware of a state guideline regarding fees. We did do an estimation based on staff time, and we did try to maintain a conservative, a limited number of hours. We tried to be very realistic, bearing in mind the audience for this application type.
Okay, thank you. And lastly, there's the fee in the city clerk's office for, I believe that relates to candidate statements.
Yes.
Which one? Statement fees.
So there was one about candidate statements. I believe it was just over $1,000 or so. Is that? I think we talked about this at one point, but is that for your statement as a candidate to be printed in the book that we all receive, or is that?
Yes, printed and mailed, and that is if a candidate opts to submit a statement in the voter pamphlet.
And that's in the printed voter guide. And is there currently a fee now?
There isn't. The city pays for all candidate statement fees.
And is this roughly the cost to the city that we're not proposing to recover? Or?
It's been the cost for the last two elections. And so we've based it on prior cost. And the county will give us an estimate, but it's always been lower. So that's why we're proposing this amount.
And when it comes to, say, posting it online, that wouldn't require a fee or something like that? Or?
No, we would post that on the city's website.
Yeah, great. Thank you. No more questions right now.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
It's really narrowed down now, so that's the good news. I just wanted to confirm really quick with the chief, Bautista, because I wasn't super clear. Councilmember Zwick referenced the number, and I know you said it does take into account the looming possibility of retirees, that number, the 228?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what about like officer, I know it's hard to consider, but do you happen to know off the top of your head, officers on injury? I mean, those are included in that number, but they're obviously out on injury.
There's about 18 of them, and we're working with many of them in order to get them retired, because some of them will retire, but some of those on that list will be coming back.
Okay. That was it for that. Thank you. Gigi, I have a question for you. What happens when we allocate funds for a position and then it's not filled? Like, what happens to that money?
It's vacancy. Sometimes it depends on the department. If we have a constant staffing type of department, it goes towards overtime because they have to backfill the spot.
And then what happens if it doesn't go towards overtime?
It could be vacancy. It could be savings at the end of the year. But again, if there are other things that are coming in, if we have to do something so that we have to contract out that service just to get things going, or if we have to do overtime to backfill, it's spent. But if it isn't, then it falls into the general fund or whatever fund it is at the end of the year. And we end up having some savings at the end of the year.
Okay. And then I guess maybe this is for Melissa, I'm not really sure, but just back to that position that is going to be engaging with the community. I'll talk until you get up here so you can take your time. I totally understand the importance because it was based on council direction, I think, to engage with public-private partnerships. However, you mentioned the part about the contracting, and I just wonder if it's more feasible to find somebody who can sort of do that work so that we're not paying so much in outside consulting services. I know that, FIFA and, the Olympics and all that are large events and do require a lot of government engagement. As somebody who's done that for 17 years, I get it. But I do think there are individuals who have the ability to actually do those things in-house, because that's a big fee to pay. I'm just putting that out there, not that you're the person making that decision, but I'm trying to understand the thought process behind hiring someone who has the capability of doing public-private partnerships and preparing us for these large-scale events. Wouldn't they be able then to do that job all in-house?
That's a really great question. So the admin analyst probably would not be at that level to conduct community engagement all on their own. With that said, some of this funding being proposed for professional services, it's really would fund somebody who is a subject matter expert. I mean, we have identified a consultant that we could bring on board who has a tremendous amount of institutional knowledge, very long time Santa Monica resident, and actually worked on the LA24 initiatives previously. So, has a lot of history on that none of us staff have. So that's why we're proposing some money for professional services. The admin analyst, that need will not ever go away for, as long as this program is operating. So we really will always have that need as a program, and especially as the program continues to grow. If we want to be able to be nimble, and if a new opportunity comes to us to be able to respond quickly, we really do need that staff person. I agree that, a lot of these things we could do in-house as much as possible, and that's certainly our intent, but we want to be sure that we do have the resources we need to plan for LA28 and some of the other major events.
And then this is sort of a bizarre question, but as we look at, for example, this is like two departments, the Miles Davis Playhouse and reactivating Reed Park. I wonder about this public-private partnership person, as there's not an Olympics happening and not these other larger scale things. Will that person also be working to maybe activate public spaces? Because in my estimation, activating a public space also feeds into public safety. So if the space is being used by people in the park, then that sort of helps with public safety. Will that person be involved in that? Because we talk about that a lot.
Just to clarify, are you talking about the admin analyst we would hire or the consultant that we would hire?
So you're saying the consultant's only going to be for these events. The admin analyst is all just doing.
It would be doing just the, general day-to-day operations with public-private partnerships team. So, supporting us in many different ways. So sort of like the broader, larger projects that we work on, he or she would be working on those things with us, but also doing a lot of the administrative tasks like our, contracting and things like that. So, absolutely, this person could help us with doing things like activating Miles Playhouse. And as someone who oversaw the city parks for many, many years, it's definitely a priority for me to, try. We've also had suggestions to revive the park tribute program where people were, paying money for benches. There's a lot of opportunity there that doesn't have to be benches, but it is certainly something that we are looking at. But, we can only do these things if we're properly staffed. And right now, it's really been a struggle this past years.
Okay, thank you. Everybody's gone over everything. I did have a question about the San Michelle intake, Danielle. Sorry, because when I just did my last tour, I was thinking about the fact that the amount of money, and I know that we're talking now about the grant, but the amount of money is a lot, and ultimately they have no space. So I was just curious about, I realize what happens when people come in, they're in crisis, and there's obviously other touch points that can be made at that facility. But having gone on multiple police ride-alongs, gone on the People's Concern walk towards San Michelle, I'm curious as to how that's really going to turn out. I'm just picturing a scenario where 2 to 3 individuals are taken in at night. There's no beds available, so I'm not really sure where they're going to go. I mean, they're going to be there for a temporary amount of time and then be back out.
Right. So there are a couple of things that will need to happen. So there are facility renovations that will need to happen to allow for the 24/7 intake. So you could have somebody walk in while people are in the middle of the night, while people are sleeping, and have it be minimally interrupting. Then there's the staffing, some of the costs. And so there's capital improvements built into the costs that we're looking at, and those are one-time costs. And then there are operating costs for the staffing model that we are proposing that would support 24/7. But before we can even implement that, we need to create space at the facility through attrition. So before the pandemic, the facility had close to 100 beds. And then during the pandemic, those were reduced. And we have been working with TPC to not bring them back up to the level that is the facility could theoretically support, because we are moving towards this different operating model. So you have to think about it a little bit as a staged plan where we do create capacity for a different shelter model, where some beds are held available for first responders, where the facility is infrastructure and layout is changed and the staffing model is changed. So it really does evolve into something different than it has historically been.
So the part where you said that money will be spent on changing the infrastructure so that people aren't disrupted in the middle of the night.
Yep.
I just toured it. I don't, it's a separate area where you're checked in.
So I haven't seen the plan, so I can't speak to it specifically. That's my understanding, that there needs to be some facility improvements and some reconfiguration to support this new model. And so what we're looking at, is one-time costs to do that, also changing the bed capacity numbers and making sure that some beds are always available for first responders.
My only fear is what I hear you saying is, instead of bringing up more beds, which we all agree that we need, understanding that the permanent non-windowed facility at San Michelle is not something that was intended to be permanent, but however, we're going to take away beds when we know we need beds and spend money on like restructuring how people come in and the facility itself. But ultimately, if the whole point of this is so that first responders, police have somewhere to bring someone in distress, and I know you're saying you're going to reserve beds, but I've seen it. It's full now without adding more beds. I just don't see how this is magically going to happen.
So it'll happen over time. As beds become available, they'll change the model. They'll change the bed allocation plan. So we're not going to kick anybody out. We're not going to kick anybody out. I don't think that having San Michelle continue to operate at almost 100 beds on, in an interim shelter that it has been operating at really is the highest and best use of the facility. And during the pandemic, we saw the shelter capacity decrease. So I don't have off the top of my head how many beds are occupied right now, but it has changed over time. I agree with you that we need more beds than we have. And I think we're trying to respond to a need for 24/7 drop off for people who are in crisis. So I wish we could respond to both needs with more resources. I think we're just trying to maximize what we have.
I just hope we're managing what is going to help the need now, because there's a lot of money being spent. And of course, it's a difficult situation. But unfortunately, I think in order to see the impact, and that includes, like, I look at the domino effect of dollars being spent. So we can create a situation where ultimately we're still in the same place. We now are needing more. I mean, I look at our unhoused population and the impact it's having on financially across the board on this budget, from more public works, more public service, more additional administrative staff for the fire department, and other things, transit, having to have a security person on the buses. And I'm not picking on you, sorry, but I'm just saying, and then we're looking at, well, let's look at how we intake people in a certain room, and there's going to be money spent on infrastructure when it's already not supposed to be a permanent structure. It just sounds like there needs to be beds. I'm just putting that out there, that as we're looking at how this money's spent, I hope that if monies aren't spent, obviously, they get reallocated within the program, but I hope that our focus on is adding more beds, and so that we can not just take people into a small waiting area and touch them with other services, but that we can actually have somebody be bedded down for the night, even though that's not the best case scenario.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hard thing to hold. We don't want to warehouse people in conditions that are really not suitable for long-term stays and could potentially trigger people and make things worse. We want to provide them with the best quality care that we can with the resources that we have. And we know that there's more demand than we have capacity to be able to be responsive with. So we're all in a tough situation here. And I think what we're trying to do is evolve our model. And, you know, this is something that we put forth to the council last spring as a potential investment. And so we've been working on this with TPC over the past year, and trying to, you know, see how we can maximize this city facility, which we all agree needs something different to happen at.
I do think maybe I'll speak for myself. I thought when we were talking about that, it was going back to pre-COVID levels and increased capacity from a bed standpoint. I mean, just coming off my most recent tour, that's just at the top of my mind. But thank you. Let's see. I think outside of that, my BBB question was asked. I think that's it. If I think of something, I'll interrupt Phil. Just kidding.
Well, I want everyone to we're going to finish questions tonight, and then we're going to talk about where we go from here. So everyone make sure we're going to finish questions. So if you have additional questions, they're coming out tonight. Councilmember Brock.
Do you want to go to the bathroom?
Could I get on the microphone?
You have to wait when you press it.
No?
There you go.
Oh, there it is. Thank you. I'd like to follow up on a couple of things that my colleagues asked to start off with. Danielle, you're back on the hot seat. Actually, I want to start off with something else. I want you to stay there, but just a couple of sentences. I was really, really pleased overall with the city manager's report in the budget and the appendix, and the fact that so many of the things are being funded. And I'm really happy that the city manager, our finance director, and our staff listened to the council and what we've been saying over the last few months. So first, since I don't often give thank yous, thank you so much for your hard work. I appreciate it. I think we all do. Danielle. I transitioned quickly, David. Let's go back to the Samuel Shell situation. Mm-hmm. Have we talked to the people concerned about their building at Cloverfield between Michigan and Olympic? Because I believe that's leased from the city for $1 a year. So do we have any rights there? I know when John Masseri spoke to us a couple of weeks ago, he said that it had limited use right now. They were going to maybe start filling it up. I know one of my fellow council members, she's gone by there. As she drives by, she sees furniture stacked up on the second floor, nobody in there. Wouldn't that be a better intake center than displacing people at Samuel Shell? Now look I wish we could move Samuel Shell out of downtown, but the reality is we have 100 beds there right now, give or take. We can't afford to lose any of those beds in the temporary status, and spending $800,000 on something that probably won't help our situation, I believe, is a mistake. So my question is, have we looked at the facility that used to hold Sojourn and other?
Daybreak. It serves the program Daybreak.
Right.
Yeah.
So have we talked to them about that as a potential intake place, or looked at other facilities in the city? Salvation Army, whoever else is here with permanent facilities, have we talked to anyone else and looked at maybe a less expensive option, and at the same time something that would work without displacing the people who are in need? Because reducing the number of beds, when we all believe, we may not all believe, but we need more beds in the city, And no matter how many beds we put in, the homeless population is seemingly inexhaustible.
So I think what John said when he was here a couple of weeks ago was that their bed capacity across all of their facilities has been, they've been responsive to public health guidance, during the pandemic and continuing. They are still not at full capacity in all of their sites, if I heard him correctly. And I think they'd like to get to full capacity, and they will do that when public health guidance allows them to do that. The Cloverfield site, serves a different population of people. It is a safe haven, and it serves their Daybreak program. The space that I think people are referring to is actually a living room for the Daybreak program. So the Daybreak program is for women. They have their own segment of the building. They use that for therapeutic activities, for their for their micro enterprise. So that space is not meant to be dormitory or room space. It's meant to be program space. So no, we have not talked to them about changing the use of the Cloverfield facility. These conversations have always been about changing Samoshel to be a 24/7 facility. That's what we proposed more than a year ago.
Right, because I know that, for instance, People Concern has at least 3 or 4 buildings. There's Turning Point, there's Samoshel, there's Daybreak then. Their facility on Cloverfield. They have other facilities in the city. So I'm just wondering how we not decrease capacity. I know the police and fire need a place that they can take people after hours, because we haven't had 24-hour HLP teams or People Concern or St. Joseph's or Salvation Army teams nights and weekends.
Right.
However, I'm not sure that using that and reducing capacity, which puts theoretically more people on the street in downtown, which is already suffering, is a good idea. So I'd like us, before we commit that money, to look at other facilities if possible. So is it possible?
I don't think we're going to return something that's going to meet our needs.
But we haven't looked.
Well, there's a finite inventory of space in the city, and it's used for other purposes. So Turning Point is used for a transitional program. The Cloverfield site has its own uses. So I'm not sure where, we would have to take away another use in order to move, to have this operation someplace else than Samoshel.
How many people do we believe we're going to be taking in at night? Do you have an approximate estimate of the new capacity you need for 24-hour admittance while they get shipped off to other facilities? I guess, where are those people going once they come into the intake center at 3 a.m.?
At Samoshel. They are being housed at Samoshel. So they're
But
coming
if you
into
reduce the capacity,
So I think you're asking me questions I don't have all the data to answer, because I don't know how many beds Samoshel is proposed to have going forward. But the idea is that it is a standalone facility. So it is available, open 24/7. Somebody could be brought there and they could receive a bed at that facility, at that site that evening.
and I guess what I'm asking, when I've been in the facility, even during COVID, I counted how many beds there were, even if they weren't all full because of distancing requirements. So I'm concerned about using that as intake and additional housing. If you're going to take, if there's, let's say, 101 beds there right now, and you have to take away 20 beds to create an intake center, then your overall capacity is decreased by 20%, even though you're adding, right, more people to the facility. So I don't think you can really house them there, and I'm not sure
I guess I'm wondering
that whether it be Weingard or Salvation Army or People Concern or someone else, that they're going to have beds to go to, especially because People Concern tends to be proprietary and only want to send people, I believe, to their facilities. So those are my questions, because that might be an issue. So I'd like you to cast a wider net in the city.
So again, we have a proposal.
Or outside the
We
city.
have a proposal from the People Concerned to create this new program at San Michelle. So we would have to talk with our colleagues in the city attorney's office about the fact that we've released an RFP, they've responded, and we have not engaged a mechanism to find another provider to do this work.
Was there an RFP for this proposal?
They proposed under the Human Services Grants Program.
So it wasn't an RFP now?
It was an RFP, the Human Services Grants Program, RFP. The people concerned responded with a proposal to do this new operation of San Michelle.
Yeah, so I'll just add a little bit of color commentary, just reflecting some of the conversations I've had with the people concerned, is that, it was born through a partnership with staff going back over time and trying to think about really how we can innovate or evolve our system in terms of how we work with folks who are experiencing homelessness. And I think one of the things that what I learned is that they quickly came to realize was that this could be a very unique opportunity, because one of the challenges our first responders have is if they come into contact with someone who is willing to be sheltered in the middle of the night, there just really is flat out nowhere to go, right? It's that epic challenge we constantly have that post 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock at night, we just don't have a lot of options. So I think those conversations led to the people concerned innovating and coming up with a proposal and an approach. And so that's what they submitted to the city. We didn't specifically necessarily go out to the universe and say, hey, City of Santa Monica is interested in bringing forward a 24/7 shelter approach. And if you have a facility, would you be willing to throw your chips on the table? It was what they developed because they saw and heard the need and what sort of was developed together.
And you understand the only reason I'm questioning is that does that reduce the amount of existing housing? So the people that are housed there, where do they go? Because there won't be that same number of beds. Or are you assuming it's the same number of beds, but 20% going to be kept vacant for people to come in at night? And then where do they go from there? Because we know we're overwhelmed. I'm not. Yeah. I'm trying to come up with something additional rather than just use the existing facility and shift beds. So that's why I'm asking if we've cast a wide net throughout the city. Is there any other place, a city building that isn't going to fall down in an earthquake? Is there? Well, no, I just thought of Fire Station 1. Then I realized, oh, that doesn't work because it's not seismically safe, and we're putting it up for sale. But I was just thinking of what else can we do to increase bed capacity? Yes, to have a 24-hour intake, so that the police can get someone off the street or fire can get someone off the street. I'm all for that. I'm cautious about taking away existing beds and not really adding more.
So I think one piece of data that we don't have, and I apologize for not having, is how many people are being housed at San Michelle right now, because there's been fluctuations over the past couple of years with the public health guidance and with the fact.
But the public health guidance is over, isn't it?
What we heard from John 2 weeks ago is that it's not, is that they have to have isolation spaces for people. So I think what you're asking, I can't answer, is how is San Michelle operating today, and how does that compare to how it operated pre-pandemic, and how many beds are we projecting going forward? And I'm happy to come back with that information.
And actually, though, what you're saying is if they have a limit because of health guidelines still, then that wouldn't help anyway, because they would still have less capacity. Even when you brought people in at night, they wouldn't be able to take those people.
Well, they would match their program beds to what they can safely under public health guidance provide. So this is the dynamic we saw reflected in the count numbers, where we had, our shelter capacity has changed in the last couple of years. It's fluctuated.
Let me ask a separate question on that. There's a reason I'm asking this, but asking that separate question would be, where is the $800,000? How's it being used in fiscal 23-24?
So when you're talking about the CS money.
Specifically, what's that money going to do?
So $200,000 of it is going for the capital work, and $600,000 is going towards the staffing that we'll need to support the operations.
So that's three FTEs?
I'm not going to comment on that because I haven't seen that level of detail. It could be partial people. It could be, split shifts.
But, so are they planning on starting the program before we come to fiscal year 24?
It's a July 1st. I mean, they would be funded as of July 1st because this money, the CS dollars, are being allocated through the Human Services Grants Program umbrella, right? So this is a grant that we would propose to enter into it with them as of July 1st.
Right, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, when do they anticipate, if you're going to give them $600,000 for staff, when do they anticipate being open to police and fire, whoever, bringing people in?
I don't know.
September or the following year?
I have not been in those conversations, so I'd have to come back to you with that information.
Because that's part of the issue. Is even if they did their capital improvements, if they're not going to open before 24, 25, why would we be giving them staffing in 23, 24? Does that, and I could be completely off, so everyone in the audience, all department heads, if you want to shake your heads at me, I'm fine with that.
I think it's going to be this year. I mean, so I don't think it's going to be July 1st because they have to do some capital work, but it's not going to take another 12 months to get this up and running.
Right. Do we have some sort of projection from people concerned saying we believe if the capital work is done by November 1st, that on February 1st, 2024, we think will be open? Shouldn't that have been part of their RFP or their grant process?
It may have been. I don't see those documents. I have not seen that document.
Gigi, anyone?
I think we can come back to you with that.
Yeah. Okay. All righty. Let me move on then. All right. Thank you. Okay. This is for Chief Batista. First, a couple of questions for you, and I've heard this a few times. How much does Metro pay LASD for patrolling the 3 train platforms? Do we have any idea what the Sheriff's Department charges Metro? And would it be more effective long-term for us as a city to ask for the funding from Metro and patrol our 3 train stations ourselves, if the funding was fully there?
I don't know what that number is. I do have a meeting with the director of their public safety in a week or two, and I think there'll may be some discussion around that, but even then, I can just imagine the challenges for us internally in filling those things on.
Right. I'm just concerned about safety, and I've heard before from people that say, well, it's Santa Monica. Santa Monica controls the platforms. Santa Monica controls the train stations, which we don't. And if your brothers, the LA Sheriff's Department, aren't on that platform, and they're only in a car periodically at Bergamot or downtown, then our residents and the visitors to our city aren't necessarily getting the security that they would appreciate in our city. I noticed that LAPD the other day went on to one of the platforms 48 hours ago and actually stopped people who had not paid fares in LA City. And I thought I was impressed with that because it seems to me that would help the safety situation for people using the train and either arriving or departing in Santa Monica. So that's something that you are thinking about.
We're going to have a meeting with them and see what they have to say.
Okay. So I was psychic. All right. A couple other questions, and these I don't know if we have money for or if we are projecting in the future at some point. I had talked to you last summer about a volunteer police force that I had seen on Cabrillo and Santa Barbara, volunteer officers who were working so many hours a week, and they helped with advisals and talking to hotels and walking around the tourist areas. they were in police uniforms. You said you would run a program similar to that in Mesa, I believe. And is that something that we could look at? And what, as a curiosity, what would the annual funding possibly be to get that program started over the next 36 months?
So we need an FTE to essentially manage them and run them, because otherwise that's going to be an added responsibility on somebody else. You have to look at their training, their equipment. It would be pretty costly when you think about how much it would be to outfit them.
Santa Barbara is interesting. They have to pay for their uniforms. I thought that was interesting. And they work approximately 21 hours a month each.
Yeah. So, but I haven't costed it out yet.
Is it something that we would even have a remote interest in, to involve our citizenry more in policing our city?
I don't know what the interest is today. I know that a long time ago we used to have a reserve program, but it has not been in operation for many years.
Okay. And I had something else for you. With I noticed you said you might take a year to get the HLP team up.
Or maybe a little bit longer. Yeah, that's what we're forecasting.
Is there any way to compress that forecast?
No, I mean, it's just going to take us a while to be able to hire up to the standard that we want in order to reach that number of 228. So
how many, and I know you told me this was 6 months ago when you told me, including you at one time, I think we were at a community meeting, what was the entire uniform police force, including injuries at now, and what is it minus injury, including injuries, disability, workman's comp? I didn't make that very clear, did I? It's late. My answer was, how many officers are on the force right now?
I don't have that number right off the top of my head. I can tell you that when we first met, we were at
157 or 161.
Well, we had 30 some officers on that injury list,
Yeah.
and now that list is down to about 18 or so.
How short are we in terms of, how many open positions do we have?
So I can jump in. I have the numbers.
Oh,
So
thank you.
only because the department reports them to me regularly. So we have 221. So this is as of May 2023. So be the very end of April, beginning of May. We had budgeted 221 positions. We had filled 213.
Oh, good.
10 positions vacant. And hold on. 17 individuals were on injured and long-term leave.
Okay, so overall, though, we're doing much better.
Yeah.
Congratulations on that. My question, however, would be, I've been hearing rumors that we're going to lose a significant amount of officers this year. And of course, through the grapevine, I'm hearing officers say, look at Torrance, look at Torrance. They're offering double time for overtime. And they're asking if that's, I think what I'm hearing is that the panacea for officers not taking retirement would be to offer more overtime. Not that we have the money, but that's what I'm hearing. Talk to me about that for a minute.
The POA chairman and vice chairman have met with myself. They've met with the city manager. They met with city human resources. And they recognize the financial hardship of the city, but at the same time are looking for other opportunities that could help keep some of those legacy officers from seeking retirement. But there's no guarantees. I mean, people can still decide to.
So in other words, you could still offer increased overtime and say, we'll match Torrance, and people say, we want to retire anyway.
It could.
And then we'd be in the hole more. Okay. How much would that cost an average year, do you guess, if you added a 0.5 overtime? Millions?
I don't know what that would, I don't know at this point.
Okay. Thank you, Chief.
Okay.
City Clerk's office. Hi. Hi, City Clerk. Question for you. We're talking about hybrid meetings. We have the funding to add hybrid meetings both here and across the street in the parking structure, correct?
Correct.
What else do we do about the equipment in the city council chambers? Because it appears that we almost always have problems with either microphones, sound, the control panel, something. Have we done a cost analysis of what it would do to modernize our dais? Because that would help our residents be heard in a more timely manner and help us conduct the business of the city faster.
So we just had, during COVID in 2020, this was all redone. And so we're working with our vendor to figure out, we think that maybe it may have something to do with the fact that there's more people using the systems now. And so, we have to get through that, people being trained on the system now that people have returned to being in person. And that may be the reason that a lot of this doesn't work. But we're working with our vendor to figure out how we can perfect this so that it works. That will have no impact on remote call-in.
I'm more concerned about when the mayor is trying to turn on microphones, turn off microphones, things like that. That appears sometimes to be suspect every meeting.
We can have them come in and do an evaluation and figure out where the gaps are and what's happening. But this is all newly upgraded, in the last 3 years. It just didn't really get used for a year. So.
Okay, thank you for that.
Oh, sure.
Questions for you on page, and who would this be? City manager. I had a question on Measure CS funds. Tree pruning and the water features. Why are they coming out of CS funds?
Great question. Couple of reasons. One is one of the things that the hoteliers, particularly along the beach, have been concerned about is that with COVID, in the budget reductions, we significantly reduced our budget towards taking care of trees, especially the palm trees along the beach. And so it's been frustrating to them to see all the palm fronds falling down. And so this resource will allow us to be on a much more regular maintenance schedule for those for the palm trees, particularly along the beach area, which is very important to them. With respect to the water features, I would just
them on, by the way.
Yeah, I would suggest that they are an attractive feature, particularly at Tongva Park and City Hall for people who are visiting our community. And without this resource, they would be not running. And I just would suggest that that's just not a good look for our community, particularly with visitors coming back in force.
They can't be funded out of where would they normally be funded, or where were they funded pre-COVID?
They would be funded out of the general fund, and Measure CS is a general fund revenue stream. So we're continuing to fund them with available resources.
Okay. Ed. Two or three questions for you, and I know yours comes out of your enterprise fund, not the general fund, so I understand it's not as crucial to us, but why, first of all, transit station at Sunset and PCH? And, yeah, explain that, because
Sure.
You just have one bus going there every hour or so.
Right now. There's no logical turnaround or safe turnaround for our route there. So this would allow us a safe turnaround there. And we're also looking at other service models that we could connect to there. So for instance, a microtransit project that would serve the north end of the community with a different type of vehicle, with a PPP bus operator, but a smaller electric vehicle potentially, that would connect with BBB service and LA Metro service with their 534 up in that area.
Okay.
And it's actually a county and a Caltrans project. We're just a partner in it, and they've asked us to help contribute to to the capital infrastructure there. And, I have to give our planning team in the BBB area credit for this one because they really pushed for this when that restaurant moved out and that property was really kind of abandoned. So I think it's going to be a really great project.
Is that where the juice place is, or what? What's the property up there?
It's the old restaurant, and I can't remember the name of it. But it's right at Sunset and PCH there. It's right on PCH. It's
Gladstone's?
Gladstone's, yes, thank you.
Oh, it's in Gladstone's?
Yes, in that parking lot.
Oh, I didn't know they closed. They're not closed? That's what he just said.
Well, it's in the parking lot next to the.
Oh, it's in their big parking lot.
Okay, guys.
So, all right, so I understand that's partially funded by Metro.
Metro,
We're only a
LA
partner
County
in it.
and Caltrans.
Okay, we're only a partner.
Right.
That's fine. Second question, you mentioned a couple of times in the budget book about restoring to pre-pandemic levels. My question is, everywhere in the state we're hearing bus service is changing, that the needs are changing from BART, from Metro, all through the area, through the state of California, and people are appealing to the governor right now to help prop up transit, unless I've read those wrong.
No,
But
that's right.
all right, so my question is, shouldn't we be looking not at pre-positioning to 2019, but shouldn't we be looking forward to 24, 25, 26, 27, et cetera, and seeing and trying to predict what comes next?
Yes. That's why
So,
we're.
explain.
Sure. That's why we're in the middle of our comprehensive operational analysis where we can look at our existing service. We can look at new service models and new markets. So, for instance, pre-pandemic, there was a typical rush hour in the morning and the evening. We don't see that anymore. There's a flattening of that. And so those are the types of service models we want to take advantage of. So maybe the caption and the PowerPoint wasn't accurate to restore to pre-pandemic levels, but we want to continue to restore. As I mentioned, our ridership is up 24% year to date. We provided 6.4 million trips to customers throughout the West Side for the first 10 months of the fiscal year. So we're on record now, or on a track now to continue our increase in ridership. But it's absolutely right. We're looking at a totally different market and a different way of providing service. And the same goes for weekends.
I think that's a good thing to know. I appreciate it. Because when I looked at it, I thought we were looking backward, just trying to restore instead of looking ahead to what's next. And I would hope Big Blue Bus would be looking forward to what is the service model going forward. Sure. And knowing that's going to change again probably in a year or two.
Yes.
You mentioned safety, and you didn't say safety ambassadors, but you mentioned safety teams. And I didn't know there were that many incidents on our bus system. Are you talking about a contract service or in-house security? Is it attached to the police department or separate? Can you elaborate or drop more on that?
So we're developing the scope right now for that work, and the initial thought is it's a contract model similar to the model we provide after hours security services in the parking structures with GoodGuard. So best practice in our industry is that kind of a model is contracted, and obviously we won't have a security officer or a safety officer on every single bus every single day, but they will work in teams and be out in our system every day of the week on different routes and at different times of the day.
Okay, and you still also use LAPD and SMPD if there are major issues on the buses?
Absolutely. We use outside of the city, LAPD and the sheriff, and then within the city, Santa Monica, our PD team responds greatly for us. So it's.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I know I'm taking a long time. I apologize. I have a big question, and I brought this up at 2:15, 2:20 2 weeks ago. And this is my major issue was talking about the need for a second homeless outreach team. I appreciate people concerned adding one team that will be east of Lincoln. I had begged for that since I was elected, but I don't think that's enough. And I know we're short on money, which is one reason I was asking about the Samuel Shell, because I looked at that 800,000 and said if I could peel 250,000 off that, then we could form another homeless street team. So I had a couple of instances that I was called to by residents in the last couple of days just as a part. There's questions. One was on 15th and Wilshire. Another one was in Lincoln Court East behind Lincoln and Arizona, where there were 10 homeless people in the middle of the night. Residents feel that there are problems throughout their neighborhoods. I was kind of distressed when I heard the only real problems were downtown, because I think we have people that need to be reached throughout our city and need that homeless help throughout the city. So I don't know how to get the money, but I'm going to reinforce the fact that I believe it is crucial that we add a second team, that 4 people, 8:30 to 5, Monday through Friday, will not be enough to deal with what we have on our streets and what we have coming in from Metro every night on top of it. So I don't know yet how to fund it. And I know Gleam, Mayor Davis had said, figure out how you fund it, which was one reason I was talking about Samuel Shell more. But I believe that the residents of this city wanted that help, want that help, need an extra team on the streets. I think we can do that for $250,000. I think that's crucial. And we can't just let people, our residents show that say that we're not being compassionate to those who are unhoused. We aren't. We're not being compassionate to residents or businesses throughout our city. That's a huge bucket from Lincoln Boulevard, from north end to south end to east end of the city. And one team from people concerned will not be able to deal with it. And I greatly appreciate the help that we're getting, but it's not enough. And I don't yet know how to say, how do we fund it? That's why I was asking about that 800,000. But I'm concerned, and I'm concerned that, we declared a state of emergency. I hope, we don't know, but I hope we'll get funding from the federal government or state government. But I also believe that we need to fund this now. And I appeal to my fellow council members to try and figure out how, and the staff to figure out how we get that $250,000 to fund one more team east of Lincoln in the city.
Well, I just want to make sure as we're still going through questions, but as you deliberate on
It's
this.
still a question.
Yeah.
The question is, how do we fund it?
Well, I just want to make sure that maybe I paint the picture of, when we get to sort of full throttle with everything that we're proposing in this budget, what would come to fruition. So there is, in actuality, more than one outreach team part of this budget. So we talk a lot about the C3 team, but also leveraging resources allocated to us through the West Side Council of Governments. We plan on using a portion of that funding to deploy outreach teams. 99% certain it's going to be attached with the Salvation Army that'll work with our police department. We think that resource, logically, with the amount of funding that's available, will be deployable probably in the fall of this year. Two other components to it. You heard the chief talk about the homeless liaison team. That's obviously the future, is to get that to 7 days a week. So that's sort of the third outreach component. And then the fourth outreach component, and Lindsay knows how much we want this on the streets as soon as we can get it, is our therapeutic van. So we have the MOU executed. Now the plan of attack is to work as closely as we can with our county partners. I just wanted to paint that picture that in totality, right, in the full actuation of this budget, there really are 4 different pieces of outreach that we're looking to advance into the community, not just one. I just wanted to share that as you deliberate, that's really what's part of the whole picture.
Okay. My last question. Everyone can go, yay. And this would be for, I guess, Public Works, our forester, who's not here, but I think Rick can do it. My question is pretty simple. We are all, or at least I'm very concerned about our tree canopy, the loss of tree canopy over the last decade, and what we do to restore community forest. So I was looking through the budget and I'm trying to see, are we increasing the amount of trees that we can plant, or where are we? And if it's just a 1-for-1, you lose one, you buy one, but is there any plan that we can communicate to residents over this next 12 months that we want to add more trees to the city?
I'm going to ask Peter James to help respond to that question.
Thanks, Rick. Good evening, Council. Our tree planting budget was reduced during the restructuring, and so we're trying to get back to a sense of normalcy. Unfortunately, we're also dealing with some disease issues within our urban forest, so a lot of our replanting is going to go to those areas that have been affected by things like sooty canker is the new thing that's wiping out huge swaths of our ficus groves. And then the exceptional storm events of this past winter is also a focus for our replanting. But we do have programs where if one comes out, we put one in. But the proactive tree planting that we used to do back in the yesteryears is being modified to address those storm events and the disease incidents.
What would it cost to be able to add even a modicum of increase of trees this year?
Well, I did ask Matthew Wells this question in preparation for this meeting.
You knew I would ask.
We saw it coming, and I believe he said we would have to get up to $1 million of additional funding to get back to normal. Looking at that from a modular standpoint, any money would be helpful, but then it's also a staffing capacity issue, right? Our tree crew is decimated. We were down to 2 foresters. Unfortunately, our urban forest coordinator, Peter Provençal, passed away recently, so we have 1 guy. And we're currently recruiting for an urban forest supervisor. So it's both a monetary issue as well as a staff capacity
How much
issue.
does an average tree cost if we plant it? If we buy it and plant
I
it,
think
not
it's
send it to
I think
outside
it's on the order of about $750
per tree?
Yeah. And I may be exaggerating a little bit for the sake of storytelling, but it's somewhere in that range.
$8.25.
So, okay, so that would be, I guess, thank you.
You're
Peter.
welcome.
I appreciate that, Rick. That would be another request, even if we were able to come up with $25,000 or $50,000, that would help add some trees to
You
our
just have to
community.
figure out where to find it. That's my point, is nobody gets to propose finding more money without telling us where it's coming from.
Jerry Rubin. All right, I'll rest because I've taken a long time. I apologize.
Councilmember De La Torre.
I didn't even get through my stuff.
Hit your button. It.
Oh, do you want to turn mine?
There,
Oh, here we
yeah.
go. Okay. I want to echo council, all my colleagues' sentiments regarding all the staff and all your hard work in putting this budget together, bringing all these great proposals. I just have a couple of questions. A lot of them have been answered already regarding public safety, but I wanted someone to explain to me youth services. So we are proposing to bring back some positions to support some of our after-school programming, and I wanted to understand exactly what that means in regards to what young people can expect in the city and what families can expect moving forward after July 1st.
So what's included in the budget is the full year of the positions that we talked about at mid-year. So these are positions that will allow us to reopen the PAL Fitness Gym, to have longer operating hours at Virginia Avenue Park so we can have the teen center, to have the summer lunch program, and to have the CREST program operating at about 90%. There are some complications with CREST because Muir Smash is closed, and so people have moved around. But we're getting to the point where we are basically being able to have more robust programming at all three of our out-of-school time sites. Not the same as it was in 2019. And really what the budget is just continuing the partial the partial funding that you approved at mid-year, and we're bringing that into the 2-year budget.
So in terms of partial restoration, when we use those terms, give me an idea, what does that mean in terms of programming? Let's say at Virginia Avenue Park, the teen center will be open compared to like pre-pandemic, levels. Is it going to be, I don't know, 7, 8 p.m.? What are we looking at?
7 p.m.
Like 7 p.m.
7 p.m.
And usually it'd be open to maybe 8:30 or 9 p.m.
I don't remember what it was in 2019, but it has been at 6, so opening it to 7 is good. And part of this is also dependent upon us filling the positions, so we're actively recruiting for staff. And so what we're hoping to do is have this, expanded model in place by August, so that when people, are looking for us for back to school programming, we can offer more.
Okay. And then another question that I had is, in terms of workforce development, I know we're funding the city interns program, the city trade interns program.
Yes.
And then there's also funding for the HTA, through the grantee, and there's others, right? The JVS, for example. But one question that I have is, in terms of workforce development, city trade interns, I think is great, entry-level positions, for individuals that want to do that type of work. And then HTA for hospitality, type jobs, which is great. But then I'm thinking we're looking at sort of one of the growth industries right now in Silicon Beach, the high-tech sector, which is not so diverse. We talk about racial justice, our commitment to all of that. What is our plan to expand workforce development initiatives within the various, also the various strategic partnership positions, that we're talking about different strategic partnerships. And I'm trying to understand, are we talking about workforce development at all? Because I haven't really heard that term in the budget once, and I'm trying to figure out, what is our plan, to really provide those jobs that can help people pay the rent. That's something that I'm really concerned about.
I think Natasha wants to jump in here.
Hi, Natasha Kingscote, Housing and Human Services Administrator. This is a great question. We work with our grantee agencies as well as the Chamber, Santa Monica College, and also bringing in Jennifer Taylor to get businesses to partner with these new companies. In fact, we were just talking about this a few months ago, that we've been trying to place youth in particular in internships in Silicon Beach and prepare, working with Santa Monica College and the workforce programs that they have to prepare people to transition maybe from a lower paying retail job, which is important, and it's often entry level for a lot of people that go to services at JVS, Chrysalis, and whatnot. But to be able to transition them into higher level positions to kind of get their foot in the door at some of these places. So we've had varying levels of success with that. But certainly working with our business community and working with the Chamber and bringing these partners all together so that we can get them, get folks that are entry level into Silicon Beach companies is definitely a goal that we've had for at least the last few years. And I'm feeling pretty good with the new chamber president. Not that the last chamber president wasn't great, but the new chamber president is very much interested in coming to the table around that. And we've already started discussions there, and hopefully in this new grant cycle, we can see some of that developing.
Okay, great. Because I would feel really excited about seeing a plan, coming forward from staff to address that, and how we might be able to, create those job opportunities. Internships are great as well, but, I guess when we talk about historically marginalized people, like, we have to think beyond the entry-level positions. I mean, we have to think about sort of how can we get people, to break that cycle of poverty and create generational wealth. And I'm thinking that would probably be the best way to do it is with that type of workforce development strategy.
Right, upskill them and then pair them.
Yeah, so
exactly.
I haven't really seen a plan that puts all that together, like everything you're describing. I've heard pieces, like in some years better than others, but it'd be great if staff can, when we come back, when this budget comes back, because also the grantees, we're going to be voting on the funding for the grantees as well. So maybe there's someone can, put it all together and say, here's an idea of how we're going to have a more robust workforce development strategy, especially for historically marginalized groups. And in those high growth sectors, that would be great.
One of the things I'll just quickly comment on, and I'm probably going to not do it justice. I'm looking at David and Anuj. Is months ago, I sat in a presentation that was actually led by Jennifer Taylor, who has also been thinking a lot about workforce development, and she does have a vision for how the organization can be built out and staffed up to more robustly support proactive workforce development programs. I don't have all the details in my head, and she's not here tonight, but I can definitely say that folks definitely have wrapped their minds around it. But again, there's just prioritizing resources. There just isn't enough to realize that vision right now.
Okay.
If I can say, one of the things we can do when you voted on the grants program on May 9th is, as we move into the new fiscal year and those contracts, we can talk to some of those agencies as we work on their contracts about incorporating, working with the chamber, working with Jennifer Taylor, et cetera, coming to that table and helping us, create a plan together, because as you know, that collective impact, that everybody at the table together is where it really works best.
Yes, so I think that's great. And you said the word collective impact, but I think is exactly where we need to be in terms of, getting everybody to work together. So I appreciate if that can come together by June 27th, or at least an aspirational statement to incentivize those types of partnerships would be right on target. The other questions I had was around public safety. I was looking at some numbers, and just if someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but since 2004, there was about 214 sworn police officers. And then in 2022, we have 221. So it's only an increase of 7 in 18 years. And it sounds great. I mean, I heard, like we're feeling pretty comfortable where we're at 221. And with the new funding, do we go up? What's to 228? That's the 228. And what would you say, Chief Batista, would be your sort of like, considering the budget and all that, sort of your optimal sort of number? I mean, where do you think the department needs to be in the next sort of 2-3 years?
So, Deputy Chief Derek Jacob went through this exercise with the captains here about a month ago. And what he was doing was reevaluating what the needs were. So I'll give you an example of some of the ways that we've operated for probably a long time, is that when the help team was created initially, they took officers from patrol to create it. And then a little bit at a time, they built it up and built it up. Here recently, when we staffed the neighborhood resource officers, they came from patrol. More recently, even than that, when we created the DART team, the task force, those 4 officers also came from patrol. And so what it forced me to do early on was to fold in a lot of the units that we had that worked on special issues. So, for example, traffic officers were put out to work on radio calls, regular patrol duty. Detectives were tasked with going back out to patrol. We had a specialized unit that dealt with, for example, catalytic converter thievery. Right now, catalytic converter theft is leading Part 1 crime. We are going to shatter last year's number of stolen catalytic converters, but we used to have a unit that was specifically focused on those types of criminal activity. Right now, when we catch a crook stealing a catalytic converter, it's because we had close coordination between a resident that heard something, called, OEM dispatches the call right away, and the officers get into the area, and we make a traffic stop that yields, a jack, a saw, catalytic converter, and somebody's like, I don't know how those things got in my trunk, But in that task that the deputy chief worked with the captains, he came up with a number, and I knew it was going to be close. It was like, I thought 280. He came up with 278. And I've been around a long time in policing, and so I recognize the shortages that we have. And I've been saying 250, simply because I recognize the slow nature of hiring, not just in Santa Monica for police officers, but across the country. That's the way it goes. I was looking at a staffing report from 2002. In 2002, we had 203 officers. And so you do the math between 2002 to 2023, and we've grown by, not a lot between then and now. So very challenging, but I've talked to the city manager about the future of this and how, over time, I recognize it's going to take a long time for us to get to where we need to be. But we're somewhere in that space of where I feel 250 is more achievable. It's only 29 more positions from 221 versus, the number of 278 that gets up there.
Mm-hmm. And while you're on the mic, I have it says here that staff recommends deleting the 30-day vehicle impound because it is no longer being charged. What exactly does that mean? Is it when people used to get pulled over and they'd impound the car, we're not going to do that anymore? Is that what's happening?
We've gone through some revisions with the city attorney's office, and I think that there's some changes that we're going to implement in how we apply the tow fees and things of that nature. So I know that that's been in the works for 6 to 8 months, that we've been working with the city attorney's office to revise some of our processes.
Okay, great. Well, no more questions for Chief Batista. Thank you very much. And, I probably don't want to go too deep into it. It's a little late, so I apologize. But just, I guess, one question that I have for Gigi in terms of sales taxes and.
She stepped out of the
okay,
room,
no
so
worries.
if you have some other questions, you might want to go to those first.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so let's see. No, all the other questions have pretty much been answered regarding what happens when positions are not filled. That was already, and then we have that. And I guess that's pretty much it.
Well, Mayor Pro Tem Negrete has some additional questions. She has one question, but maybe by the time she finishes asking it and we get an answer, Ms. Decavallis-Hughes will be back. Oh, sorry.
This is a public works question. I just wanted to quickly know, where is promenade maintenance and all of this here, the promenade maintenance team?
With where's promenade maintenance?
Well, I know we talk about the fact that we're going to have, RRR, whatever, go out and pick up things in the alleys, doing more active trash pickup, I think, right?
Bulky item pickup.
Bulky item, but aren't we also going to be doing a little bit more like around the bus stops? A lot of the trash cans that are overflowing. I felt like that was also addressed at one conversation or another when I talked to your department. No? Okay. Well, we should. But permanent maintenance, I've just seen the work they do, and I felt really bad that I didn't really know. I don't want to say know that they existed, but they came out and were solving right in front of me within minutes with the police department. Large carts, huge Home Depot pallets that were left, right outside the train platform. And I thought, wow, they just come around, they're picking it up. It seems very effective and in ways overlapping maybe what we say the ambassador service is doing, because they don't have the ability, the ambassador service through DTSM, to pick up large carts like that. You have to have a truck. They had to use like a lift. I was just curious, when we talk about Measure CS, public safety, like, is the promenade maintenance team included in here? I don't even know how many people
So
they consist.
Measure CS would be funding the host, the homelessness support team, and that team will be reporting to the promenade maintenance.
So they're like it's like an
Will
expansion.
be it will be an extension of the promenade maintenance team.
And will they be going out throughout the whole city? When I'm speaking in regards to this issue around like large enough for them to remove carts and things like that left around. Is that what this host team will be doing too?
That is correct. They will be equipped with a truck, a pickup truck. I think are they getting a dump truck, Peter James? A dump truck. So they will have the equipment to pick up large items.
And they're proactively going out, or they're working in coordination with police or with calls that come in through 311?
Yes and yes.
Okay.
So they'll have a routine to go to the different hotspots to address areas that are known to be occupied by the homeless population in the city, as well as if there's, say, a reported illegal encampment by the beach that PD needs help with, PD will pick up the phone and call host team, and host team will drop what they're doing and head out to the beach.
Okay, well, they're phenomenal. I saw them in action, and I just want to give them a shout out because I was like, wow, I did not know where they popped out of to pick everything up. Also, we have Mariposa, which is another contract through the city that does similar work, but maybe larger breakdowns. They just took care of one yesterday that was gigantic. Is that?
Yeah, so we have a contract with Mariposa. Among other things, we have a twice a month homeless encampment cleanup throughout the city. And it focuses primarily on the bluffs, areas that our staff cannot reach and are not equipped to, or trained to reach. We work with Mariposa. They go onto the bluffs with support from the Santa Monica Police Department, clean up the areas that are being occupied by the homeless population.
So that's scheduled just twice a month?
That's done twice a month at the moment.
But they also come out when they're called upon, because I also witnessed that yesterday, to remove things as well, right? When the police department calls upon them?
So when the police department has to deal with an illegal encampment, they will typically call the teams like the beach maintenance teams. They will come out to help out at the beach.
But if it's not at the beach, then they're calling Mariposa?
It depends if it's, because we have the scheduled cleanups. If it is, say, a 311 ticket that we're dealing with, it depends on which team is available. It could be promenade maintenance. It could be, not if we bring the host team on board, it would be the host team. That would be the assigned team to call for in case there's a encampment that needs to be cleaned up.
But just to be clear, the money that we're talking about in here, when you say some of this Measure CS is really just for this host team, which is an
That is
extension of
correct.
promenade maintenance, but we'll be addressing not just the downtown area, the entire city.
Citywide, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember De La Torre, Ms. Decavalos-Hughes is back. You had a
Yes.
question for her?
Yeah, I had a couple of questions. Just in terms of the sales tax performances, what assumptions are driving that in terms of the sales taxes? What assumptions are we using to base growth, or do we feel that sales taxes are going to be increasing or decreasing?
They won't be decreasing. We work with our sales tax consultant who believes that growth will be very moderate. They're not seeing it go down, but they're not. It's basically going to be flat.
Very flat. And do you know, just from the top of your head, what assumptions were made Why do we reach that conclusion?
Well, actually, let me correct myself. They see the economy as being flat. They see the sales taxes as growing a little bit.
A little.
And the assumptions that they use is, they take a look at the economy. Do you want to answer this question? We can have Dave Carr, who is our revenue expert, answer the question. He was here when I left.
Okay.
Yeah, the assumptions, basically the assumptions are based on that we see a slowing economy. We've seen, many economists now are projecting even a recession for next year. So basically we're projecting the sales tax revenues is pretty much flat for next year, then to start to grow again. Because we've kind of it's more of a case of we kind of grew a lot faster coming out of the pandemic than we originally had projected, so we got there faster, but now that we're there, we're kind of slowing down, in line with the overall economy statewide and throughout the nation.
Yeah, I heard one business owner, claim that it's about safety, why we're not as successful as we could be, and I don't know if you agree with that or not.
I think it's more, I can't answer about specific, obviously, businesses, and obviously we know that's a concern, but I think it's more of a case of that's just the way the general economy, both within the city, the state, the local area, and really the country all over is going. It's just sort of flattening out.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. And then just one last question, on the I think Councilmember Zwick brought up the question of is it $1,200 for elections, but only for the school board and for the college board? Is that correct? Is it just those? Why only those two, not city council, not rent control board?
So, Councilmember De La Torre, the school and the college, they have more voters, so it costs more to publish theirs. That's the difference in the cost.
Okay, because it's Santa Monica, Malibu.
Right.
Both cities, okay.
Right, so it costs a little bit more because they would be in more sample ballots.
And right now, what's the cost of the fee right now? Like in the election for 2020, what was the cost then?
$1,174.
Okay.
Per candidate.
So it's not, yes.
Council.
Okay, so it's not a tremendous increase.
No, I mean, we didn't have a fee before, so, I mean, it was, from zero to this, we didn't have a fee before, so I'm sorry, I guess I don't understand.
Oh, it's 12. It's 12. We didn't charge in 2020.
No, we have not charged.
Never charged.
At all.
Oh, we've never charged. So is this recommendation coming from the city, or is it coming from the school district and the college?
It's coming from us, from the staff, from the city.
From the city staff.
Right, because currently the city subsidizes all of the council candidates. And so this is sort of a way to pay for itself. And to be honest, Councilmember De La Torre, most people don't really use the candidate statements anymore because you have websites and you have social media. So it's not really, it's something that the city is subsidizing, and then the school district and the college, they reimburse for it. So whatever you guys decide to do, if you decide to charge for that statement, the charge for the statement, then the school and the college will probably go along as well.
Yeah, I just have a concern if it would, the question I have is, will this make it harder, for people to participate, or discourage some people from?
Well, it doesn't cost, so it's only the $25 is a filing fee.
Okay.
So anything beyond that people do, they pretty much do on their own in terms of campaigning.
Okay. And just my last question, I want to advocate for everybody here that's on the dais working all these long hours, all the council members. There's one position that's staffing the city council right now, and there's another position that hasn't been filled. We heard council members Wick ask that question, and we know the position hasn't been filled. But one question I have, and staff can look into this, is how, if we want to professionalize the role of the city council member, how do we compare to the city of Beverly Hills or Culver City or, what's the comparisons? Like, for example, I went to Beverly Hills, they had offices. We don't have offices. In Inglewood, for example, they have staff, and their salary is a little bit more, actually probably a lot more than, and that's the city of Inglewood. So the question I have is, can staff, make an assessment, see what we need to do to professionalize the role of the city council member to make sure that we're, comparable to other cities, that we maybe do a quick little survey, understand what council members here need, to succeed in their roles. We have a resident population that has high expectations of their elected officials, and so I think it'd be very important for us to understand, what everybody needs here on this dais to be effective in their role as representatives, of our residents. And so, anyway, it'd be important for staff to come back and do a quick assessment and say, look, this is one way that we can do that. And it might be that the position that we haven't filled, we can add to that and provide, maybe a part-time or a less than part-time position for each staff, city council member, or we might add a third position, and I don't know, whatever the assessment is, I think it'd be appropriate at this time to do that and to bring that back for the 27th as well.
Okay, that would be but that would be a city manager item.
Yeah, that wouldn't be
that definitely is.
Yeah, correct.
Under my purview.
Yeah, no, I wasn't talking. Yeah, I'm just talking.
Yeah, I was just standing here. So
Yes.
Yeah.
But thank you very much. Appreciate you answering those questions. And that's no further questions.
Councilmember Brock.
Can you turn on my mic? Oh, yeah. I know you don't want to. So, a couple of quick questions. I know other people already advocated for this, but I don't think we got an answer on what the cost would be to restore the Landmarks Commission powers. And I forgot to mention that. I know a couple other council members, at least 3, have mentioned that. But I'd like to know, I hear it's ambiguous still. I want to make sure we get that approved. And does it need to be in the budget, David? Is it a budget item to restore the Landmarks Commission, et cetera? Either, David.
We need to vote on it.
So we need to vote on that, correct?
Well, we're not making motions now. Let's
No,
get
I know,
the answer.
I know that. I'm just asking, what is the cost of the landmarks, of the Santa Monica Conservancy request over the next 2 years?
Yeah, like I said earlier, we're going to have to look at that, and we can try to do that tomorrow. But we know what we did in terms of the the consultant fee before COVID, and we know what we've waived in terms of fees.
So
we have those numbers.
The restore service.
Yeah, but this idea from the Conservancy that we could do a lesser level of review and save money on consultant fees, we have to unpack that a little bit.
My other question was, and maybe I'm wrong on this, but in the old days, if it was a landmarks app, if they came through the city council, there was no fee, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, the fee was waived for nonprofits and
City council
commissioners. And
Is that would be restored then?
that's a question for the council, but it could
Okay,
be.
so that would just be, Mr. White, how would we put that into a motion in 20 minutes or 30 minutes, even though we don't have a full cost estimate?
Well, I don't think we should do a motion until we have a full cost estimate. We're not at motions yet. I haven't even asked any questions.
Well, that's
So-
what I understand that.
And as I said, and unfortunately, are you finished?
I had one more potential question, but I'll stop.
Well, no, everybody, this is speak now or forever hold your peace on questions. So don't think you're going to get more questions. And I'm going to throw Mr. Martin to the wolves because he talked about coming back tomorrow.
That's sort of what I'm asking.
Well, we're going to get through questions and then we're going to talk about it because it's 1:12 a.m. But I want all the questions out tonight. Because I don't want to come back tomorrow and have everyone had a whole day to come up with a whole new litany of 400 questions to ask. So whatever questions, push your button now if you got questions. Because I'm going to get them out tonight and then we're going to figure out where to go from this. All right, Councilmember Zwick, you pushed your button.
Yeah, just to confirm with Ms. Noble, I believe we spoke about this at the previous budget study session, and Councilmember De La Torre asked about it as well with the CREST VAP and PAL programs. I believe you told me, but I want to confirm before we end questions, that a full restoration of services would be in the ballpark of another $500,000.
I think yes. And I think we would also want to take the opportunity to really look at programming and put together a proposal that is responsive to what the current need is. So when I say yes, it's really more like, a restoration, but I also think we're at the place where we want to look forward, not back. But what you did fund in this current year is about $540,000. So you could use that number as and double it.
You're combining that with the playground access? Is that the?
No, they're separate. So you're right. It would be about another $500,000. But I think what I'm cautioning is that we would want to go back and look at the staffing model that we think is needed going forward. I don't think we would want to completely replicate the staffing model that we had in place before the pandemic.
Got it. But at the very least, you informed us then, and I imagine it holds now, that the current funding level would not get everyone who currently needs it off the wait list.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anybody else have any questions? Otherwise, I'm going to go, and I'm going last. All right. Okay. Councilmember Brock, can you return to your seat? Because I think some of my questions the city manager is going to need to ask.
After you're done.
Nope, I'm going last. So if you've got a question, ask it now.
Okay, two things. We had talked to, and Anuj would have the answer to this. Do we have to, if we, Councilmember Terosas and I wanted to add membership to contract cities because of our mental health components, et cetera, does that have to come into our budget process? It's $5,000 a year or less, maybe $3,000.
No, discretionary is not for that stuff.
Does that have to come to the budget process?
We could look at existing council savings in the council office, that including potentially the salary vacancies savings, if that were, as far as the direction to join, I think that.
We don't need to bring that to council, do we?
I don't think we need a budget allocation for it. It's just a question.
All right, thank you. Okay, and the second question was, I don't know if this is Anuj, but it might be. You might as well, you didn't get to come up. At least you get to come up for a minute. I am interested, I know we had talked about this over the last year, Councilmember De La Torre and myself, about starting a youth commission or youth city council. Does that, and I've been talking to people at the National League of Cities about it, sometime over the next 6 to 8 months, does that need to be budgeted as a potential youth commission?
I'll just jump in. Yeah, I think it warrants a budget conversation, because we would need to talk with, we just need to evaluate what we would need to support that body and who would do it. So I think it is a budget discussion for sure.
Do we have any idea?
Off the top of my head, no, unless someone has thought about it out there. No one has, so we don't have
I just think it would be, Councilmember De La Torre is the originator of advocating for this. It's something that, one of the reasons I went to the conference in Washington, D.C., National League of Cities, and joined the Youth Education and Families Council, is to learn about how we involve our people in our high schools in potential having a view into our government and involving them, because that's one way to have future leaders. So that was my question. Starting, probably, it may not start this calendar year, it may start the following year, but the question would be, how much would we have to budget for that? Is it a $5,000 budget?
I think the answer is nobody knows the answer at this point.
So I can't bring it, then how do we put it into the budget?
I think you're going to have to wait until you get a number.
Okay.
And then you'll have to figure out where that number comes from. What are we going to take the money away from if it's a significant number?
Thank you, Anish.
All right. So we're done with questions except for mine? All right. Hopefully I can go through this fairly quickly. So, talking about the recommendations from the Conservancy. As I understand it, because he only said it 14 times, Mr. Martin said that waiving the fees would be roughly $10,000 per year. But that's not really an expenditure. That's just really a non-realization of income. So that's not something where we have to find an offset. Would that be correct? That'd just be $10,000 we wouldn't be getting in. Would that be fair enough? I mean, it's $10,000. Mr. White used the word de minimis, but I do want to, I think it's different than saying go out and find X number of dollars to do this. It just would be $10,000 less on the revenue side, presumably, right?
Yeah, yes. And if you're looking at anything else, potentially we could look at that as part of the total cost.
Sure. And I don't want to suggest that we could waive fees for everybody but at least that one piece is $10,000. And then with regard to the consultant fees, again, we heard numerous times are about $40,000 given our previous experience. When a property owner, and Mr. Martin, I'm afraid you have to get up for this one probably. When a property owner does get a property landmarked, the next thing we get is an application for Mills Act accommodations. Would that be fair?
Yes.
So in a sense, if the city is paying the consultant fees, we are paying the consultant fees presumably to landmark something that then the property owner will then be able to take financial advantage of.
Yes.
So maybe that's something the property owner who's going to get the financial advantage think about paying for?
Yeah, and I think it depends on, you're absolutely right in that case. So when a property owner initiates their own designation, in order to qualify for the Mills Act, then yes, that should be on them. There's other situations though when somebody is attempting to demo a building and the building gets nominated and there's a consultant report, and in that case the property owner still has to pay even if they don't want to be a landmark.
Right.
So but
they do want to demolish the building for some reason.
Yeah, exactly.
In other words, they're getting some benefit, whether it's demolishing the building to do something else with the property or to landmark the property and then take Mills Act property tax benefits.
Sure.
Okay. I'm just trying to create a hierarchy of things we should and should not be paying for. At the risk of being accused of beating a dead horse, Miss Noble. Thank you. So I'm getting a lot of reverb here. I'm going to have to turn off my sound bar. Oh.
So you're getting both of ours.
All right. Here, you take yours.
Someone did.
There you go. So with regard to Samoshel, we actually had a fair discussion around this when we did the Human Services Grants Program and decided unanimously to give the $800,000 to the people concerned for the renovation at Samoshel. Is that right?
Yes.
And as I understand it, one of the reasons we are proposing this, aside from the fact that it's something that I think people agree is sort of an evolution, if you will, of our service provision, is that one of the issues we have right now is when our police or fire department or a resident encounter somebody who's having a serious issue and we have no place to take them. So even if we're experiencing a reduction maybe in sort of temporary beds available, what we're maybe doing is sort of reprioritizing who gets those beds. Would that be a fair assessment of it?
Absolutely. We're reprioritizing them for the people who are in crisis in the middle of the night, who our first responders are spending a lot of time dealing with.
Right. And right now, what do our first responders do when they encounter someone in the middle of the night who's in crisis?
They don't have any resources, really.
Right. So they can, they can take them to Exodus. Councilmember Brock
Take
is.
them to the emergency room.
They can take them to the emergency room, or in some respects, they can't do anything for them, and they end up on the street remaining in crisis.
Yep.
So, I just think it's important to think that this isn't about taking services from some people and giving them to others as much as it may be, and it's something you have to do in a time of limited resources, is it's prioritizing who's going to get access to those resources, and these are the people maybe who have a higher need. Would that be fair?
That would be fair. And I think I want to use your word evolution. I think it's also an evolution of our strategy to prioritize the people who are already high users of first responder services through other methods. That's how our hamster team works. That's kind of a methodology we've been using for the last number of years to great success, focusing on the people who are the most needy in crisis, are taking the most of our resources.
And would it also be fair to say that the people who are less in crisis, so who might not be going to the 21st, would it be easier to find other opportunities for them through, thinking of the system globally? It's not, here's Daybreak, here's Sam O'Shell, here's something, but thinking of the ecology of it, people who might be at Sam O'Shell but relatively stable and not in crisis, it might be possible to find other beds more easily than it's going to be to find for people who are just in the middle of a major crisis.
Absolutely. And I just want to say those beds could be in Santa Monica, or they could be outside of Santa Monica.
Great. Okay. Thank you. I just trying to get my head around that. Mr. Valti, you're looking too relaxed back there, so I just have a couple of questions for you. So with regard to the parking structure study that we've been talking about, and we talked about what would be the point in time for it to be accurate. I mean, typically, those are not, today, this is what's being used. As the city manager pointed out, there's a lot of, for lack of a better term, modeling that goes on, but it also, you can look at historic usage levels. Would that be fair?
I would say so, yes.
So, for example, I remember 10 years ago when you used to drive around downtown Santa Monica, every indicator would say every parking structure was full. But long before COVID, that changed completely, just because with the coming of the Expo line, the change in the way people get around, whether it's micromobility, the use of Uber or Lyft or whatever. So even before COVID, at least if you go by the signs, the capacity within the parking structures had been increased because they weren't full anymore. Would that be fair?
That's correct. And I recall that reports, and I defer to the Department of Transportation, but their analysis would show that the parking structures were never full.
Okay, great. And then with regard to that study, is that just going to look at capacity and need, or is it also going to look at the fees we charge for parking?
It's primarily to determine whether our supply meets the demand.
But would fees sort of fit into that? In other words, isn't demand somewhat driven by the fees? If we charge $100 a day for parking, that would reduce demand. If we gave free parking all day, that would probably increase demand. Is there not some interplay there? And Mr. King maybe seems to want to step in there.
I'll just add that the parking study would include evaluating rates and best case scenarios for increasing rates. So that will be part of the study.
And is it just limited to parking structures or also on-street parking?
On-street as well.
Okay, so we'd be looking at
Holistically at all the parking in the whole city.
So we could look at, for example, dynamic fees at parking meters and things like that,
Yes.
that Donald Shoup has advocated about for years.
Yes.
All right. Okay, good. While you're there, Mr. King, since I have you, with regard to the safety officers on the transit system, do you have an opinion about whether or not that might make it easier to actually recruit like MCOs and people to work if they knew that we were going to have some sort of safety personnel, position throughout the system? Would that be something that would help us maybe compared to some other regional bus providers?
Absolutely. When we talk with our friends at SMART, the bargaining unit that represents our operators, they're huge advocates for this program, and they believe that it would help recruitment and retention.
Okay, that was going to be my next question. Would it help with recruitment, and then what about retention? All right, great. That's all I have for you. Thank you so much. Community Partnership Administrative Assistant, Ms. Magnola. Sorry. So I know that one of the things that a number of people in the city have been talking about, and you mentioned this, was trying to do a better job of maximizing our revenue from film permits, event permits, that sort of thing. And one of the things we've heard is that if we want to do that, we have to offer a higher level of service. You're going to charge higher fees, people expect better service. Would this administrative analyst be someone who could, for example, elevate the service, be a single point of contact? Right now, if you need a film permit, what we tell people is, well, you have to go talk to traffic safety and police department, and you have to go talk to public works because they're going to have to block off the street, and you have to, and it becomes, at least what I've been told from people who've been trying to get permits to film, et cetera, it gets a little hairy, because then they keep feeling, someone says, no, that go back there. Would this person be able to streamline that process for the permit users so that we'd be able to elevate our fees and ultimately realize more revenue?
Yes, absolutely. I do envision that role being someone who would make sure that these permits are being shepherded through the process, and then also, do other customer service roles like answer 311 requests that we get frequently, that right now I'm responding to all of those, and various forms of other customer service, just even responding to resident inquiries and things of that nature, but certainly with the permit processes.
Okay, great, thank you. And then I'm sorry, Mr. Martin, you have to come back. I skipped over something for you. I apologize, but that's what you get for talking about tomorrow. Getting the local coastal plan updated. My mother frequently said you have to spend money to make money. And is that one of those, we always talk about that time is money for developers, but time is also money for the city. If it takes 6 months to get a business up and running, we're not getting the business tax, we're not getting the sales tax, that sort of thing. So is this something that ultimately not only will be streamlined for the people who would otherwise need to go get coastal permits, but will also help us get businesses open faster?
Absolutely, yeah.
And so in that regard, we could sort of look at this as sort of a revenue generating measure.
Yeah, if you think about the Miramar and Jeff Worst Hotel not having to go through coastal and how much more quickly they could be, in design review and building permits, it could make a big difference.
All right, great, thank you.
This won't happen in time with those projects, but to your point, if we had this in place, they wouldn't have to go through it.
Right, which, at least in the case of the Miramar, was months and months and months and months and months. And even for small businesses, that's the thing is, if you happen to be a small business on Oceanfront Walk and you want to make some internal changes to your business to make it more attractive to people, you have the sad going to coastal blues.
Right.
Okay, good. Thanks so much. I appreciate that. So those are all my questions. It is now 1:30 a.m. And while staff have been real troopers tonight, and I very much appreciate it, the question becomes whether or not we want to continue the discussion tonight or whether we want to have discussion tomorrow. But if we have discussion tomorrow, I want to make it clear that we might not have all this staff here, although I think staff is willing to come back to some extent. We've warned them out. So I think that is the question before us. But if we've asked all our questions, this is why I said speak now or forever hold your peace. If we've asked all our questions and all we have to do is have discussion, then I suspect, sadly, Ms. Decavalis, you and your staff would need to return. But I think we could let go of some of the substantive staff because we've already sort of mined their brains on that. Councilmember Brock.
If we're just doing discussion, I think we could do that tomorrow. And that way, some of these staff members who have to be at work at 8 a.m. or 9 a.m. or 8:30 in the morning could get to work. 7?
I have to be at 7.
Oh, well, she has to be at 7. I'd rather continue discussion and do it tomorrow. We have a light agenda, and it makes sense. And no, we don't have to have the entire city leadership staff here.
All right. Councilmember Torosis.
Yeah, sorry, I need someone to turn on the mic.
Oh.
I actually move that we receive the budget and adopt what we've heard tonight.
Well, no, there could be amendments and things.
I'm making a motion.
All right, so you are moving the staff recommendation on 7A to receive the budget, review and provide direction to staff on the proposed biennial budget, review and provide direction to staff on proposed fee changes, review and comment on the cultural art organization support program, and direct staff to proceed with setting the fiscal year 2023-25 budget adoption, all of those things?
Yes, with the caveat that we move to monthly meetings of the Landmarks Commission. We waive fees for the historic preservation permits that we've discussed with Mr. Martin, and we return at an information session with a more fleshed out plan from our finance manager as to how we're going to repay the Housing Trust Fund back.
All right, I'll second that motion. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Brock. You're in the queue.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't take myself off. Let
Oh, okay.
Councilmember Parra go first.
Well, actually, we've got Councilmember Swick, then Councilmember De La Torre, then Councilmember
That's
Parra.
fine.
Thank you. I would just offer an amendment and see if it's friendly to the maker. I'm concerned about the fact that among the many positions that are being added, we are not making any significant additions in our mobility division, which is in charge of how we get around our city, which happens to be responsible for 60% of the greenhouse gases we emit, which is a key pillar in the sustainability and connectivity. This is one of our 5 stated goals as a city. It's also key to our Vision Zero commitment, which thus far we have not made progress in reducing the number of crashes and fatalities on our streets. And as such, I would propose the addition of 1 FTE for a city traffic engineer. And I do have...
And what would you take away?
I do have a proposal for that.
Okay.
I would propose that we take 200 from the 400,000 allocated to the city manager's office and use that 200 to hire a city traffic engineer to help the mobility division implement its vision in funded projects.
So the only thing I just want to confirm is that 200,000 enough for the position? It's going to be a little more?
We'll check, but it's going to be more than 200,000. Give us more than.
Yeah, we'll give you more.
Or as an alternative, that we delay the funding for the mural recontextualization, depending on what it is, we don't do it in the next fiscal year.
I don't think we should do that because we committed to it. But I am not convinced, as someone who has been working on the Olympics and other major sporting events at the county level, that the city should absorb any dollar of doing anything related to the Olympics. I do not believe we should pay for that. That should be something paid for by philanthropy and LA 28. So I am slightly intrigued by how much it would cost for the engineer.
All right. So it looks like Mr. King might have some light to shed on this.
So just in salary for a traffic engineer would be $186,000 at step 5, and we normally bring new staff in at step 2, depending on how much experience they have in education. I'm looking at HR to see if anybody would you guess step 2 at 160? No, I'm sorry. 186 would be the full salary, and that does not include benefits. So I think 200 is close enough.
I feel like the full loaded cost of a salary and employee benefits would be way higher.
Well, it's not, you said it's not 180 though, it's closer to
56, okay. 250.
250? Okay.
Fully loaded, 271.
271.
Sorry, did you say step Okay.
Well, that's pretty good. That's a precise answer on the fly. That's pretty good. So, council members Wick, and I guess I want to be clear, when you said take 200 of the 400 allocated to the CMO, were you thinking about the?
It seems like it was allocated across an administrative assistant and several professional services. I guess I would leave it to the discretion of the CMO as to what they would prioritize.
Okay. And since we now know it's 271, you're short 71. And please don't say the discretionary fund.
Do we have a reason why the homeless strategic plan is budgeted at 400,000? Is that a concrete estimate?
So it is not a concrete estimate, it's a budget allocation. We are down to the final 2 interviews, and I don't know if we have any pricing if we're just doing the qualifications, but I need someone to help me with that. But the 400,000 is purely a budget allocation. We're waiting to finalize it.
So the proposals that we've received are around $150,000, but I think that we were planning on CS money.
It's one-time money.
Yeah, and it's one-time money.
Okay.
Oh, right. So it'll get you enough to pay for the year.
Yeah, so
Okay.
it's not a funding source for an ongoing staff person.
All right, do you want to think about that, council members Wick, and we'll move on to other folks? All right, council member De La Torre.
Yeah, I mean, we'll be here all night doing this because I have like 4 or 5 maneuvers that I can do, like Jesse Zwick, to go after anything he brings up, to just cancel his ideas with my ideas. We'll do this all night, and my whole thing is better. We heard all the presentations, we got all the information, all of us can go home, think about where you want to make a proposal, and then think like Mr. Zwick. Today, he's short $71,000. He's got to come up somehow where he's going to find that. And I don't want to be here doing that all night. I think we need to come back tomorrow with some prepared, with some being more prepared, so that we're not asking any more questions. We're going to make proposals, and if we can get 4 votes for it, it's going to pass. And if we don't, then it doesn't. And then we'll live with the decision that we have to make. Or other than that, we vote on Councilwoman Torosis's initial motion, which is just, approve what staff recommended and go home tonight. So I would like us to come back tomorrow, to move this to tomorrow. And if anybody has specific recommendations, come with very concrete plans on how you might, say, increase revenue here, decrease expenditures there.
All right, Councilmember Parra.
So I'd like to make a motion, though.
Oh, all right. There's a motion
Well,
on
I'd like
the
to make
floor,
a
so this is a substitute motion. What is it?
I want to make a substitute motion that we postpone well, I guess it's like 2 parts, right? First part was questions, and the second part is recommendations for budget approval and
It's continue on that.
No, you can
or just continue the items.
And adjourned.
Yeah, continue and adjourn the meeting. Yeah, continue the
second.
item for tomorrow and adjourn the meeting tonight.
I'll second.
And Mayor, technically, that's not a substitute motion, that's a procedural motion.
Right.
It would have priority.
Sorry, I'm just writing this down because it's late and I'm going to forget it. So we have a motion on the table made by De La Torre, seconded by Brock. As a procedural motion, we still have to take it first, though, right?
Correct.
Okay, just want to double check that. I don't want to violate Robert's Rules of Order. All right, we have a substitute motion to just continue the matter until tomorrow with the understanding, I want to make sure we're clear about this, that there'll be no additional questions, so there may not be the same level of staffing here for that it will simply be discussion amongst council members and with finance staff and the city manager.
Mayor, I do have a question.
Yes.
This item will be continued after what's scheduled for tomorrow's special meeting, because remember you have the appeal.
Yes, we do.
Or is the plan, or will you deal with that tomorrow?
I think the thing we should probably do is do the appeal first because we're going to have employees coming for that. And then we'll have to continue, since this is just going to be a discussion amongst ourselves primarily, we should do that after that.
Thank you.
All right. So that is the motion. I do want to give people opportunities to comment on it if they want to. Mayor Pro Tem Negrete and Councilmember Parra, you're both in the queue. Did you want to comment on this motion?
I'm in agreement with De La Torre, because I do have a couple things that I wanted to discuss as well. So I think that would be more informed and better prepared and rested to bring it up tomorrow.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem Negrete.
I was just going to say that, look, it's a big deal. I know we're all tired, and as we would love to just say, I'm always pro, like, let's go home and send everybody else home. But the worst thing is if everybody doesn't feel like they get to discuss it. And Councilmember Zwick brought up something, and personally, I would maybe look at taking those same dollars and funding some of the youth services. So I think we all have ways of figuring out, possibly, I'm not saying that I do, where to take money and where to put money. So it's probably best that we don't do it at 2 or 3 in the morning.
All right, so since it's a procedural motion, I believe we can do it by a voice vote, is that correct? All right, so the motion, it is not a substitute motion, it's just a procedural motion to continue this item to tomorrow with the motion on the floor. The motion will still be on the floor tomorrow, as I understand it, since we're just continuing it. So we do have an active motion on the floor for tomorrow, but to continue this item until after we hear the appeal tomorrow. So all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? All right. Thank you, everyone, for your patience this evening. And
Something out. Wanted to see if we could.
Did you want to do it tonight?
Get in the
All right.
agreement.
Let's let
We're almost
them
there. We're almost
clear
there.
out before.
Well, I don't know. You're
not
starting.
doing it in the
You're
midst.
starting to
Hey,
make some.
folks, can
we're
you
not
please
done.
sit down? We're not finished. We
Sorry,
haven't
sorry, my
adjourned.
bad. Sorry.
We're still in session.
Sorry.
Yeah, we haven't. I did not adjourn us.
Oh, my bad.
And your microphones are on top of that.
Can't do anything.
I know I can't do it yet.
No, but I have to say, if you're talking, you want to be aware.
All right, Councilmember Parra.
Thank you. So I have an adjournment to give tonight. This is regarding my father-in-law. So Jose Lopez Parra quietly departed this life on April 27th, 2023 at the age of 26 in Santa Monica. Born September 11th, 1936 in Nayarit, Mexico, he was the youngest of 9 children and the first of his family to immigrate to the United States to pursue a better life. In 1964, he married his first wife, Josefina Alicia Rodriguez, and together raised 7 children. He was a parishioner of St. Monica Catholic Church. His passion was music, and he composed dozens of ballads in his lifetime. At the age of 33, until his retirement, he worked for Ampex Corporation in El Segundo, the company behind the creation of memory data cassettes and the first video tape recorder. There, he worked as an assemblyman and retired as a product manager. For better or for worse, Jose never accepted no as an answer. He found a way. Deeply motivated by his family's inability to provide him the opportunity to pursue education and a professional career, he ingrained in all of his children the importance and power of education. He modeled for his children the fruit of working hard and striving for the best, always and without fail giving credit to God. On May 16th, Monsignor Tergeson held a memorial mass in his honor, and his children held a private burial at Holy Cross Cemetery. He is survived by his second wife, Irina Sherbakova. Jose, affectionately known as Chepe, and Lito by his grandchildren, will be remembered for always being well-dressed, incredibly charming, and for having the power to make whoever he spent time with feel like the most important person in the room. He'll be remembered for his beautiful voice and handsome green eyes. He'll be remembered for his strength and unparalleled work ethic. Jose was a man of integrity, loyalty, and great courage. His legacy lives on in his children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. He was a great man and will be incredibly missed. May he rest in heavenly peace. Thank you.
And of course, our condolences to your family, Councilmember Parra.
Thank you.
And with that, we are adjourned until tomorrow at 6 p.m.